This is Coming Home to the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. Chapter 1. "Hold up your sign, Charlie," Georgie said to the younger of her two children. The three of them stood in the airport terminal with a sign that took 2 hours to paint, and Charlie bounced around, dropping it to the floor. "Do we have to wait much longer?" Olivia whined, rolling her eyes. "His flight has already landed. We're just waiting for him to get off the plane," Georgie explained to her teenage daughter once again. "I have to go pee." Charlie jumped on one leg as he wrapped the other around it, grabbing his pants. Georgie let out an audible sigh. "Really? Now?" "Now!" Charlie bounced in a circle on one leg, jumping on his sign. "But Daddy's going to be out any minute. Are you sure you can't hold it?" He bounced higher with more vigor and shook his head. "All right, let's go." She bent over, picked up the banner, and grabbed his hand. "Come on, Olivia. We have to bring Charlie to the bathroom." "I don't want to go into the bathroom. It's gross," Olivia said, not looking up from her phone. Georgie had been at her wits' end with her 15-year-old daughter during the whole 2 weeks that Nathan had been campaigning. She headed toward the bathrooms, calling back to Olivia, "He's 6, and he can't go alone." With a moan that could be heard on the far side of the football field-sized baggage claim of the Minneapolis airport, Olivia joined them. The three of them dodged through travelers and made it to the bathroom. Georgie ushered Charlie into a stall. She saw his pants drop around his ankles from under the door as she checked her phone for the 4th time to see if the passengers had deplaned. Olivia stood in silent protest outside the restroom, probably hovering over her phone. Olivia had grown up so much the past year, starting to look more like a woman than a child. The little girl who had followed her around was no longer. Now, Olivia hardly formulated full sentences for her. Funny how it happened all of a sudden. She couldn't wait for Nathan to see what they had done for his birthday. He didn't want to make it a big deal to celebrate the milestone of turning 40, but she wanted to do something. It had been so long since they had done anything together. She got all the ingredients to make his favorite meal, picked up the newest movie he and the kids wanted to see, and ordered a cake from his favorite bakery. "Mom!" Charlie called out. "I can't get the door unlocked." She dropped her head. "Charlie, you're going to have to try. I'm not climbing underneath." A woman walked in and gave them a look as Charlie banged on the door, unable to wiggle the lock undone. "Seriously, Charlie, you're just going to have to stay there if you can't do it." She looked at the dirty tile floor that thousands of people's shoes had traveled across after walking in God knew what. She had actually pulled a nice outfit together and done her hair. "You have to do it, little man." "Mom, I can't." Charlie's voice suddenly sounded panicked. "Oh, all right." She strapped her purse around her chest, rolled up her sleeves, and got onto her hands and knees. She crawled underneath the metal door, glad there was no one on either side of him. She twisted her body so that the least amount of surface area touched the floor and gripped the trash can to pull herself up. Charlie, who stood with his pants down, still hadn't flushed. Just as her head came to the bowl's level, the automatic flush boomed in front of her, and she felt tiny droplets of water hit her face. "Oh no!" she moaned, her stomach sick as she managed to stand. Her hand touched the lock just as Charlie used his tiny fingers on the silver handle, and the door popped open. "Oh, I guess I got it." He pulled up his pants and walked out of the stall. After a scrub down with lukewarm water and restroom soap, Georgie grabbed the water-stained signs and headed back out to the baggage carousel, praying she didn't end up missing Nathan altogether. Just as they walked out of the bathroom, she caught sight of him walking from the terminals a floor above them. He headed toward the escalator, then pivoted to the elevator, out of view. "Nathan!" She waved the sign, but he didn't even notice her. She grabbed Charlie's hand and took off after him. "Come on, Olivia. We can catch him at the elevator." "I see Daddy!" Charlie pointed to Nathan as he stepped onto the elevator. "Laughing with another woman?" The doors snapped shut. She towed Charlie along as they cut through the crowd. They reached the elevator just as the doors opened up. "Surprise!" she shouted, but stopped cold when she saw Nathan, just ending a kiss with the young blonde, his eyes still on hers. Everything stopped, including her heart. Nathan turned in shock and saw them standing there. His mouth dropped open. "Georgie!" He belatedly dropped the blonde's hand. "Happy birthday!" Charlie waved his banner. Georgie's stomach plunged, and she thought she might be sick as they all stood there, frozen. Charlie belatedly clued into the situation. "Did Daddy just kiss that lady?" he whispered. A ringing sounded in her ears, but she could still hear every harsh breath. Everything around her was in slow motion. Olivia threw her sign to the floor. "Let's go home, Mom." Georgie couldn't get her feet to move. She just stared at the woman who had been kissing her husband. Olivia grabbed her hand and tugged at her. "Mom, let's go." Nathan looked at the woman and then back at Georgie. His mouth opened, but Olivia pulled her arm so hard she nearly fell backwards. "Let's go!" She followed her daughter out toward the airport exit. They had been there enough, picking Nathan up, that she was confident of Olivia's ability to get them to where the car was parked. Charlie kept looking back to where Nathan stood, transfixed. "What are we doing?" he asked. "Why aren't we going to see Dad?" "He needs to grab his luggage," she rationalized to Charlie. "Who was that woman?" Charlie asked, dragging his sign on the ground. That was the question, wasn't it? Olivia continued to lead the way out of the airport to their family SUV. In a trance, she followed behind. She pressed the key fob to unlock the doors. Olivia climbed into the front seat, slamming the door behind her. She pushed the door behind her seat open for Charlie. "Why didn't we get Daddy?" Charlie asked again, climbing in. She stole a look over at Olivia, who faced away from her, looking out the window. He was busy. "Please don't lose it," she thought to herself as she looked over toward her fully aware daughter. "We'll see him at home." "Who was that lady Daddy was kissing?" Charlie asked. "I don't know." Georgie closed the door, stopping any further questions, and stood outside the vehicle, holding onto the door handle to hold herself up. Tears burned behind her eyes, trying to break through as her throat tightened up. She looked back at the airport. No sign of Nathan coming after them. No sign of Nathan anywhere. She didn't know what to do. Did she go home? Wait? She knew one thing. Her life had completely changed. Sam Gunderson tossed a bale of hay into the Boudreau barn. "Are you sure that's all you need for now?" Maggie nodded, resting her hands on her hips. "Actually, I need another favor." Sam smiled at Maggie. The older woman always had a surprise for him, a post to be fixed or a heavy bag to lift. He was happy to help, especially since Maggie had always been good to him. She was also his family's closest and oldest friend, and his lifelong neighbor. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the older woman who lived on a 30-acre farm with just her daughter, now that her husband had passed away. He wondered how she got along without him after 40-plus years of marriage. When he heard she'd hired help during the harvest, he made more of an effort to come by more regularly and help out. Farmhands never tended to stick around more than a few months. The work was hard, with little pay. Maggie's 3 daughters certainly didn't help. There was Rosie, but if it didn't involve horses, then Rosie wasn't really interested. Her oldest daughter, Georgie, had left town more than 20 years before, and that left Annie, who had been gone longer than Georgie. "I was hoping I could use your muscles." "Of course, what do you need?" She looked at the house. I need some furniture moved around upstairs. I can pay one of your ranch hands for their time." "That's not necessary, Maggie. What do you need moved?" Sam asked. "Well, there's a dresser I'd like moved from the attic to one of the bedrooms for the kids." "Kids?" Sam's curiosity was immediately piqued. The only kids Maggie ever referred to were her grandchildren, Olivia and Charlie, Georgie's kids. Georgie and the family coming up for a visit? Each summer she'd come up for about a week with her husband and kids. He tried to avoid her when she came, which wasn't hard since she wasn't there long, and he was sure she did what she could to avoid him, too. "Yes, well, it looks like they are coming to stay while Nathan's on his campaign. I'd like to get some storage for the kids' clothes and stuff." Maggie wiped her hands on her jeans. "My girls practically cleared me out of things with all their different moves over the years." "Georgie and the kids are staying here?" Sam wasn't sure if he'd heard Maggie right. Spring seemed like an odd time of year to come and stay, considering she had 2 school-aged children. "How long?" "She said that she'd be here for a while." Maggie smiled, but just as quickly frowned. "I'd really appreciate it if you kept that between you and me for now." "Yes, of course," Sam said, following as Maggie walked ahead toward the house. He had to wrap his head around what he'd just heard. Georgie Boudreau was coming back to Prairie Valley? His Georgie? Maggie opened the screen door, and 3 dogs jammed themselves through the doorframe, competing to be the first to get outside. "All right, kids, be good." Maggie held the door open with her back, waiting for Sam. He thought about Georgie and her husband Nathan, the politician, the attorney-turned-governor of Minnesota. "How is Nathan's campaign going?" Maggie nodded as she said, "His campaign is going great, but taking a toll on the family. I guess they need some R&R." Maggie's face glowed with delight. Sam knew how much this meant to her. No better place than the prairie to get your mind right. Maggie patted him on the back as he walked inside the kitchen. "Let's hope so." "I'm not leaving." Olivia, who hadn't said a word since they left the airport, decided now was the time to yell. "Olivia, I'm not asking." Georgie stuffed another pair of socks into Charlie's overnight bag and entered the bathroom with Olivia on her heels. "You and Charlie can go to Prairie Valley, but I'm not going. I'm staying here." Georgie squeezed the handle of Charlie's toothbrush, sure she was going to break it. "Olivia, we're just going for a few days." She ground her jaw, trying to hold back her temper. It's not a choice. When she called her mama, she'd almost lost it. "Mama?" she blurted. "Georgie? Oh, shoot. I forgot to call Nathan to wish him a happy birthday. I'll give him a buzz later." "Mama, can we come stay with you?" Her voice cracked. "You okay, Georgie?" Maggie's voice filled with concern. "I just need to get away from all this campaign nonsense." Guilt pinched her for the lie. Get away from all the media and stuff. She gave no unnecessary information, not yet. She didn't want to ruin the career of the father of her children, but she wasn't the woman who would sit and wait for him to come back either, or take a call from his campaign manager, eager to smooth over the crisis. No, she wasn't sticking around, counting the minutes until he showed up. And for what? To see him grovel, beg, and tell her he was sorry? And that was the best-case scenario. "You can stay as long as you want." Georgie swallowed down the lump in her throat. "Thanks, Mama." Olivia went back to giving her the silent treatment as she finished packing for the 3 of them. She just looked at her phone, then out the window as if waiting for someone. Georgie moved around the house like a robot on autopilot, just going through the motions. She didn't really have a plan, except she knew she couldn't stay. She just packed, grabbing sweatshirts in case they got cold, and a few outfits for church. "Aren't we going to have cake?" Charlie pulled on her sleeve, pointing to the cake she had picked up that morning. sitting pretty under the dome of the glass cake stand. "Not tonight, Charlie." She felt panicked, even though she wasn't exactly sure why. Something inside her told her to leave before Nathan came home. She had the kids, and was afraid of what she might say if she did see him. She moved through the house while Charlie followed at her heels, questioning everything. "Why aren't we having cake? Who was that woman? When's Daddy coming home?" She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs that she didn't know, because Nathan hadn't come home. He hadn't come home, he hadn't called or made any type of contact with her since the airport. Actually, he hadn't even made contact then. Instead, Sherry Turner, his campaign manager, did, or tried to. She called and texted and emailed more times than Georgie could count. By the 5th call, she shut off her phone. That's when Sherry showed up at the front door. "Don't answer it," Georgie told Olivia and Charlie. For the first time in either of their lives, they didn't question her. Georgie threw the bags into the SUV. "I want cake," Charlie wailed from the kitchen. "How about we get McDonald's?" The tears suddenly stopped. "Now?" Georgie inhaled a deep breath, then blew it out. "I'll let you eat in the car." Charlie's eyes widened at the possibility of scarfing down his favorite cuisine on the forbidden leather. "I want 2 happy meals." Georgie thought about the drive across the flat plains to her family's farm during early spring. Prairie Valley sat on the edge of the St. Croix River Valley, its mighty waters flowing alongside the small town. Just the thought of being on the farm with Mama and Rosie made her heart race a little less, her anxiety back off a bit. She would feel safe on the farm. "Olivia, you hungry?" She looked over to her daughter, who was sitting on the staircase. Her focus was at the front door. "Olivia?" Charlie asked, now smiling. "You gonna get a Happy Meal?" Olivia didn't answer, but she didn't have to. Her eyes said everything. How could she be happy when their family was falling apart? Chapter 2. Georgie traveled along the familiar stretch of highway to Prairie Valley, everything feeling familiar and strangely more comfortable than St. Paul ever had. She'd never imagined she'd feel this way. The middle of America might be somewhere in Kansas, but to a teenage Georgie, this had sure felt like the middle of nowhere. The endless expanse of fields with short, dried corn stalks sticking out of the frozen ground gave her a pride she hadn't felt before. The small, antiquated town of Prairie Valley was where she was born and raised. She was the farmer's daughter Nathan so proudly proclaimed throughout his campaign. Her community's livelihood depended on those corn stalks. A farmer's family relied on each other, especially a farmer and his wife. How could Nathan have been with someone else? How had she not seen it coming? She pulled off Highway 95 onto Main Street, and a welcome sign stood at the side of the road. "Welcome to Prairie Valley, where ordinary people do extraordinary things." She slowed as she passed the familiar sights. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw that Charlie was busy playing on his iPod. Georgie didn't bother checking to see what Olivia was doing. She hadn't spoken more than a word since leaving the house. Georgie leaned forward over the wheel to get a better view of the quiet Midwestern town. People walked the streets together, even though the afternoon temperatures were below 30 degrees. Cars filled the parking spots in front of the Main Street Cafe, where a group of old men would mostly likely be talking about the weather and the twins over a cup of coffee. "You guys hungry?" she asked, dreading the first moment of seeing Mama. Maggie would know. Her fingers squeezed the steering wheel as anxiety crawled up her arms and around her belly, twisting and jolting every time the image of Nathan kissing that woman flashed in her head. "I want to see Nana!" Charlie shouted from the back, his headphones apparently still on. She nodded, feeling her emotions well up. "Okay, let's get to the farm." She headed north, past the Lutheran church, and straight through town. The road curved and soon followed the St. Croix River bluffs of amber sandstone. On the right, The mighty river ran along the side of the road. With another curve, the river disappeared as the road crawled out of the trees and out into the wide expanse of Minnesota prairie. Barbed wire fences with wooden posts lined the road, cattle and dried corn stalks scattered along the rolling hills. She took a left at the Wilson farm, following it all the way to the Quail Ridge Trail's dirt road, and straight to her family's farm. The tires crunched as she rolled her Land Rover over the unpaved road. They bumped along the muddy track and pulled into the driveway with a mailbox decked with a spring flag of red tulips. Georgie's heart raced. And just as predicted, Maggie ran out of the house onto the kitchen porch, waving. For the first time since they left St. Paul, Olivia looked up from her phone and waved back. Georgie parked next to the house, past the barn, where she noticed her sister Rosie's truck. She hoped Rosie was working tonight because she'd know at a glance that something wasn't right with Georgie. Olivia and Charlie both jumped out of the SUV, right into Maggie's arms. "You both look taller since Christmas." Maggie wrapped one arm around Olivia and another around Charlie. "I baked chocolate chip cookies, and there's homemade hot cocoa." Charlie hugged her a second time, then ran inside. Georgie got out of the SUV, wrapping her coat around her. The spring air held a chill. She opened up the back, grabbing a few of the bags. Closing the liftgate, she looked up to the white farmhouse. Family dinners, riding horses, planting the fields, scraped knees, first kisses, delivering babies, all happened within the 30 acres of this farm. She inhaled a deep breath, the cool air so much fresher than in the city, and walked toward the place she'd worked so hard to leave. As she walked in, she saw Olivia's arms wrapped around Maggie. "Nana, I've missed you so much." A stab of jealousy snagged at Georgie's heart. "Oh, sugar, I've missed you too." Maggie casually squeezed Olivia, something Georgie hadn't been able to do for months. "Georgie." Maggie stretched out her arms with the same affection. "Hey, Mama." As soon as her mother's arms were around her, Georgie almost felt as though some of the weight she carried was lifted, for just that moment. "I've missed you." "This is going to be such a treat." Maggie clapped her hands together. "Let's get you in your rooms." Georgie looked over to Olivia, who scowled back at her. She grabbed her bag from the floor and begrudgingly climbed the steps. "Do I get Mommy's room?" Charlie asked. Maggie squeezed his shoulder. "How about you get Auntie Annie's room?" Charlie's eyes widened. "The one with the bunk beds?" He took off up the stairs, and as soon as both kids were out of sight, Georgie fell into a chair at the kitchen table. "Thank you, Mama." Maggie embraced her again. "Georgie Margaret Boudreau, what is going on?" Sam decided to ride his horse instead of driving the ATV. The snow had melted, and he didn't want to get stuck in the mud. The temperatures were warm enough that he could get away with just a flannel coat and some warm gloves, and it had been a while since he rode Bandit. Bandit nudged him hard with excitement when he started saddling him, nearly knocking him over. His young horse turned out to be just like his mother. He loved working, running the land, keeping up with the cattle. Bandit had grown up to be quite the looker, a quarter horse with a white strip covering his eyes and nose. The name fit the mischievous horse. He also fit right in on the farm, loved getting attention and showing off. He rode through the north pasture to the middle of what his family called the Four Corners, the absolute center of his family's ranch. It was also the highest spot on the whole property, and he could see all of Prairie Valley, including the neighboring Boudreau farm. An unfamiliar vehicle was parked in front of the farmhouse. He assumed it must be Georgie or someone else from out of town. Not too many people in Prairie Valley drove fancy SUVs around the dirt roads. A 4x4 was more like it. What was Georgie doing back here? Not that it was any of his business, but by the way Maggie talked about it, It didn't sound as though Nathan was joining them. Billy, his second-in-command, drove up in his truck. "I'm headed out, but I left that kid's application on your desk." "And he called you back?" Something about this situation didn't sit well with Sam. "Yes, he's willing to come up for an interview first, but would need room and board." "And you said he's 18? Probably a runaway, or someone looking to escape trouble. 18 was young, but not the youngest he'd hire. After his father's death, when he became sole proprietor of the Broken Eagle Ranch, he learned that there was only one thing a ranch hand needed. Young or old, they had to be hard workers. He didn't care if they could ride or even knew one end of a cow from the other. That kind of thing could be taught much easier than teaching someone to have a good work ethic. You needed one, working a ranch. Sam paid fairly. He offered room and board. He gave benefits and paid time off. He was known as a good boss and managed the ranch efficiently, just like his father. But not everyone could handle the workload, and he was always careful when someone came looking for a job. The boy had come asking for his brother Ryan, who'd left Prairie Valley 20 years ago. No one ever came looking for Ryan, which made Sam wonder what this boy's real motives were. He picked up the application when he got into his office. Jesse Gunderson, the name read. "Jesse Gunderson?" he said out loud, feeling uneasy. "Do you think this boy is any relation to you?" Mrs. Paulson asked as she walked into his office, handing him a cup of coffee. "Thanks." He sat in his chair, leaning back, reading the application. God, he hoped not. Not that he remembered any family from Montana. Sam read his address again. "He's from Bozeman?" "Duluth, before that." She nodded at the paper. "He said he's been looking for a job on a ranch and could come as soon as tomorrow for an interview." "Does he have any experience?" She shook her head. "I'll let you check out his information." Mrs. Paulson closed the door to his office as she left. He stared at the paper. Jesse R. Gunderson had been a line cook, worked at a supermarket, and there was a short stint at a mechanic shop. Who was this kid, and why on earth did he want to work on a ranch in Minnesota? Sam had a funny feeling about it all. He got up, grabbing the application as he strode out of his office. He handed it to Mrs. Paulson and said, "Call him back and tell him to be here at 4 tomorrow." She nodded and picked up the phone from her desk. Just as she began to dial, she said, "Did you hear that Georgie Boudreau's back?" "You mean Meyer?" he said. "Yes, that's right. She's married now." She grinned. "Seems like only yesterday that you two would be hanging around here causing trouble." "Georgie Boudreau never caused trouble." "No, I guess you're right. That would have been Ryan and his girlfriends. Makes me wonder why an 18-year-old would be calling for Ryan." She shook the paper at him. "This is going to be trouble." Sam had a feeling she was right, but he didn't say as much. Instead, he left the office and headed to the house, the home where he'd lived his whole life and would most likely die, just like his mother and grandparents had. Or maybe he'd die like his father, out on the prairie. The freak accident had killed him instantly. Losing his father like that had been much harder than when he lost his mother to cancer. With her, he had at least had time to say goodbye, but his father was just gone in an eye blink, and so many people offered that as a condolence. At least there wasn't any pain, they said to his family at the wake, at the funeral, in the grocery store, at Sunday service. He didn't even know what happened. Along with other platitudes like, "At least he died doing what he loved." No, his father hadn't suffered. All the pain fell on him, his mother and Ryan. Before his father's death, his mother had been happy, Ryan had been sober, and Georgie was Sam's girl. Then he fell, and Sam's life was torn apart. As he climbed the porch steps to his empty home, he knew that a part of him died alongside his father that day, because nothing was ever the same again. Georgie set her luggage on her bed, taking a deep breath as she stood there, trying everything she could to hold it together. Nathan had called the house to see if they'd made it safely, but she had her mother answer the phone. "Tell him we're fine." She grabbed her luggage and headed upstairs as Maggie wished him a happy birthday. Once in her room, she shut the door and leaned against it. All she could hear was the muffled voices through the floor and her heart pounding in her ears. Her breathing was ragged. She wondered how Nathan was on the phone. Did he sound nervous? Was he indignant? Was he sorry? She walked into what was once her childhood room, now looking like it had been taken over by a fabric store. Piles upon piles of calico fabric lined the top of her dressers, nightstands, and shelves. Bags filled with threads and yarns of all different colors and textures. Zippers and buttons and sewing needles sat in packages on her desk. When she heard the voices stop, then her mother's footsteps climbing the stairs, she threw her suitcase on the bed. The zipper shrieked open. She needed to do something before her mother came in. "Knock, knock," Maggie said, stepping inside the room. "Hey," Georgie said, trying to sound casual, wishing she could ask what he'd said. "Nathan says to call when you're available." Maggie moved to the bed and sat next to the suitcase. "I wished him a happy birthday." "That's nice." Georgie reached for a pile of clothes, opening a random drawer of her old dresser, and stuffed them inside. She could see Maggie looking at her in the mirror. "Want to talk about it?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern. "You really have quite the fabric collection these days." She faked a smile, sliding the drawer shut and returning to the suitcase. "I just need some space away from all that campaigning. It's overwhelming." Maggie nodded. "Ah, I see." "It's all the time now, and I can't get away from it." Georgie almost laughed at the irony that her only escape was to the place she'd spent so long wanting to escape from. Maggie stood up and rubbed Georgie's shoulder. She held back the sting of tears, swallowing the lump in her throat as Maggie turned to leave, ducking her head so she wouldn't see. "Let's go, pups," Maggie said to the dogs, who were busy sniffing Georgie's things. All three of them followed her out of the room. When she was good and alone, she sat on the bed, holding her bathrobe against her face, and began to cry. A deep wrenching in the pit of her stomach made her feel sick, and she worried she'd throw up. How could he kiss that woman? And now it involved the kids. Olivia had been going through normal teenage stuff before, but this would no doubt be hard on her. She cried harder at the fact that Olivia gave her the dirty look afterwards, as though Georgie had been the one to blame. But what was she going to do? She couldn't stay in St. Paul, down the road from the Capitol, blocks from the governor's mansion. There were so many people around, especially with his re-election campaign. If she stayed with him, she'd be constantly looking over his shoulder, wondering where he had been, if he had another woman. If she left him, the reasons would surely come out. It'd be on every news station, on the front page of all the newspapers. A scandal in the governor's mansion would really help with ratings. She had nowhere but Prairie Valley and the farm. But how long could she stay before people started talking? They would notice. Why would the governor's wife live with her mother, hours away from the Capitol, from her own home? Maybe the farm wasn't the answer. But then Georgie would have no answers at all. Chapter 3. "Why are we going to church?" Olivia complained, her teenage attitude doubling the moment they stepped on Prairie Valley's soil. "Because Nana goes to church, so we will too." "Ugh!" Olivia pounded her foot hard against the wooden floor, stomping away to her room. "And good morning to you, too," Georgie mumbled, wishing she had another cup of coffee. Charlie stepped out of his bedroom in the suit he'd worn to her father's funeral. "Did you find that in the closet?" She hadn't wanted him to wear it again, but her heart melted at the sight of him. "You look very handsome." He tugged at the jacket and posed for her. Then she saw the Spider-Man socks. "You need to put clean socks on, buddy." She kissed the top of his head, holding him a bit longer than usual. "Really?" he pouted. "I already tied my shoes and everything." "You have to change your socks and underwear every day." She couldn't believe she had to explain this fact on a daily basis. "Go change." When he ran off, she glanced in the mirror hanging in the hallway. She looked how she felt. Horrible. Dark bags hung under her eyes, deepening the shadows of her crow's feet. The creases between her eyebrows seemed to have extended over the past 24 hours. And in 30 minutes, she'd have to face a full congregation of questions. The biggest being, where was her husband? Good question. He certainly wasn't in Prairie Valley. Her mother had answered the landline last time, accepting Georgie's excuse of having to unload her stuff, but that excuse wouldn't hold up again. Olivia had stayed on her phone the whole night, in her room. She wondered if Nathan had contacted her, talked to her, explained everything. If he had, she wasn't telling Georgie. But she knew Nathan was assessing the situation. As an attorney, that was his specialty. That's why the great state of Minnesota elected him governor. He was good at assessing situations, making them better, making deals and propositions. His talents had led him to the State House, with a strong possibility of continuing to Washington. He'd figure a way to negotiate his marriage. At first, when she saw him kissing that woman, she had actually been more surprised than hurt. When was the last time he had kissed her like that, so passionately? Her birthday? No, he had been campaigning in Duluth. Their anniversary? No, he had a fundraiser in Rochester. Sure, they had their issues, but didn't every couple? She'd thought he hadn't kissed her like that because he was tired, traveling, and too busy, not because he was kissing another woman. Was he sleeping with her, too? "Hey!" Her sister's voice bellowed up from the stairwell, and she jumped. "Rosie, don't scare me like that! What are you doing here?" Her sister ran up to her, wrapping her arms around her waist, giving a squeeze so hard she lifted Georgie off the floor. "Mama says you're staying for a while." Georgie faked a smile. Rosie's eyebrows shifted together. "Everything all right with you and Nathan?" "Please, Lord, get me through this." "Yep, I just needed to get away from all that campaigning and stuff." "What about school? The kids?" Rosie looked confused. As she should be. It was March, the worst time to pull kids out of school. Georgie should know. She had been a teacher. "How long are you staying?" She shrugged. "Just a few days, maybe a week or two." "A week or two?" Rosie slanted her gaze. "You sure everything's okay?" "Honestly, it's all getting to me." Which was true, she thought to herself. The campaign, the media, the expectations, the stupid shoes. Georgie couldn't wait to get out of the pair she wore for church. "And you're sure there's nothing else?" Her sister's voice practically screamed suspicion. But Georgie shook her head. She had learned a few tricks from the campaign trail, and lying well was one of them. "I'm fine, just need a break." Rosie slowly nodded, then hugged her again, squeezing so hard that Georgie could hardly breathe. "You need to get back in the saddle." Georgie did a double take. Did she know about Nathan's indiscretions? You know, riding again. The idea of riding immediately made her think of Aurora, the quarter-horse Daddy bought for her 13th birthday. Rosie hadn't even been born yet. Aurora took care of her through those hard teenage years, through all the celebrations and heartbreaks. That horse was there for everything, and meant everything to Georgie. "How many horses do you have now?" "One, but I'm looking at a gelding, maybe tomorrow." "You'll have two? What for?" "He's beautiful, and needs some love," Rosie said. Her heart was still as big as it was when she was a little girl taking in all the strays. "Are you still teaching riding lessons?" "Yep, before my shift at Lumberjacks." Rosie smiled. She was still waiting tables at a bar. When are you going to move out of the barn?" Rosie's demeanor changed, and she crossed her arms against her chest. "Well, don't you sound judgmental? Aren't you the one who's hiding something?" Georgie could feel her face warming up. "I'm sorry. You're right." She leaned over and hugged her little sister one more time, glad to be back. Glad to have someone know her well enough that she didn't have to tell her everything. "I've got a shotgun, you know," Rosie said in her ear. "I can use it to scare any stray coyotes coming up to the farm." "It's not time to go shooting." Georgie linked her arm with her sister's, leaning her head on her shoulder. They walked toward the stairs as Maggie called for them. "Not yet." "Time for church." Georgie could hear the happiness again in Mama's voice. She hadn't heard that since Daddy died last fall. How could she break her Mama's heart with news that her marriage was falling apart? How could she even complain about her sleazy, cheating husband when her mother's soulmate was gone forever? Olivia walked into the kitchen in a pair of jeans, pulling a sweatshirt on over her head. "Olivia, you need to be a bit more presentable. It's church." "It's just God, Georgie, not a fashion show." Maggie kissed her granddaughter on the cheek. "So glad to have you join me this morning." Maggie wrapped her arm around Olivia and steered her out the door, and that feeling of jealousy pricked her even more. Everyone piled into Georgie's car, and Rosie complained about her driving from the moment they left the farm. "If I knew you were going to drive 5 miles an hour, I would have ridden my horse," she said from the back seat. Once they hit County Road 5, she hit the gas and drove to the other side of town, following the St. Croix toward Main Street. The Lutheran church's steeple peaked above the tree line as they approached downtown. The red brick building sat on top of the hill, overlooking the town. Even though they made it in plenty of time, Maggie hurried them all inside the church, ushering them into the sanctuary. The smell of old wood, incense, and candle wax took her back to pigtails and singing in the choir. As her mother took a bulletin from a man she recognized but couldn't name, she could feel all the eyes on her and the kids. She reached for Charlie's hand and held her chin high. She hadn't watched the news. She hoped and prayed that nothing had leaked. Then she reminded herself that she'd know if they knew, because just like with the miscarriage, the cameras would be there, hounding her about how she felt. "Well, well, well," Rosie whispered into her ear. "Sam Gunderson just happened to come to church today." Georgie spun toward the other side of the church, catching sight of Sam, his eyes fixed on her. The azure blue still made her knees wobble, but her heart no longer swooned like it did when she was a girl. Nathan wasn't the only one who'd broken her heart. "Georgiana Gunderson Meyer." Georgie spun around again to the squirrely voice of the gossip queen of Prairie Valley High. "Ann Anderson." "Olafson now." She flashed her wedding ring. "Brandon and I've been married for almost 15 years. Can you believe it?" Georgie looked at the pudgy middle-aged man with a receding hairline. The one-time all-star football linebacker looked more like a recliner sportsman now. "You two were always so cute together," Georgie smiled. "And look at you," Anne continued, "married to the governor." Georgie plastered on the smile she'd practiced for hours in front of the mirror. "We're hoping to get his message out." "We'll be at the voting booth, don't you worry," Anne said, stepping closer. "I think the way he's running his campaign is so admirable. That Conroy is a crook." "Now, Anne, let's not bring politics up in church." Brandon patted her hand. "Save that for another time." "You're right, honey." "Georgie!" Maggie waved at her, already seated in the pew her family had occupied for over a century. The Boudreaus held claim to that pew during every Sunday service, baptism, Christmas and Easter service, wedding and funeral. 3 rows back, on the right side, next to the stained glass window of Mary weeping for her son. As she shuffled the kids to their seats, she couldn't help but look to the right. His eyes caught hers. and she quickly looked away. "I feel like everyone's looking at us," Charlie said, leaning up against her. Olivia flashed Georgie a look that radiated with anger. "That's because they are." That morning before church, like every Sunday, Sam sat at the counter with the old-timers at the diner. Anita, the waitress who had been there his whole life, had his usual ready before he came in. The 2 eggs over easy with buttered white toast and a side of bacon had been placed right where he usually sat. "How you doing, hun?" she asked as she poured his coffee. He removed his Stetson and placed it in the empty stool next to him. "Good, Anita. You?" "You wouldn't believe who's come back to town." He smiled at how quickly news spread. "I have an idea. Georgie Boudreau." "You mean Georgie Meyer?" "Yes, that's right." Anita clicked her tongue. "I still can't believe one of our own is married to the governor." "Ordinary people doing extraordinary things," Sam mumbled as he picked up his coffee, hiding behind his cup, not willing to show his feelings. He didn't want Georgie here, but when Sam left the diner, he walked to the one place he knew he'd be able to get a peek. Concordia Lutheran Church. After his initial glance, he did everything he could to keep his focus on Pastor Phil, but the more the man droned on about kindness and being a good neighbor, the more he thought about Georgie. How she had been the one who got away, the woman he had been in love with since they were kids, and she was sitting right there, in the pew across the sanctuary. How long had it been since he'd spoken to Georgie? At least 10 years, maybe more. And then, no more than a hello and how are you? She never really spoke to him again after everything happened. A memory flashed through his head of the 2 of them, sitting in the fields for hours, talking about everything and nothing at the same time. He had been so happy then. Regret filled him as he snuck another glance. She looked just as beautiful as she did when they were kids. No, more distinguished, more dignified, like a Jacqueline Kennedy or a movie star, not like the other women who'd stuck around Prairie Valley. Women who heard his name, knew the money, and thought he was still a bachelor because he just hadn't met the right one yet. Little did they know that the right one had just shown up in church. Love is about kindness, acceptance, and forgiveness. It's about moving on and letting go. Pastor Phil seemed to know exactly what Sam needed to hear. He needed to accept what happened and move on. The day he left Georgie at the train station, he vowed he'd never love another woman again. But he also vowed he wouldn't hold her back, which meant he had to let her go. He let out an audible huff, and Mrs. Wilson looked up. "Did you say something?" she whispered, her eyes stern. "No, ma'am. Sorry." He straightened up and focused back on Pastor Phil. Never had he thought that this would be it for him. Living on the ranch, divorced, childless, all alone in the big house. The day he got the call about his dad was the day he knew everything would change, even him and Georgie. She had the whole world in front of her. The possibilities were endless. He had a ranch, responsibilities, and his mother and Ryan to care for. He couldn't believe it had been almost 20 years. Felt like only yesterday that Georgie was in his arms. Lost in memories, Sam snapped back to reality when the organ blared out a hymn. The congregation rose as Pastor Phil and the choir left the service. "Did you see that Georgie and the kids are back?" Patty Olson pointed out the obvious from the pew in front of him. He nodded, holding his hat in his hands, ready to bolt out the back. "Yes, I see that." "You should stay for coffee, say hello," his godmother suggested. "I should head back to the ranch, make sure my new hand shows up on time." She gave him a disappointed look. "It wouldn't kill you to be cordial. It's Georgie after all." How his godmother stayed ignorant of the situation, even now, surprised him. Didn't everyone in Prairie Valley know he'd broken Georgie's heart? Georgie hadn't realized how much she missed the smell of spring on the farm. As they drove home from church, the sun hit the golden stalks of grass, warming the ground below. She wondered when the peepers would come out. The nostalgia of the old days of riding bikes and horses came with the smell of the thawing earth. She missed lazy summer days, swimming in the creek, bonfires in the fall, skating in the winter. She mostly missed times where she felt completely safe from all life's troubles. She was so wrapped up in memories that she missed Nathan's truck at first, until Charlie called out from the back. "Daddy's here!" He began to bounce in his seat, rolling down his window and sticking his arm out, waving. "Dad!" The air suddenly disappeared from her lungs, as though she was being swallowed underwater, as she saw Nathan step down from the porch. Sunglasses covered his eyes, and he wore a suit as though he had just come from work. Georgie knew his tight schedule didn't allow for him to drive all the way to Prairie Valley. What did he have to cancel to be there? "Stop here, Mom," Charlie said, snapping off his seatbelt. The moment the car stopped, both Rosie and Charlie got out. Charlie ran to Nathan, his arms wide open. Nathan knelt down and pulled Charlie into a hug. Olivia didn't move from her seat. She sat frozen, like Georgie. She didn't even look at her phone, just stared at the two hugging on the drive. "Olivia, go greet your dad," Maggie pushed. Olivia was about to argue when Maggie said, "Go on now, he's your daddy." Olivia slammed the car door, rocking the whole vehicle as Georgie looked out the windshield. "You want to invite him in for lunch?" Maggie asked. "No." Her mother nodded once. "What about the kids?" "He can take them out to lunch if he wants to eat." Maggie pushed the door open but hesitated to get out. "I'll pack up some sandwiches and they can have lunch out by the lake." It was a perfect spot for a picnic. She wouldn't be surprised if Charlie got into the cold water. The creek that fed into the lake had a rope swing. It had been one of Nathan's favorite spots on the farm. "Then I'll ask him to leave," Maggie said as she got out. Georgie sat behind the wheel, watching Olivia giving Nathan a stiff hug. She tried to conjure up some of Pastor Phil's sermon of being open to forgiveness to those who trespass against them. But as she looked at him, staring back at her in his tailored suit, she realized she might never be able to manage that. She stayed in the driver's seat even when she heard him say, "I need to talk to your mother." Shooing the kids off with Maggie, he walked over to her, the gravel crunching under his polished Italian leather loafers. She popped open the door and got out, her heart racing as he came closer. "Georgie, we need to talk." "How could you?" The words came out more desperate than she wanted, and immediately emotions flooded her eyes, blurring his figure. She closed them, wiping away the moisture, then wrapped her arms around herself. She looked out at the fields, focusing on the horizon off in the distance. "I never meant for it to happen, it's just that things haven't been the same since." "Don't. Georgie, I'm sorry. I am, but I've been lonely. It seems like you are never with me." "You're blaming me?" She wanted to swing a right hook, right then and there. Nathan's eyes flashed as he looked down at her hands, fisting up. "No, I'm just trying to explain." "How do you explain kissing that girl in the airport?" She let out a huff. "What are they going to say, Nathan?" He now looked afraid. "She's not a girl. She's been helping with the campaign." "Oh, she looks like she'd be a real help." Georgie could feel her face warming up, the pressure of keeping it together steaming out of her. "You sent Sherry to our house." "Georgie, my whole life is riding on this. Our whole lives are riding on this. You think this is about you, but it's so much more than that. I have a staff and a responsibility to the state of Minnesota. I don't have time." "You should have thought about that before you kissed a woman in the middle of the Minneapolis International Airport," she screamed at him. "I am not your constituent. I'm your wife, the mother of your children. I deserve a little more than a swing by after church service and before Sunday baseball." She couldn't stand to be near him any longer. "You need to leave." "Georgie, what are you going to do?" There was fear in his voice, not regret. She let out a single laugh. He was right. It wasn't about her. It was about him. "Just leave, Nathan." "Georgie, come on. You know how much work it took us to get here. If anyone catches wind of this, it could ruin everything." "Leave." He shook his head. "Not without the kids." Her fist tightened. "How do you think you'll explain that one to your voters? Your stay-at-home wife is away without her kids." She held the cards at this point, and he knew it. "Olivia asked to come back with me." He watched her hands. "She wants to come home." "She's not leaving." Did he think she would ever let go of her children? "Georgie, they're my children too." "Then get your lawyer ready, and your publicist." She prayed he wouldn't call her bluff. "You'd ruin our lives." "You already did that." The sound of a steel shotgun jacking around into the chamber echoed from the barn. Rosie appeared from out of the shadows. "Oh, hello, Nathan." Rosie stood with the 20-gauge double barrel in both hands, disengaging it. "I thought I heard a rat in the barn. Looks like he wears a nice suit, too." "Rosie." Nathan stood with his hands on his hips. "I was just leaving." "You aren't staying for lunch?" Rosie asked, her voice sweet. "No, tell the kids I'll be back in a few days." Nathan headed for his truck, a black Ford pickup he had no use for other than to fit in with the regular Joes, the common man in Minnesota, the farmers and middle class, all American. He was a complete fraud. She didn't watch as Nathan pulled out of the driveway. Her eyes were on Olivia peeking out of the living room window, tears falling down her face. "Did you really have to bring out the shotgun?" she asked her sister. Rosie shrugged. "He's lucky I didn't shoot him." "Rosie, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't bring your opinions into this." "Don't worry, I won't ruin Mr. Precious's reputation. I just need to figure things out." She knew she wasn't fooling anyone. Rosie opened her mouth, then snapped it shut and headed back into the barn, leaving Georgie standing alone in the middle of the dirt drive. She looked back at the window, but Olivia had gone. What was she going to do? Chapter 4. The next morning, as Georgie sat in front of her cereal bowl, she didn't know how she felt. One minute, her heart felt as though it was tearing apart, yet the next, it pounded with anger. "Farmers who wait for perfect weather never plant," Maggie said, as she packed snacks for the kids. Rain clouds covered the sky, threatening to open up at any moment. "We're planting?" "Aunt Rosie needs your help with the horses," Maggie explained again. Georgie had no idea what point her mother was trying to make. "We have to help with the horses?" Olivia whined. "Idle hands make for an idle mind." Maggie patted Olivia's back. "Some fresh air and hard work will make you appreciate what you have." For years, Georgie thought her mother's famous quotes came from the Bible. But as an adult, married to a politician husband who frequently used scripture in his speeches, she learned that hardly any of her phrases were from the good book. She mixed them together from bits of old adages or made them up entirely. Her hands shook at the thought of Nathan quoting the Bible. "It smells in the barn," Olivia complained. "I don't even like horses." "Well, that's going to change," Rosie declared, crossing the wooden floor in her cowboy boots. "I like horses." Charlie jumped at the chance to spend the day with his aunt in the barn. "What do I get to do?" "We're going to start with mucking the stalls, then give them a good brushing before we head out to the pasture." Rosie looked at Georgie, who was still in her bathrobe. "Maybe you should join us." Georgie shot Rosie a look. She wasn't hiding her feelings like Georgie had asked her to do. She'd made jabs like that all night. "I think I'll stay behind." "Good," Olivia mumbled under her breath. "What did you say?" Georgie couldn't believe her daughter's audacity. Did she not understand how badly she was hurting? How hard this was on her, too? I said good. Why don't we head out to the barn now? Rosie steered Olivia out of the kitchen with Charlie following, oblivious, behind them. Georgie watched, baffled by her daughter's behavior. Who was this child? Why does she have to be so mean to me? Georgie asked Maggie, the moment the door closed. She didn't understand why all of Olivia's anger was directed at her. Last night, she'd overheard her talking to Nathan on the phone, begging to stay with him in the cities. Georgie shook her head. Olivia was old enough to understand, old enough to know the betrayal Nathan had inflicted on them. How could she take his side? She's just upset and taking it out on you. She begged to go back home. Georgie hated to have to admit the truth. Maggie sat down next to her, wrapped her hands around Georgie's, and squeezed. Take the opportunity while the kids are with Rosie to really have that conversation with Nathan. Georgie nodded, the reality weighing her down, quieting her. Nathan may be a fool, but he's their father. Maggie spoke sternly. You need to figure things out for Olivia and Charlie. Otherwise, all the uncertainty will make her even more upset. She pulled her hands out of her mother's grasp and covered her face before the tears came out. The idea of her children being suddenly thrust into this mess made her sick. Shaking her head, she cried, I don't know what to do. The night before on the phone, Nathan promised to let the assistant go if she returned to their home. Once the election was over in November, they could figure out their marriage. Never once did he say he wanted to work things out. Never once did he tell her he loved her. Not once did he give her any reason to forgive him. He was all business. I don't know if I can leave him, but I can't stay with him either. This will always be your home. Maggie handed her a box of tissues. By now, her mother had to have guessed her circumstances. Right now, Olivia's watching how you handle this. Show her your strength. I don't have any strength, Georgie cried out. Look at me. I'm falling apart. Mama might think she knew what was going on, but she had no real idea what Georgie was going through. Georgie's parents' marriage was something out of a fairy tale, a real love story, something she always thought she'd have for herself. Falling in love in high school, married with children, beautiful family farm, good neighbors, members of a good Lutheran church, not putting on a sham for the public. I came running back home again, she cried. The kids were too young to remember the last time. Maggie's lips curled up sympathetically. Maybe this is where you were always supposed to be. Sam watched as the young man walked up the driveway, a full 24 hours late for his first shift. Well, you must be Jesse? Yes, sir. The boy couldn't be more than 16, 17 at the most. You from this area? Sam hadn't seen too many people walk to the ranch before. You walked here? The kid shook his head. No, sir. Do you realize you're a day late? Yes, sir. I got stuck in Fargo. That's only a few hours away, not 24. Well, sir, I couldn't find a ride. The boy held onto a backpack, wearing a pair of steel-toed boots. Did you hitchhike all the way here? The boy nodded. Sam's instincts were pretty good. He could tell when people were skipping through town because of trouble. The signs were there, but the usual radar wasn't turning on with this one. I don't want any kind of trouble, especially with underage kids running from home. The boy nodded, but kept his back straight. He almost matched Sam's 6'1". I'm really more here to meet Ryan Gunderson than for the job. The boy extended a piece of paper to Sam. I mean, I want the job, but I'm his son. Sam's stomach dropped. He had to admit that he saw the resemblance. He grabbed the folded paper, the creases darkened as if it had been folded again and again over time. The birth certificate had Jesse Ryan Gunderson written in bold black letters. Your father's Ryan? This wasn't the first time a stray had come to the ranch, but this kid was the first to declare a blood relation. Yes, sir. Where's your mother? He looked at the paper. Marie? Died almost a year ago. Sam's irritation suddenly fell away as his empathy grew from the boy's circumstances, and so did his curiosity. Have you talked to Ryan? No, sir. And you're looking for a job? The kid shrugged. I could use some work, but I was headed to the cities if this didn't work out. Sam looked at him, thinking of the application. The kid would only be able to find a job that offered minimum wage, not enough to live off. I'm looking for an extra hand, but if you're under 18, you need to attend school. To work a ranch? According to your birth certificate, you're 16, which in the state of Minnesota, you have to attend school. He didn't even know what he was saying was true. He probably should go to the authorities, contact social services. One thing he did know, he was grateful his mother was no longer here to witness another one of Ryan's messes. Who've you been staying with? My grandfather, but he and I don't seem to see eye to eye on certain things. Sam wondered what those certain things were. Does Ryan know about you? Sam didn't mean to sound cold, but the boy didn't seem offended. He shrugged. According to my mother, he knows. Sam clicked his tongue, wondering if this was all legit. Ryan not telling him about a son was no surprise. He and his little brother hadn't seen eye to eye themselves for many years, not since the day their father died. Sam figured Ryan resented the fact that Sam inherited the Broken Eagle Ranch. He was the eldest son, and even though they had modern equipment and amenities, his father had been old-fashioned when it came to running the family business. Where are you from? The birth certificate said Minneapolis, but he'd mentioned Fargo. Then there was Bozeman. All over. None of the information made sense, just like this kid. Why don't you take your stuff to the workers' quarters and we can come up with a work schedule? Yes, sir. You'll have to take classes at night. He'd done this for a few ranch hands, boys helping out their families. He knew how important an education could be to get them out of Prairie Valley. He looked at the tall, scrawny, half-boy, half-man, wondering if he was making a mistake. Let me show you where you'll stay. They need someone down at the school, Maggie said, as she cut potatoes for dinner. She'd already mentioned the long-term substitute position, but didn't seem to register Georgie's disinterest. Will you put some salt into the pot? Georgie grabbed the pot lid. Steam escaped as the water boiled inside. I'm not getting a job here. It's perfect. Just for the rest of the year, get your mind off things. Better than sitting around in your pajamas. Maggie looked at Georgie, who had worn the same yoga pants since she got there. Then, when people ask, you can tell everyone you're here to help me with the farm. Mama, no one will believe you need help. It'll look good for his campaign, taking care of his mother-in-law, sacrifice, family, etc. Mama, no, I'm not lying about you. That's where she'd hold on to her integrity. She could pretend for a little longer with Nathan, but she wouldn't lie about her mother. Honestly, I like having you all here. Maggie dumped the potatoes into the pot, then sat back in her chair at the kitchen table, the wood creaking along with her bones. Even with Rosie out in the barn, it's awfully lonely in this big house. Georgie had heard the quiet. It was different since Daddy died. I'm sorry, Mama. I should have stayed longer after Daddy. She joined her at the table. Her mother patted her hands. It wouldn't have made a difference at the time. The pain was so loud, and having people around just added to the noise, but now it's just quiet. Regret bubbled up inside Georgie. She pulled out the chair next to her mother, her father's chair, and leaned her head in her hands. When had she stopped coming up all the time? Was it before Olivia? Before her wedding? Before Nathan? How many times had she not come back for fear of running into Sam? All that time with her father, lost, gone. And for what? She blew out a deep breath. What am I going to do, Mama? Olivia seems so mad at me. You're safer. Maggie rubbed Georgie's back. She doesn't trust Nathan right now. She's probably afraid he'll leave her too. That, she knew, wouldn't happen. Nathan might not be a good husband, but he loved his children. He blamed me. Shame filled her. Exposing Nathan would change Maggie's feelings for him forever, but she couldn't hold it in either. She was embarrassed, angry, hurt. Every emotion spilled through her. He blamed me because of the miscarriage. He blamed you! Maggie's eyes snapped with fire. He's a real son of a... Mama. Georgie sunk her head into her hands, her hair falling around her face. What should I do? Maggie let out a long breath. Idle minds are dangerous minds. You need to get out, do something that makes you think, not get stuck in the hamster wheel of thoughts and doubts. Go down to that school and take that job. Then, take that time to really look at things. You can register the kids for the rest of the year. I haven't taught since Charlie was born. She shook her head. Plus, Olivia would kill me. Olivia has a lot of support here. Maggie pulled away. You have a lot of support here. Georgie picked at a hole in the plastic tablecloth, trying to process everything. You used to love teaching. Maggie rubbed the top of her hand. It's at the high school, teaching night school. Plus, you should have some of your own money. The insinuation was as clear as day. Maggie was helping Georgie get her ducks in a row. Georgie looked out at the pasture, watching as Rosie walked in front of a pretty dappled mare with Olivia holding the reins. The horse moved willingly, comfortable even with a stranger, muscles rolling powerfully. Who is that? Stardust. Maggie looked out the window. Look at that, she's smiling. Georgie wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. But there in the dewy grass, Olivia rubbed the horse's neck with both hands, looking up at it with a smile. How long had it been since she had seen Olivia smile like that? The woman who was teaching went out on medical leave, and it being spring, and this being night school, they're willing to hire anyone with a pulse. Maggie squeezed Georgie's hand as she continued to look out at Olivia. You can enroll the kids. It's perfect for now. Maggie sighed. And anyone asking will understand if you tell them it's because of me. Chapter 5. Some might think Sam had a thing about education. He had always wished he had finished college, but it was really his mother who instilled the importance of learning. She had been a school teacher, well loved by her students and the whole community. She was the one who encouraged the donations and the volunteer work. How many times had he come in during his summers to help set up her classroom? She was also the one who suggested he run for the school board, and before he had time to think, he was on the ballot. What brings you in today, Mr. Gunderson? The secretary asked. I need to register my nephew for night school. He's staying at the ranch. Jane's face showed her surprise. Nephew? Sam nodded. He had thought long and hard the night before about what he was going to say. Once he registered Jesse in school, it wouldn't be long before everyone knew about him. Jane would be completely professional, keeping this information to herself. It was the 300 students, teachers, and volunteer moms who would spread the word. Better to just be honest about it, get the gossip over with, and move on. Jane passed over a folder to Jesse and a packet to Sam. You'll need to have 2 proofs of residency, along with proof of guardianship. Do you have any records with you from your old school? Sam had called Jesse's grandfather the night he arrived. The old man couldn't get off the phone fast enough and had nothing good to say. He's quiet, doesn't open his mouth even when spoken to. He could hardly make it to school, always skipping classes. You could never get that kid's head out of a book to do anything to help out. But Jesse, so far, had been nothing but helpful around the ranch. He headed straight to the barn that first night, asking what he needed to do the next morning. He worked along with the other ranch hands, following their directions. He didn't fight the idea of school. "No, ma'am," he said to the secretary, but his eyes were downcast, stuck on the worn carpet. Jane nodded at the teenager. "Okay, well, you'll have to take an assessment on the computer before you start classes. I'll print out your schedule until we figure out how many credits you will need to graduate." Sam glanced at the boy. The resemblance to Ryan was uncanny after the initial shock. Sam had invited him to dinner. The boy even sat like Ryan, slouched in the chair, uncomfortable in his long, lanky body. There was no doubt he was Ryan's son. "We think we've found a hire for night school," the secretary told him. "Georgie Boudreau." "Georgie Meyer?" He couldn't hold back his surprise. "Yes, I guess you're right, Georgie Meyer, the governor's wife." He couldn't believe it. What was she doing, taking a long-term sub-position? "She's taking care of her mom. Guess Maggie's having a hard time with John's passing." Sam almost said something, but decided to keep it to himself. He thought about his own mother. She never got over the loss of his father, and when she died, he was sure it was from heartache more than the cancer. But Maggie had been different. She had grieved with reflection and gratitude. She missed John, that he was sure of, but she wasn't unable to take care of herself. She might be lonely and grieving, but not enough to need Georgie and the kids to stay and help. Was he missing something? Just when he was about to ask another question about Georgie, she came walking into the main office of the school. Behind her was a teenage girl whose beauty made Jesse's eyes widen. Her daughter, he assumed. Georgie's eyes also widened when she recognized him. "Sam!" Her mouth dropped open. "Georgie." He tilted his head at her, unsure if the moment called for greetings and salutations. Did he reach out and shake her hand, or lean in for a terribly awkward hug? But when she stood frozen, he decided to carry on with business. "Heard you're taking Mrs. Martland's position." "Yes," she said. He gestured with his hat in his hand. "This must be Olivia." She looked at her daughter, and a natural love spread across her face, easing her tension. "Yes, she's registering for the spring." The teenage girl didn't pay any attention to her mother. Instead, she was paying attention to Jesse. "Here you go." Jane passed a piece of paper to Jesse. "This is your schedule." "Thanks, ma'am." Jane turned her attention to Jesse. "Mr. Gunderson, meet your teacher, Mrs. Meyer." "Gunderson?" Georgie asked. Jesse waved and looked away, tucking his unkempt hair behind his ears. Olivia timidly lifted her hand back at him. "This is Jesse." Sam shifted his stance, feeling the urge to tell her the whole truth. How the kid showed up at his doorstep looking for a job, telling him he was Ryan's boy. Tell her everything, like he could in the old days, lay all his worries out. She always seemed to understand exactly how he felt, even when he wasn't sure. When his dad died, she had sat in silence with him for hours before he could talk about it. When his mother hadn't gotten better, she didn't judge when he'd complain. When Ryan fell apart, she helped take care of him. She always led Sam to the right path. My nephew. It shouldn't have been a surprise that his life went to hell after he drove her away. "You look a lot like Ryan." She looked Jesse over, a small humorous smile on her lips. "How is your dad?" He shrugged. "I don't know." "Oh." Her eyebrow lifted. "Well, do you enjoy reading?" "Depends on the book," Jesse said. Sam could tell by the way she played with her bracelet that she was uncomfortable. He made her uncomfortable. "You'll see him tomorrow, then," Sam said, nodding at the ladies, getting the heck out of there. "Have a nice day." "Where's Olivia?" Georgie yelled up to Charlie, who had climbed to the top of the oak tree by the playhouse. He had to be 30 or more feet in the air. "You better get down from there." "Aw, do I have to?" he whined. "I can see the church steeple from up here." "Get down before you fall and break your neck." She looked around the yard for any sign of Olivia. "Where's your sister?" "In the barn." "Again?" She'd tried giving Olivia some space after they registered at school. At least that's what she told herself, but really it was Olivia who avoided her. She practically jumped out of the car when they pulled up the drive. For the rest of the morning, she was nowhere to be found. Once she saw Charlie climb down a few branches, she headed over to the barn. Before she stepped inside, she peeked through the sliding doors, watching as Olivia scratched Stardust's neck. She could see Olivia's lips moving, as though she were talking to the horse, but she couldn't make out what she was saying. "Hey," she said as she entered. Olivia jumped a bit, but didn't change her focus. "I wondered if you wanted to talk." Just a year ago, Olivia would come to her when she had a problem. They'd talk about her friendship dramas, difficulties with schoolwork, even dealing with the pain of losing her grandfather. Olivia and Georgie grieved together when he died. She had never felt closer to her daughter. Now, they had never felt more distant. "Nope." She rubbed down the length of the horse's neck. "I don't want to talk to you." "Come on, Olivia." Georgie didn't understand her. "Why are you taking everything out on me?" "I want to go back home. I don't want to have to stay in some hick town with nothing to do other than shovel horse poop." She looked at Georgie with hate in her eyes. "You don't care about anyone other than yourself." Olivia's words stung her like a slap across her face. "This is not my fault." "What you don't get is, the women were never the problem," Olivia screamed back at her. She knew Georgie's secret. This wasn't Nathan's first indiscretion. Olivia turned her attention back to the horse, pretending that Georgie wasn't standing there. "So, this is Stardust?" Georgie stepped up to the horse, clearing her throat, pushing down the tears, thinking about what Mama said. "Stay strong." She leaned against the stall door. "She's quite the show-off." The mare leaned into Olivia to elicit more scratches. She patted the solid shoulder, and Stardust shook her head, wiggling her ears, not at all concerned about the stranger touching her. The door to the apartment above swung open, and Rosie stepped out, pointing to Olivia. "Liv, you're just the person I was looking for." "Me?" Olivia looked up. Rosie nodded as she stuffed her phone in her back jeans pocket. "We're going to get the new gelding this afternoon. You want to join us?" "Really?" Olivia's face brightened up. "I would love to." "What horse?" Georgie asked. "The one I was telling you about the other day." Rosie draped her arm around Olivia's shoulders. "When are you going?" "As soon as Mr. Gunderson shows up with the trailer." "Sam's helping you?" Georgie wouldn't have admitted this to anyone, even Rosie, but Sam had been on her mind most of the morning since her encounter at the school. Rosie smiled at Georgie. "You want to come with us?" Georgie looked down at her outfit. She had already showered and dressed for class, including uncomfortable dress shoes. Plus, she had to get plans together. She didn't have time to pick up a horse. It had nothing to do with any treacherous feelings that might be surfacing. "I think I'll stay behind." Rosie looked disappointed, but Olivia didn't. In fact, she seemed to brighten up when Georgie declined. "Can I come?" Charlie asked as he came running into the barn. "Sure can," Rosie answered. "I mean, if that's cool." "Sure, that's fine. Just make sure they get home before dinner. They have school tomorrow." Olivia immediately hugged Rosie, squeezing her aunt like she had done with Georgie so many times before. Had Georgie known that kind of affection from Olivia would be so fleeting, she would have held onto her daughter forever. Pulling up to the Boudreau farm made Sam feel like he was 17 again, until he remembered Jessie in the passenger's seat. The strange feeling of nostalgia mixed with pain leached through his chest, and he didn't like it. For years, he had shoved that feeling of heartache away. Now, as Georgie resurfaced in Prairie Valley, so did his pain and regret. He half expected, half hoped that Georgie would come out of the barn with Rosie, but instead it was Olivia. Jessie seemed to notice only the girl when he made his introductions. "This is my nephew, Jesse," he gestured to the boy. Rosie laughed and pulled the boy into a hug, his gangly body uneasy at her overly friendly embrace. "You look exactly like him. And these are Georgie's kids, Olivia and Charlie." She stepped back to allow Olivia to step forward. A small boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old, jumped in the middle of the group. "I'm Charlie." "We actually met Olivia this morning with Georgie at the school," Sam said. "Jessie, you remember Miss Meyer?" He nodded. "Nice to meet you." She kept her eyes on his, a small smile on her lips, hardly noticeable but definitely there. She looked like her mother had looked at that age. "You saw Georgie?" Rosie looked surprised. She didn't mention it. Rosie was about to say something more, but he interrupted her. "Should we get going?" She nodded and asked, "You don't mind if I bring these two?" Sam shook his head as Jessie kept his eyes on Olivia. "Absolutely not." He opened the back door for the 2 kids. Both jumped right inside. "Does he need a kiddie seat or anything?" Rosie held up a booster seat. "Got it covered." "Aw, come on," the little one complained. "Jessie, you can sit back with Charlie." Sam walked around the truck, opening the side door for Rosie. "So you have directions?" Rosie held up her phone. This wasn't the first time they'd rescued a horse together. What Rosie did for these horses was honorable. Giving up an afternoon was nothing compared to what she did for these animals and their owners. Most of the time, she took in animals from people suffering hardships. Loss of a job, the crops not so good, or no longer able to take care of the animal, like Mr. Peterson this afternoon. Rosie would foster them until she could find a new owner. She had people in the community who helped by donating food, or hay, or cash. Sam helped as much as he could. "It's right up 95. "How many horses does this make it?" 6. He nodded. "You've rescued 6 horses?" Olivia asked from the back. "Your aunt has rescued more than 6, but this is my 6th time helping her." Sam didn't want her going out to strange farms, alone. "This should go smoothly," Rosie said. "Mr. Peterson's selling the farm and needs a new home for the horse." "What kind of horse is it?" "A quarter horse." Rosie glanced back at Olivia. "His name is Midnight, and he's gorgeous, but he's been alone and has some trust issues. He's going to be a fine horse with some TLC." Rosie turned to the back seat and said to Jessie, "You know, your daddy was known for taming horses like Midnight." Sam could see the passion in Rosie's eyes, and he was almost jealous. He had seen that passion in Ryan's eyes as well. "Do you remember that mare Ryan jumped on at Old Man Smith's farm?" Rosie asked him. "She practically killed him." Sam laughed. He hadn't thought about that time in so long. "You must have been little." Rosie laughed with him. "I was around 6, but man, do I remember that kick." "What happened?" Olivia asked. "Jessie's dad, Ryan, tried riding a Mustang, and the horse not only flung him off but kicked him right in the bottom. He was never right again after that." "Really?" Jessie's eyes widened in horror. "No, he's joking. But man, he was lucky he survived." Rosie shook her head. As they arrived at the farm, Sam jumped out and noticed Charlie standing next to him. "Are you a cowboy?" he asked, looking down at Sam's boots. Sam didn't consider himself a cowboy, but obviously wasn't what this boy would consider a businessman either. "Sort of. That's what Mom calls you, a cowboy." "Your mom called me a cowboy?" "Yep." Charlie pointed to his hat. "Can I try it on?" Sam removed his hat, one he had worn for years, and sunk the boy's head in it. "Now you're a cowboy." Rosie pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of Charlie before he gave the Stetson back. He followed the group to greet Mr. Peterson, but his mind kept floating back to the idea that Georgie had been talking about him. What else did she tell her son? Don't trust the cowboy. He's a cheater and a liar. If she did, the boy didn't seem to care. He happily hung next to him as Mr. Peterson brought them to the barn. "He's real skittish." The old man walked slowly, leaning hard on his cane. Time had not been good to him. "You might want to stand back, little girl." Olivia didn't listen to him. Instead, she walked straight up to the horse and looked into his black eyes. "He's beautiful." "I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Rosie." The man pulled out a handkerchief, wiping away the moisture from his eyes. "I'd hate to see him go to slaughter." "It's really no problem, Mr. Peterson," Rosie said. But Sam knew the truth. Rosie, who barely made over minimum wage at the local bar, had no business getting another horse, even if she was giving riding lessons. From what he heard around town, she didn't charge much or anything if the family couldn't afford it. She never turned away a young rider. As he looked at the horse, with Olivia already rubbing his shoulder, he could see the Boudreau family traits of compassion and empathy were in her as well. What a fool he was. "Wish you still had her, don't you?" Rosie asked. His heart dropped. Was he that transparent? "Excuse me?" Windswept. He looked out at the black horse and saw the similarities. His late horse, another pain he had tried to forget. "Yes, I miss her terribly." Chapter 6. Georgie stood in the same classroom she'd had for 10th grade American literature. Most things were the same, but with a smart board instead of a projector and a sound system set up with a microphone. Of course, the biggest change was that instead of being the student, she was the teacher. What exactly would she be teaching for a group of students who couldn't make it through regular school? "You'll want to wear this," Jane, the secretary said, putting the lanyard with a microphone on it around her neck. "There's a student who's hard of hearing." Jane had been kind enough to stay late to help prepare Georgie for her class. "You have about 16 in the class." "This is the curriculum?" She held a stapled packet of papers of state standards and competencies. Regret filled her stomach as the time seemed to be running away from her. "Think about the basics. What these students really need is to just get enough credits to graduate," Jane said. "Most of them are adults who are returning for their GED, but there are a few teenage students who just do better in this setting." Georgie definitely regretted this. "I've only taught elementary school." "You'll be fine," she patted her on the arm. "Let's see who you have." Jane peered over the list. Matt Gerard is a good kid, but just couldn't make it to class during the day. Then there's Hannah Destin. She's about 6 months pregnant. We're hoping she can finish school before the baby comes. Oh, and the new student, Jesse Gunderson. Suddenly the idea of having Sam's nephew in her class seemed awkward. Seeing him in church brought back feelings she thought had died the day he told her he slept with Rochelle Hanson, the girl who had chased him throughout their relationship. Blonde, big-boobed, cheerleader Rochelle Hanson. He'd lost his virginity, his integrity, and broke her heart to pieces in one drunken event. She had forgotten what it felt like, being Sam's girl. She had forgotten how absolutely perfect they had been, and she hated him for it. She'd never felt that way with Nathan. She loved him, but not with the kind of intensity as a first love. That's why it hurt so much, even 20 years later. She'd thought she'd die without him. She didn't die, but now she was being tortured. "Good evening," a girl said, so quietly that Georgie barely heard her. She didn't see her either until she noticed a head poking in the doorway. "Come in." Georgie waved her hand, still unsure what the heck she was going to do with the class. A get-to-know-you game? A lecture on the value of literature? She looked down at the books she'd picked up through Amazon, who'd charged her an arm and a leg for overnight shipping. One copy of A Narrative in the Life of Frederick Douglass, and the story of the first troop who volunteered for the Civil War from Minnesota. How was she ever going to teach these students American literature for 3 months? Even the basics were pushing it. She'd be lucky to know all their names by June. The girl, perhaps 17, was petite and wearing a very oversized sweatshirt. She cupped her stomach, which clued Georgie in to who she was. "You must be Hannah." Georgie held out her hand, gesturing toward the front seats. "I'm Mrs. Meyer. I heard you're married to the governor." For just a split second, her worries had escaped her mind. She hadn't thought about Nathan or what she was going to do about her marriage. Funny how teaching had always done that for her. The vibes she caught from being in front of her students were energizing. She loved being there as students connected to a story or figured out something new that clued them in to who they were as a learner and as a person. But just like that, she was reminded of the real reason she stood in front of this class of rejects. She was one of them. "Yes, I am. Welcome." An elderly man named Mr. Hobbs arrived and moved slowly into the classroom, leaning on a cane. He'd enrolled in the class just for enjoyment. "I took German before this." He took a book and looked at the back cover. "Ah, Frederick Douglass. Good choice." She paced the front in short steps, checking the board, even though it had been perfect over an hour ago, held her attendance list in her hands, and squeezed the rolled-up paper tighter, then looked at it. 14 students were supposed to be there, but the class was about to start at 6:30, and she had 2. When there were 5 minutes to spare, almost all of the remaining students came in a bunch. "You must be James," she said to a boy with one side of his head shaved and the other dyed pink. He nodded and took a seat up front with Mr. Hobbs, but on the other side of the room. "Amanda," she guessed, with the next student who entered. Amanda adjusted her glasses and gave a big smile, then took a desk near Hannah. "Allie?" she asked, when a tall girl with short black hair came in. "Yeah." "Sit anywhere." If she was teaching elementary again, she'd seat them in clusters, 4 to a group. Each desk would have homemade, decorated name tags and an information packet about the school. The room itself would be decorated to the nines. Posters placed thoughtfully along the bulletin boards that were papered with borders of apples and rainbow-colored hands. She looked out at her new group of misfits and realized only Jessie Gunderson was missing. "Well, let's get started, shall we?" She unrolled her attendance list and began her introduction. "My name is Mrs. Meyer, and we're going to be studying together until the end of the year." She looked out at the faces, her heart in her throat, pounding nervously. "For the next few weeks, we'll be reading the following 2 books together. While studying author's craft, American history, the cause and effect of Northern industry on slavery, while exploring it through the written word." She passed out the books to those who hadn't picked them up. "So, let's see who's here." She began to call out names. "Dylan." "Here." A blond boy in the back corner raised his hand. "Allie?" "Here." The girl shifted in her seat. "Hannah." "Here." The young mother-to-be smiled widely and seemed excited to be there. "Jesse?" She knew he wasn't there, but she said his name again before she'd mark him absent. "Jesse? Here." The tall, slender young man came hurrying into the room, out of breath. "I'm here." Class started at 6:30. This would be her only warning, although she felt ridiculous being the authoritarian over someone his age. "I know." He didn't look at her, instead, clomping in his cowboy boots to an empty seat. She passed him the 2 textbooks, and he dropped them on the desk without even a thank you. "Okay, well, let's begin." The rest of the class went fine, but Sam's nephew didn't look away from the window all evening. "You need to read the first 5 chapters of the narrative, so we can discuss them on Thursday." Jessie took off before she even finished talking. The young man stayed on her mind as she cleaned up and got ready to go home. She packed her bag and locked the classroom up. On the drive home, her thoughts went back to her normal worries. How long could she fight Nathan over the kids? He'd want to settle things, sooner or later. The election campaign wasn't going to continue forever. Then he'd be attorney-at-law Nathan, and ruthless. Funny how his drive had been one of the things she'd loved the most about him. Nathan always got what he wanted. He'd want the kids. He'd want the house, the cars, everything, and she wanted to be ready. As she pulled out onto County Road 95, her headlights illuminated a tall, lanky figure up ahead. She pulled over as soon as she realized it was Jessie, walking alongside the road. "Do you need a ride?" she asked, through the passenger's window. "Nah, I'm good." "Get in the car." She put her car in park. "Or I'll call your uncle to pick you up. Nobody should be walking home in the dark on this road. It's way too dangerous." He looked at her sullenly for several moments before giving in. "Fine." He opened the back door and threw his bag in, then climbed into the front seat without another word. "You're welcome." "Thank you." He practically growled it out. "Don't you have a ride?" Wouldn't Sam have offered to drive his nephew? "I don't have a car." Was he late for class because he walked the 4 miles to school? Poor kid. She felt bad she had said what she had in class. "Well, I can give you a ride." She couldn't believe Sam didn't even think of that. What kind of guardian was he? "It's not a problem at all." Jessie didn't respond, which made her back off, not wanting to push, but it would be easy enough. Then, in a softer voice, Jessie said, "Thanks, that would be great." Sam hadn't meant to stay up. Heck, he hadn't stayed up past 9 o'clock in years, since he woke at 3:30 in the morning. But there he was, sitting, reading the Prairie Valley Gazette. When he offered Jessie a ride to class after his shift on the ranch, the kid told him no, and walked off before Sam had time to argue. Now it was after 9, and he was growing concerned about where his nephew might be. Just as he pulled out his phone, a set of headlights streamed across the living room wall, moving shadows along the floor. He stood up, looking out to see Jessie jumping out of a very fancy silver Land Rover and heading straight for the ranch quarters down the dirt road. He could see her inside the vehicle looking at him, or was she scowling? Either way, she left before he could get out of the house. When her taillights disappeared down the road, he headed to the quarters. The boy might look like Sam's brother, but he didn't behave like him, which was a relief. He was a good worker. He kept mostly to himself and was quieter than a mouse. He did what had to be done and did it well. In his spare time, he read books, lots of books. In the short time he had been there, each time he saw the kid, he'd have a different one in his hand. If anything, he reminded Sam more of himself than Ryan. He knocked on the door of Jessie's room. "So, how was class?" he asked, as soon as the kid opened the door. He wanted to hear about what kind of teacher Georgie was. As a kid, she had talked to his mom about becoming an educator, and his mother loved the idea of taking Georgie under her wing, bringing her to the school, having her help tutor students at the house. His mother also loved having Georgie around the ranch all the time. gladly welcoming another female to the mix. She soon became one of the family. She hung around the ranch, riding horses with Ryan, helping his mother with bulletin boards and baking, and spending any free time with Sam. "Fine," Jessie said. Sam waited for more, but Jessie added nothing else. "Do you like your teacher?" "She's nice." He looked at Sam as though he wanted nothing to do with this conversation. "Do you need a ride to your next class?" he asked, prodding a little more. "No, I'm good." Jessie's eyes darted toward the door. "Right. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow morning." Jessie nodded, but quickly shut the door behind Sam. He should have probably offered to let him stay with him in the big house. The old family farmhouse had plenty of bedrooms, 5 in total, a grand living room for guests and parties, a kitchen you could bowl in, and a dining room that hadn't seen a warm meal in years. Back in the day, his parents loved to entertain, invite the whole town up to the ranch, potlucks after church and barbecues in the backyard. That all ended after the accident, though. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy those times, but after his dad's death, there wasn't much to celebrate. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Ryan's number again. He had been trying him since Jessie showed up, but nothing. Not even a text back. Which wasn't unlike Ryan, but Sam thought having a son might be important enough news to get him to reach out. The call went immediately to voicemail. He should have known. She had avoided this call all day, but as she sat on her childhood bed, looking at the posters of horses taped over the pink flowered wallpaper, she pressed his number. He picked up on the first ring. "Georgie, hi." "Hello, Nathan." She didn't say anything more. He wanted to talk. He had set the time. He would need to be the one who spoke first. "Right, well, I've got my first debate set this Thursday at the Fitzgerald Theater." He got right to business and her heart fell. He wasn't apologizing like she had thought he might. The other time he apologized profusely about his indiscretion. This time, he was working. "I hoped you could come with the kids. Sit up front." She almost hung up, but stopped herself. Her hand trembled as she clutched the phone. "Have you asked the kids?" "No, I was hoping you could." It had been almost a week, and nothing. No more apologies, no more hints of regret, no more blaming. Nathan was all business. Georgie didn't miss that part of him, the business side of their relationship. He needed her, whether he liked it or not. "Are you in love with her?" she blurted out. "Georgie, how long?" she hissed. He exhaled into the phone. "About a year or so." "A year!" she practically shouted, but quieted herself just in time. She didn't want Olivia or Charlie to hear their conversation. She covered her mouth with her hand. "Georgie, are you really surprised?" He sounded like he didn't believe her hurt. "Yes." A silence hung heavy in the air, like a humid August afternoon. "I'm sorry, I really am," he sighed into the phone. "I do love you, you know. It's just, we haven't really been in love, like we used to be in a long time, and quite honestly, I'm sick of tiptoeing around you." "Don't you dare turn this around on me." She raised her voice, not caring any longer who heard her. "This is about the woman you cheated on me with." "Georgie, please." "You had a year to tell me, yet you kept me on your arm for the whole state of Minnesota to see." She spoke calmly, but the tears fell in a steady stream down her face. Her whole body raged. "How do you think this is going to play out? Do you actually think the 20-year-old you're sleeping with is going to stay quiet for the press? This is the kind of thing that sells. I can't believe you'd do that to me, to your children. How dare you?" "Georgie, give me 6 months, just until the election's over, and I swear, you can take whatever you want from me." She could hear his desperation, but not for her, for his career. She could see the headlines now. Disgraced governor, extramarital affair with staff. The press would have a field day with the story. The campaign would beg her to stand by her man as he apologized to the public. How many women had stood next to their husbands as they read from a script about their indiscretions? "Can you come or not, Georgie? I just want to fill the seats, if you don't come." "Tell the press I'm staying to help with my mother," she said quickly, before she could change her mind. "You can fill the seats with your assistants." She hung up before he could speak. She couldn't believe the man she loved would turn out to be someone she hated so much. She grabbed her pillow and screamed into it. Looking up at the ceiling, she wished she could go back to when things weren't so complicated. Back to being a kid, when the only worry was making it home before curfew, or when she'd see Sam again. Sam. Her eyes drifted to her window, thinking back to the days when Sam would throw pebbles against the window pane. He'd be on the ground below her bedroom window, which conveniently was right above the back door. She'd creep down the staircase and meet him under the stars. A loud pounding shook her out of her thoughts. Someone stomped across the floor, letting the world know how she felt. Olivia slammed her bedroom door shut, followed by her feet slapping the wooden steps all the way downstairs. The screen door smacked against its hinges, rattling the photographs against the walls. Georgie looked out the window to see Olivia running out toward the barn. She must have overheard their call. She threw her phone against the bed. Her whole family was falling apart. Was it like Nathan said? Had their love completely died after losing Emma? Wiping her face in front of the mirror, she stepped out into the hall, checking to see if Charlie had been woken up by Olivia's performance. His back faced her as she peeked in his room. From the door, she could see his chest softly rise up and down. A pain stabbed her heart at his innocence. He still didn't comprehend the situation. She couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth. She tiptoed downstairs. Even if she thought Olivia's temper tantrum was over the top, she was glad her daughter found solace in the barn. It certainly had held that for her, as a confused teenager. She swore Aurora understood her feelings better than anyone. Just as she had 20 years ago, Maggie sat in the family room, reclined in her chair, watching television with a cross-stitch in her lap. Georgie stayed in the darkness of the kitchen, watching Maggie. She appeared content, but her chair faced a different way, away from the empty spot on the couch where her dad used to sit. When she was a kid, they'd always watch television together after dinner, which usually included some rerun of their favorite shows. Almost always, they'd be talking about the farm, planting, the animals, fairs, shows, the harvest. It didn't matter. The day's work was never done. "What are you watching?" she asked, sitting down on the couch, leaving her dad's spot empty. "Some crime show?" Her mother turned her attention to Georgie. "Are you going to talk to her?" Georgie sighed. "At some point." Maggie nodded. "You want to talk about it?" She should go to the barn. Georgie knew all too well what Olivia was doing, hiding her pain by ignoring it, suppressing it, and pushing it down. "I don't even know what to say." Should she treat Olivia like an adult? Tell her the truth about her relationship with her father? Could she understand at 16 what Georgie didn't understand at 38? Why don't you start with the truth? Georgie wondered what that was. She did love Nathan. She loved how, at times, he made her feel like the most special person in the world. She loved how it made her feel when he bragged about her. She had been a focal point of his campaign, but when he didn't need her for his own purposes, she often felt forgotten. "My wife grew up on a farm," he'd tell the crowds. Her family had to work hard to make ends meet, praying for good weather, a bountiful crop, and good health. And when the government kept changing rules and regulations to suit big business instead of the farmer, it didn't matter how hard they worked. He always made it sound hard, but she mostly remembered being happy. Her family's blood, sweat, and tears are in that soil. This was where he'd talk about the unions or the economy, or the crooks in Washington. She'd heard it all before. On camera, Nathan showed his love and affection, and Georgie had believed it too. How could he have kissed that woman in the elevator? She warned him she'd leave after the first woman. "How was class?" Maggie asked, changing the subject. "Good." Surprisingly, it had been. Her class size was small, but an eclectic mix of young and old. She had been worried about teaching a class with older students, especially at night school. Her passion had always been for the little ones, but surprisingly, as she went through her syllabus and discussed the months ahead, she found she had the same energy. She liked teaching, and she had forgotten that. After she had Charlie, Nathan had made the shift into politics. As First Lady of Minnesota, she had been responsible for running around and doing errands, planning fundraisers, parties, attending events with Nathan. She'd quit teaching without thinking twice about it. She wanted to be with Charlie, and they were busy. It made sense. And tonight, she realized how much she missed it. "Sam Gunderson's nephew's in your class, then?" "Yes." "Nice kid?" Mama asked. She thought about his circumstances. Jane had told her his mother had died, but there was no information as to how. From his file, it looked like he had stayed with his grandfather over the previous winter, but he had skipped school almost every day, which got social services involved. Jane had said he'd run away to Sam's ranch, and nobody came looking for him. It was only when she called the school for his records that they realized Jesse was gone. "Sam has asked to take over as legal guardian," Maggie said. It didn't surprise her. Sam always took care of everyone, even her, back in the day. So why was he so cold with his nephew? Maybe Sam Gunderson had changed over the years. When he kissed her under the rainbows, he had changed her world, but for him, it was as if it never happened. She'd hardly seen the high school boy up the road after that day. He never came by, seemed to ignore her in church, and she heard he had girlfriends here and there. And for the next 2 years, all she thought about was Sam and that kiss. Then, on her 16th birthday, as she set the table for Sunday lunch, her whole world changed. Looking back, it had been almost like a fairy tale. She remembered that the sound of tires rolling up the gravel drive had got her attention as she placed the silverware on the dining room table. They had just returned from church when Sam showed up at the house. She watched as he climbed up the front porch with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Maggie answered the door. "Sam, come in." Her father rushed to the door, taking Sam's hand and shaking it. Quarterback for the Wildcats, Sam was considered by some, including her sonless father, to be a hero after winning the state title as a sophomore. "What brings you out this way?" her father asked. Sam still wore his church clothes as he stood in the front hall, taking off his Stetson. "Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Boudreau. I was hoping to wish Georgie a happy birthday." She froze the second she heard her name. Sam Gunderson wanted to talk to her? The dishes in her hands almost slipped and fell to the table. Setting them down, she wiped her sweaty hands on her skirt and walked into the hall. She noticed how Annie, little Rosie, and her parents all watched with full attention. "Hi, Sam." She gave a small wave, unsure what to say. "Happy birthday, Georgie." He handed over the flowers. "These are for you." A mixture of brown-eyed Susans, fuchsia echinacea, and gerbera daisies were tied together with a yellow satin bow. It was the most beautiful arrangement she had ever seen. "They're lovely." He shifted his posture, scratching his forehead as he looked around the front entrance and her entire family staring at him. He finally asked, "I wondered if you wanted to go to music on the river with me?" Georgie looked at her dad before she answered, and he gave her a nod of confirmation. She knew he approved of Sam, Her father respected the young man. He would comment on his work ethic, how he seemed to be stepping in his father's footsteps. He had good grades, respected his family, attended church, and best of all, he could talk football. "I'd love to." She somehow got the words out, but was lost in those blue eyes, the same color as the shallow pond out in the back field. He left as quickly as he came, which felt surreal to Georgie, as though he had been some kind of apparition who blew in, changed her life, and blew out again. Mama, Annie, and Rosie all helped with her hair and outfit. She chose a sundress she had bought that spring. She had never been more excited, more thrilled in her life. He picked her up on time and promised her Daddy he'd bring her home early. He opened the truck door for her, but before she stepped in, he took her hand in his and said, "You look beautiful tonight." She may have been nervous at first, but Sam immediately put her at ease, talking to her as though they had known each other their whole lives. He talked about riding horses and driving cattle, telling funny stories of things gone wrong. As they reached the park, he pulled out a blanket along with a basket. "I can only make peanut butter and jelly," he explained. "My mom helped me make the cupcakes." "Sam, that's the nicest thing anyone has ever done." They sat side by side as they listened to the local band with the rest of the town. The whole night, they talked like they had been friends forever. Folks around town stopped and made small talk, and she felt grown up, being with Sam. As he lit the candle on her cupcake, he said, "Make a wish, Georgie." She closed her eyes, but didn't need to wish for anything. It had been the best day of her life. They walked hand in hand to the front porch when he dropped her off. Her chance of a kiss ended when she saw her sister spying on her from their bedroom window. "I had a great time tonight, Georgie," Sam said. Her knees went weak as he spoke. "Me too." Then, slowly, he leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. She traced her fingertips where he'd kissed her as she walked inside, her parents waiting in the living room. "Did you have a good time?" Maggie asked, knitting something new as she rocked in the recliner. "Yes, I had a wonderful time." She almost pinched herself to see if the night had actually been a dream. Her daddy smiled, looking over his reading glasses, his feet resting on the coffee table. "Did you ask him if they've started practices for football?" "Nope." Georgie floated out of the room, gliding up the stairs, thinking about the night as she washed up and headed to bed. As soon as she closed her bedroom door, she heard the tapping against the window. She froze, listening. Then there was another tap, tap, tap. She tiptoed across the floor, expecting some animal like a bat poking at the window, but there, bathed in moonlight, stood Sam. "Georgie," he whispered from the lawn. She opened up the window, the crickets singing. "Sam?" He smiled, looking up at her. "I forgot something." "What?" "Do you think you could meet me at the swimming hole?" She thought about her parents in the living room. Sneaking out would get her in big trouble. "Okay." Her bare feet crept down the back staircase, careful not to alarm anyone, especially her little sister Rosie, who would be sure to tattle on her. The excitement of sneaking out and the possibility of getting caught made her heart beat 1,000 miles a second. Her parents would watch television for another hour or more. She grabbed a pair of flip-flops. As she rounded the barn, she saw Sam in the field with his horse, windswept. The paint horse was the most beautiful she had ever seen. "Want to ride?" he asked. She ran towards them, hooking her foot in the stirrup and swinging her leg over. She heard him laugh as he climbed on behind her. He rode through the pasture, down the trail to the stream, following its edge to the lake that separated the family's properties. Up above, the waxing moon reflected in the lake, lighting up the night with a soft glow. The water was so still, it reflected the stars above like a mirror. Sam climbed down, holding out his hand for her. They walked to the edge of the shore, his hat in his hand. Then he leaned over, not saying a word, his hand on her chin, and kissed her. "Georgie," Mama said, snapping her out of her thoughts, "you going to talk to Olivia?" Georgie looked out at the barn, thinking about how much she had changed since those days. "I think tonight I'll give her some space." Truth was, she was afraid that Olivia wanted nothing to do with her. Chapter 7. Sam watched from Bandit's back as the cattle left their pens and headed out to pasture. They'd lead them to the West Range, near the stream by the swimming hole. Memories of Georgie plagued him. Jessie had started reading the book she had assigned. He wondered why they spent time learning about the Civil War when the kid really needed to figure out how to manage his money and live in the real world. But Jessie pulled the book out throughout the day, whenever they took a break, and read the whole time. At lunch, Jessie's head was once again stuck in the book. "Did you know that we've owned the ranch for 5 generations?" he said, as Jessie turned a page. "Yeah, that's what Mrs. Meyer told me." He sat in the bed of the ranch's pickup. Today, Jessie was in charge of opening and closing the gates for the cattle. "Mrs. Meyer told you that?" Sam suddenly felt bad that he hadn't been the one. Jessie was learning his family's history from his teacher. "She talks through the whole drive," Jessie mumbled. Georgie had picked him up and dropped him off for the past 2 weeks, never once stopping long enough for Sam to say hello. "Did you know your great-granddaddy was in the Second World War?" Jessie looked up and shook his head. Now it seemed like a stupid question. Of course the kid didn't know. He didn't even know his own father. "You mean my dad's grandfather? Your grandfather?" "Yep. Fought in Normandy." Sam wondered how much Jessie knew about the family's worth. The Depression had hurt some families. Some farmers sold out to lumber companies, while others sold to iron miners, but not Sam's great-great-granddaddy. Either too stubborn or too stupid, his granddaddy held on through the Depression, then developed the ranch into the valuable property it was today. He looked at Jessie. He was next in line. Did the kid know, or was he really in the dark? He whistled to the crew, climbing up on Bandit's back, then galloped over the field toward the east pasture. The spring day had been perfect for riding. He let Bandit take the bit as he thought back to when Georgie would tell him about what she was reading. Book after book, she discussed the significance of a symbol, or the character's journey. They'd lay by the swimming hole, her head balancing on his belly as she read aloud. He could hardly pay attention, with her being so close. All he really wanted to do was kiss her. He'd focus on her lips as she read the words softly. He'd watch as her hair blew across her face with the wind, or marvel over how every butterfly seemed to float around her. "I want you to be my girl," he said on one of those afternoons. He had a year left of high school, but he already knew this was the real thing. Forever. She smiled, placing the book on her chest and looking up at him. "Sam Gunderson, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. We've only been dating since my birthday." He sat up, taking her hands in his. "I know I love you." Her eyes widened. He had never said it out loud before. Plenty of times in his head, but never out loud. "I love you too." He kissed her, keeping her hands in his, holding her in an embrace, and made a promise to himself. He'd do whatever he had to do to make her happy, even if, in the end, he had to break her heart to keep that promise. Georgie planned all day for class. She had worried Frederick Douglass's story wouldn't resonate with her students, but as the discussion carried on about his perseverance, she could tell they were cheering for him. "I just can't believe his mother only had a few minutes with him before having to walk back to work in the fields," Hannah said. "I don't think I'd bother," Nick commented, since half the time he was sleeping and didn't even know she was there. Hannah rubbed her belly instinctively. It's what a mother would do. Not all mothers, Jesse mumbled under his breath. Hannah swung around in her desk, facing Jesse. It's her son. Of course she'd do whatever it took to be with him, even if she had to walk all night, barefoot for miles. That's what the slaveholders were counting on? Georgie said, shifting the attention away from Jesse's comment. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. They wanted to blunt and destroy the natural affection of the mother for the child, she read. But how sad that when he finds out his mother's dead, it was like a stranger had died. Hannah clearly was thinking of her own circumstances. Jesse probably was too. Georgie wondered what Hannah's plans were. She was just shy of 18. She would graduate, having always been a good student. Night school seemed more like a place to hide rather than a real necessity. Nick raised his hand, interrupting the discussion by pointing to the clock. Class had run over. Do we have homework? Georgie had completely lost track of time. She looked at the stack of papers she was about to pass out, but instead said, I want you to find a connection in the world or your life, something that relates to a theme from his story. Perseverance, abuse of power, corruption, something you took away from the book. Mr. Hobbs raised his hand. The elderly gentleman was the only student who didn't need the credits. Would you like something in writing? Georgie thought about the Google Classroom she still needed to set up, all the documents she still needed to upload for class, figuring out the dates for the assignments. She shook her head. No, just come ready to discuss. The next time she picked Jesse up for class, she wondered if she should pry a bit to see if he was okay. He'd been pretty emotional in class, which was unlike the quiet young man. She wondered if Hannah's criticism bothered him, or was it something else entirely? You doing okay with the reading and everything? She asked, looking into the young man's eyes. If you need help with anything, I'm here. I'm fine. His eyes reminded her of his uncle. Must be hard to start a new school, she said, wondering how she would have handled losing her mother at his age. Losing her father as an adult had been hard enough. I know my Olivia's having a hard time adjusting. He didn't say anything, just looked out the passenger window. She looked at the books in his hands, the covers bent and worn. Looks like you've read. He nodded. What do you think of Douglas's story? He couldn't trust anyone but himself. He didn't hesitate. Ugh, she thought. That's what you took away from his story? He couldn't count on anyone. His mother was dead. His father was his master. The one person who treated him kindly turned on him. His own friends ratted him out when he first tried to escape. He had no one. She was about to argue by pointing out how he had helped others, breaking the cycle, but he jumped out of the car as soon as she put it into park, ending the conversation. By the time she got to the classroom, Hannah was already inside, with a young man. Mrs. Meyer, she greeted her. This is my boyfriend, Troy. The young man held Hannah's hand, but dropped it as soon as Georgie walked up to him. He looked at the ground as he greeted her, not taking her extended hand. Hello. Troy, she's cool. Hannah waved her hand at him as he left the room. He thinks everyone's judging him, now that I'm showing. Georgie watched as the two said goodbye, and couldn't help but feel a little judgmental about the boy who'd got Hannah pregnant. Olivia was only a year younger than Hannah. She couldn't imagine her daughter being pregnant in a year, much less herself being a grandmother. That next day, all she could think about were her students, Hannah and her baby, Jesse, and what he'd said. Did he feel alone, even at Sam's ranch? Did he know what a great guy his uncle was? Did he know Ryan? Earth to Georgie. Rosie waved her hand in front of her face. Oh, sorry. What? I think Olivia should try barrel racing this summer. Rosie looked proudly at her niece. Midnight used to barrel race with Mr. Peterson's granddaughter. It'd be a shame not to race him. Barrel racing is really dangerous, especially since she's never ridden a horse. Memories of rodeos and horse shows, her father dragging them across the state, traveling to all the county fairs, flashed through her head. Good memories. Memories of Sam watching her as she raced Aurora around the barrels. We don't know where we'll be this summer. Are we going back to St. Paul? Charlie asked. Georgie wished she hadn't said anything. I don't know. I mean... Nathan hadn't asked Charlie, but she couldn't tell if he had asked Olivia. She knew the summer brought Nathan opportunities to speak, prove to the population of Minnesota he was a true Minnesotan, even if he had grown up in the East. Nathan Meyer's family had lived in a modest suburb of Boston. His father worked in finance, and his mother had been a legal assistant at a law firm. They both worked hard and provided for Nathan, their only child. But it was Georgie's family he'd use for his speeches. Even though her father did fine as a farmer and was able to provide for his family, Nathan always pointed out that she wouldn't have been able to go on to college without her scholarship. If it hadn't been for the full ride, Georgie wouldn't have had the chance with her father's earnings alone. Her family farm suffered everything: droughts, fire, and famine. The stories her father told about their family's resilience, Nathan would use to connect with his constituents. We need more for our farmers, the ones who provide for all of us. At this point in his speech, he'd raise his voice, mirroring the emotion of the crowd. We can do better for our farmers. The crowds usually went hog wild when he said this. Outside of the Twin Cities, everybody knew a farmer. Everyone had a farm, had a family member who had a farm, or lived next to a farm. The earth connected them all. But not Nathan. Olivia should show anyways, even in the Twin Cities, Rosie said. Nathan could afford to board the horse if you return. What? Olivia's face brightened. You're giving me midnight? Sure am, Rosie said. Georgie almost choked on her bun. No, you're not. Olivia can't have a horse. She had to interrupt the fairy tale. When will she have the time to take care of a horse? There's nowhere close we can board it. When we go back, she'll be back in school. You have to ruin everything! Olivia pounded her fists against the table. I hate you! Georgie froze as she watched Olivia jump out of her seat, her chair slamming the floor, and head toward the door. Get back to the table right now! Georgie yelled, shocked by her daughter's behavior. There is no excuse to talk to someone like that, especially not your mother. Georgie looked at Maggie, then Rosie, with the same shocked expression. Olivia turned back toward her in the doorway. You take everything away from me, she spat, then ran out of the house, the door pounding shut. She ran straight to the barn. Charlie sat silently, his eyes wide. Georgie could feel the anger rising, heating up her face. She takes everything out on me. She said it to the room, but she could see Rosie's eyebrow lift with disapproval. You have something to say, Rosie? She snapped. Nothing. She held up her hands. I didn't say anything. You want to. Look, Georgie, she's hurting. Midnight is a good distraction for her. Why do you always have to be so practical? Because I'm the only one in her life who is. Georgie looked at Charlie. Charlie, go see if your sister's okay. Okay? His voice was no louder than a whisper. He got up from his chair, leaving his half-eaten plate on the table. You should have asked me first, before offering a horse to a 16-year-old. Georgie could feel her hands trembling with anger. I never intended for this to cause a problem. Rosie bit her lip. You never intend anything. Georgie spit out the words before she could think. You only think of yourself. You always have. You want to be the cool aunt offering horses, and I have to be the rational mother who breaks her heart. Don't you think keeping her in the dark about what's going on is breaking her heart even more? Rosie challenged, never able to leave well enough alone. All right, girls, this is not the time to get upset with each other. Maggie sounded reasonable, but this only upset Georgie more. You need each other more than ever. Rosie's only worry is herself and those horses. Georgie stood, scraping her chair against the floor. You've never actually had to be an adult. Georgie knew the blow was low, and Rosie's face looked like it had been slapped. But typical Rosie, she smiled, egging Georgie on. You just can't stand the fact that I understand your daughter, and you don't even have a clue about who she is. You don't know Olivia. I've spent every day with her, out in the barn and in the fields. Where have you been? Rosie shook her head. You've been so far up your own rear end, feeling sorry for yourself, that you've forgotten who's on your side. This isn't about sides. Well, it sure is, when you think your daughter's anger is focused on you. She's upset that you're not opening up to her, pretending nothing is wrong when everything in her life is falling apart. She's upset that you're hiding. I'm not hiding. Then why are you here, Georgie? Because we all know what Nathan did. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Georgie was the one who now felt like she had been slapped. She grabbed her purse and stalked out of the kitchen, slamming the door behind her. Sam wasn't a man who liked to drink alone, but after the day he'd had, a drink was all he wanted. When he arrived at Lumberjack's, he almost turned around, except he didn't want to go home and sit around waiting for Jessie, who, if he could, would probably spit fire on him. It had started with losing his watch, and now he was pretty sure he had lost his nephew before he even really met him. That afternoon, Sam realized his father's watch had fallen off somewhere between lunch and dinner. The old watch had been worn every day of his life since his father died. It hadn't worked even before that, but he wore it anyways. It had been a gift from his mother. The inscription was from the Song of Solomon. I have found the one whom my soul loves. He searched for it, but couldn't find it anywhere until he swung by Jessie's quarters and saw it on his dresser. He waited out on the front porch, steaming mad that his generosity to this kid had been rewarded this way. Sam saw Jessie cutting through the fields from the direction of the Boudreau farm. The boy had been evasive about his whereabouts, and Sam didn't feel it was his business to snoop around, especially since the kid had kept up with his work and seemed to be doing well in school. But if the kid was stealing, he couldn't be trusted. What are you doing down at the farm? He asked. Nothing, he replied, giving a shrug. I'm helping. Like you helped me by stealing from me? He held up the gold watch. Jessie's face turned red. You went in my room. Are there more of my things in there? I'm not a thief. He shook the watch. This says you are. I found it on the barn floor, Jessie huffed. I wanted to fix it for you. He shoved his hand down into his pocket, pulled out a small circular watch battery, and held it out on his palm. Sam was about to apologize when Jessie dropped it on the ground and stomped off into his quarters. He left the next morning, taking everything he owned. Rosie came up that afternoon. He's at the barn, Rosie said. Stop being stubborn and ask him to come back. What's he doing there? He's learning to ride. What? Sam hadn't even thought about putting Jessie on horseback. Well, I think he really wants to hang out with Olivia, but he's actually pretty good, Rosie laughed. He can ride like his daddy. Ryan flashed into his head. He still hadn't heard from his brother. Over a month of nothing. This had been the longest he'd tried to contact him with no word. The rodeo circuit could be chaotic, especially the crowd Ryan tended to hang around. Lots of partying and drugs, groupies looking for a good time. If he wanted to give Jessie a chance, maybe it was better if Ryan stayed out of his life. Jesse probably wanted Sam out of his life now, too. "Give me another." He held up his shot glass to Tucker, the bartender, then dropped the empty glass down in front of him. "Did you see who came in?" Tucker asked, nodding to the corner of the bar. Sam turned, looking over his shoulder, and there sat Georgie. Just when the thoughts of her had died down, there she was. "She's on her third drink." The concern was clear in Tucker's voice. She may have come from out of town, but she was still one of theirs. Over the years, Sam had accepted his loss, buried his regret at losing Georgie and what he had done to her. Over time, he even turned the whole thing around, as though he was the martyr, telling himself what he had done was for her. It may have been for her, but it also hadn't been right. His immaturity and pain and loss made him want her out of his life forever, and hurting her was the one way he knew to make her leave. Sleeping with Rochelle hadn't been part of his plan, but he had been hurting so badly that night. He couldn't keep going on with Georgie. She wouldn't let go. So he did the one thing he knew would force her hand. The minute he stepped up to her table, she snarled, "How's Rochelle these days?" Clearly, the 3 drinks had affected her. He'd take one hit. The mention of his ex-wife was a low blow. If she swung again, then he'd leave her alone. "She lives in Duluth, with her husband and 2 kids. Her face dropped. "Sorry, I'm having a bit of a night." She held up her glass of red wine. She had Facebook loaded on her phone. She let out a long sigh, then studied him openly. "I should be thanking you." He jerked his head back, surprised. "Thanking me?" "Yes, you've been good to my mom." She sipped her wine, her gaze no longer on him, but somewhere else entirely. "Thanks." He grabbed the back of the chair across from her. "Do you mind if I join you?" She raised her glass toward the seat. "Be my guest." He set his hat on his knee as he pulled himself closer, leaving his drink on the bar. "How have you been?" "Kinda crappy?" She smiled, laughing to herself. "You?" She leaned on her hand, still smiling as she waited for his answer. "Kind of crappy, actually." "I was sorry to hear about your mom," she said. "It was nice of you to show up for the funeral." She looked surprised. "I wasn't sure if you saw me." She was the first person he'd looked for when he walked the casket down the aisle. He immediately looked at the 3rd pew, and there she was. When he looked into her eyes, he saw it. The love she had for him was still there, but now her eyes held a different pain. "It's nice you came back to help your mom." He had wanted to tell her he knew she was full of it, but he waited for her to talk. She laughed. "I had to get away." She set her glass down and inhaled a deep breath as she pulled her hair behind her ears. The familiar fragrance of jasmine and vanilla floated from her, clouding his thoughts, making it hard to remember to take another breath. "Nothing like the prairie," he said, not knowing what else to say. Should he be honest? Tell her he never stopped thinking about her? Tell her what the town was whispering about her? And ask her if it was true that her marriage was falling apart? Then he noticed the tear and how she quickly swiped it away. "It's stupid, but Olivia's upset with me, and I hate it when she's mad at me." "Hardly stupid," he said. She spun the stem of the wineglass. "She's mad at me about something I have absolutely no control over, and it's breaking my heart." She looked at him, then laughed, spinning the drink between her fingers, but he could see her pain. "I guess this is part of what being a parent is about." "I wouldn't know," he said. He certainly didn't seem to know what he was doing with Jesse. He was the last person who should be giving advice. "Oh, right." She looked embarrassed at her blunder. "How long have you been helping with Jesse?" He figured she must wonder where Ryan fit in all of this. Even though he was Jesse's father, He wasn't even listed as a contact, even in his older records. I just met him, not even a month ago. He looked at the date on his phone. Came looking for a job, then told me who he was. Just out of the blue? Well, he lost his mother. He had Googled her obituary, and it said nothing about the cause of death, but listed Jessie as her one and only child. Guess he didn't see eye to eye with his grandfather. That was half true. It appeared that his grandfather had kicked him out, rather than Jessie running away, like his grandfather told the school. Jessie had also made a few comments about his grandfather's temper. So Jessie went looking for Ryan, finding the ranch, probably through Googling him, and then there he was at my front door. That's crazy. It is. He folded his hands together on top of the table. He's a good kid, she said. She bit her bottom lip, as though she was holding back. He was such a jerk. I guess he and Olivia seemed to really get along, he said, remembering what Rosie told him. I hope you don't mind him being down at the barn. What? She asked, surprised. He and Olivia have been hanging out? Yeah, I guess Rosie's teaching the kids how to ride. He shrugged, about to tell her how he'd found out, but realized this news had upset her. She's hanging out with Jessie? Since when? I guess the past couple of weeks. She seemed almost shocked. Is there something wrong with them hanging out? As far as he was concerned, he thought it was great for Jessie to find a new friend, especially a nice girl like Olivia. I just worry that Olivia isn't ready for something serious. Plus, we're not staying. Once summer comes, we're headed back. He's a nice kid who is working hard to get his life back together. Sam suddenly felt very protective. He wanted to defend his nephew, now more than ever. He wouldn't hurt her. Georgie let out a huff. One thing I have learned is that people may not mean to hurt you, but they do. Chapter 8. Georgie woke with a pounding in her head, and a mouth so dry she downed a full glass of water before coming up for air. How'd you sleep? Maggie asked her. Georgie had a pretty good idea she already knew, since she was the one who helped her out of Sam's truck. She set her glass down, bracing her head between both hands. I'm so embarrassed. You should be. Maggie handed her 2 aspirin and grabbed her water glass, filling it up at the sink. You owe Sam a thank you and an apology to Rosie. No way. She wasn't going to apologize to her naive baby sister, who thought she knew how the world worked. You know she had Olivia's best interests at heart. She did, but she didn't need to throw in that dig about Nathan. Maggie rubbed her hand slowly on Georgie's back. She wants you to open up. Not saying anything isn't making it go away. She's upset with Nathan. I'm upset. We want to help. But you keep everything to yourself. And I'm sorry if I'm crossing a line here, but don't you think you're being unfair to them? She waved toward the barn. Not telling them what's happening, if they're staying or if they're going. I need to figure things out. Georgie moved away, sitting on a kitchen stool, leaning on the counter. Her stomach twisted as the pain of reality hit her. What am I supposed to do, Mama? She covered her face with her hands. Like a dam bursting, she cried, which turned into wild sobbing. Her shoulders shook. She grabbed her stomach, trying to hold herself together, because she felt like she was falling apart. Maggie wrapped her arms around her. You are always welcome to stay here. She pressed her face into her mama's chest, wrapping her arms around her waist, crying hard, like she had when she was a little girl. Maggie rubbed her back in slow circles. It's about time you let some of this go, Maggie said, as though she had been waiting for Georgie to do this. Georgie cried even harder. I don't know what I should do, she hiccuped out. Did she give him 6 months, hoping and praying no one picked up on their marital problems? Would he continue to sneak around while they pretended to be a happy and supportive family? Or would she be willing to become a morning news story, her face, the kids, plastered on screens, on news feeds, all over social media? If I stay, I'm going to break her heart. If I go back, I'm going to break her heart. Have you ever asked her what she thinks? Georgie had tried talking to Olivia, but had been greeted by a teenager with an attitude, so she backed off, gave her some space. Now she wondered if she was actually scared of her daughter. What did she know? Had she lost respect for her mother for keeping up the charade? Or did she think Georgie had pushed him away? She was mostly afraid that Olivia saw her as the enemy, more than Nathan. She hates me. Georgie wished more than anything to be more like Maggie, to have the patience and understanding her mother always exuded. Even through droughts, when there was no money coming in, she held it together. When they were sick or got hurt, she kept her cool. When Daddy was diagnosed with cancer, she stayed positive and selfless. Georgie knew she could go to her with anything. Did Olivia not feel that way about her? Right now, you need to be the lightning rod for her. Just be there waiting when she's ready to talk. Daughters always come around when they're ready. Georgie squeezed her mama harder, glad she was in Prairie Valley. I'm thinking we should get some riding clothes for Olivia. Maggie smiled. I think that would be real nice. Georgie reached for a napkin to wipe her face and pull herself together. I'll scramble up some eggs. Georgie made a cup of coffee before heading out to the barn. In one of the stalls, she could hear the scraping of a pitchfork against the wooden floorboards. Olivia threw the bedding into a wheelbarrow. She glanced up at Georgie for a second before returning to what she was doing. Rather shovel poop than talk to your mother? Georgie started off light. Yep. She deserved that, she supposed. Look, Olivia, why don't we go get you some riding clothes? I don't want to ride. She spiked the tool hard against the barn floor. Come on, we can get you new boots and some riding pants, a good helmet. No. Olivia was the queen of temper tantrums. She had learned from the best, after all. Don't do this just because you're mad at me. I want to go live with Dad. What? Georgie grabbed her stomach, feeling sick. You want to go with Dad? Yes. She locked eyes. I don't want to be here anymore. Olivia, come on, just for a few months, just so we can help Nana. Shut up about that, Olivia challenged her, looking directly into Georgie's eyes. If you guys are getting a divorce, then just do it. I'm so sick of everyone blaming everyone. I just want to get away from all of you, and if I'm at Dad's, then I'll be away. Her breath caught in her throat. Oh God, what would she do if Olivia left? The thought made her sick. She had to do something, hit something, hurt something. She grabbed the fork leaning against the stall door and smashed it into the straw. What are you doing? Olivia asked. I'm mucking the stall. When have you ever gotten dirty? Olivia asked, seemingly surprised by her mother's actions. I had a horse too, you know. She hadn't really ever talked about riding. All her ribbons and trophies were long stored away in the attic of the farmhouse. Midnight's not my horse, Olivia hissed back at her. No, not yet. Maybe she was buying her daughter's love, but something told her it was what she had to do in this moment. But if you continue to learn how to ride, help take care of him, do whatever Auntie Rosie asks, we can talk about it. The corner of Olivia's mouth perked. Really? Georgie knew in the end she'd break Olivia's heart with this one. How would she take care of a horse when her family was falling apart? Do you want to sign up for barrel racing? If Olivia agreed, then Georgie would have her answer about what they were going to do. Sure, I guess. Olivia shrugged, sticking her fork back into the straw. She went back to work and back to ignoring Georgie. Georgie scooped up the straw, but watched as Olivia threw the bedding at an angle against the stall wall, the throw and roll, a technique Daddy had taught the girls. How she missed her daddy. Olivia, I'm real sorry for putting you through all this. Georgie leaned against the handle of the fork. The last thing your dad and I want is to hurt you and your brother. Then Georgie noticed the tears. She dropped her fork into the straw and went straight to Olivia, wrapping her arms around her. I just wish things could go back to normal, Olivia said into her chest. Before the stupid election, before you lost the baby, I want everything to go back. Me too. Georgie finally told the truth. Me too. Georgie thought back to Nathan's birthday, how hard she had tried to make it a big deal, give him a great birthday, to remind him what they had. Nathan had been right. Deep down, subconsciously, Georgie knew. Their marriage had been over for a long time. When he returned Georgie home from Lumberjacks, Sam found Jesse hanging out in the barn with Olivia. Can we talk? He asked. I didn't steal the watch. Jesse folded his arm against his chest. I was only trying to fix it. I know. He removed his hat. I'm sorry. Please come back. I apologize. Jesse huffed. Whatever. It looks like Mr. Gunderson is real sorry, Jess, Olivia said softly. He dug the heel of his boot into the barn floor. I'll come back if you don't go through my stuff. I think you should stay up at the house. Stay in your dad's room. Jesse looked as though Sam was on drugs or something. You want me to stay in the big house? Sam had thought about it all night. It was what his mother would want him to do. In fact, he could hear her now, upset with him for not doing it sooner. And you can use the work truck to get to class. He needed to get this right, because he didn't think he'd get another shot with Jesse. Olivia nudged him with her elbow. Come on, Jess. Stay here in Prairie Valley. His heart lifted when Jesse finally agreed to stay. Fine. But something nagged at him the rest of the night. Maybe it was the wine or whatever she was going through, but he just wanted to be finally done with the guilt with Georgie. The resentment, the slick comment about Rochelle she'd thrown at him the other night, ticked him off. 20 years was long enough. He had been a kid, after all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So when he saw her Land Rover pull up the driveway, he was ready to let her know how he felt, until he saw her face. I'm so sorry, she said as soon as she got out. He noticed she was wearing cowboy boots. Don't worry about it. I owe you a huge apology. You really didn't have to deal with me like you did, and I'm really sorry. He waved his hand. It's fine. Look, I don't really remember much, but anything I may have said. He closed his mouth and pretended to lock it and throw away the key. Won't tell a soul. She looked like she was contemplating something, but hesitated. Would you mind keeping an eye out if Olivia comes up to the ranch? He understood her concern. Sure. She nodded, giving a half smile. I should probably go. She waved, backing toward the fancy SUV, then stopped. Sam? Yeah? It's good seeing you again. She stood there, just looking back at him with those hazel green eyes, always keeping her feelings a mystery. It's good seeing you, too. Georgie and Rosie signed Olivia up at the fairgrounds. Olivia squeezed Georgie's arm as they left. Thank you, Mom. Rosie had been right, of course. Midnight turned out to be the perfect distraction for Olivia. Within a few weeks, Olivia's whole demeanor had changed. She woke up before the rooster crowed, getting out to the barn to see Midnight, taking care of her chores before school, then right to the barn again after. Rosie was also right about Jesse. The kid could ride and was a natural with the animals. He can really handle Midnight, Georgie said one night at dinner, and Olivia's face brightened at the mention of him. He's amazing. Olivia practically glowed. She continued to talk about riding and Jesse, animated and happy. She hadn't been that cheerful in months, even before coming to Prairie Valley. Something twisted in Georgie's stomach as she listened to her daughter, watching as she talked with her hands, joyfully telling a story to everyone at the table. And the more Olivia went on, the more her stomach knotted, because she knew exactly how Olivia felt. She was floating, and whatever goes up must come down. After dinner, Olivia headed straight to the barn with Rosie. Charlie went off in the garden to catch frogs. Maggie headed out to her knitting club, leaving Georgie alone in the house. She decided the quiet was a perfect time to grade papers. Just as she set up her stuff, the house phone rang. "Hello? Georgie?" The voice was deep, but she recognized it right away. "Sam?" "I'm looking for Jesse," he said. "I think he might be with Olivia." She looked out at the barn, and just as she peeked through the curtains, she saw Jesse running down the dirt drive as Olivia looked out from the barn doors. Olivia had a smile on her face and her fingers to her lips. "He's leaving now." Georgie didn't know what she'd just seen, but she was sure she'd witnessed something happening between the two. Something more than Olivia could handle. That was for sure. She felt the twisting again. "Georgie?" "Yeah, I have to tell you something." He paused, then said, "Never mind, I'll see you later." "No, what?" She wanted to know what he was going to say. "It's nothing," he said. "I gotta go." The rest of the night, Georgie couldn't stop thinking about it. What did he want to say to her? Did he know something about Olivia and Jesse? Was something else going on at his barn? What if Olivia told Jesse something that was important? What if he was still angry about the other night? What if he wanted her to stop staring at him every time she dropped Jesse off at the house? She picked up her phone, but realized she didn't have Sam's number. Maggie still didn't have caller ID. As the night turned into dawn, she got on her boots, pulled on a hoodie, and marched up the dirt drive as the owls hooted one last time over the cornfields. It might be early for the rest of the world, but not to a rancher. Sam would be up. She saw the light on in his parents' old bedroom. She hoped to God that it was where Sam slept. She bent down, grabbing some tiny pebbles from the gravel, and then threw them, one at a time, at the window. The curtains pulled apart, and there, shirtless, stood Sam. He opened the window and leaned out, and suddenly she forgot what she was going to say. Why had she come again? "Georgie?" He rubbed his eyes. "What are you doing here?" She felt completely foolish, standing there. Sam Gunderson was a muscular and toned man, not the young boy she had once known. She blurted out, "What were you going to say?" "What?" "You were going to say something yesterday on the phone, but hesitated. What were you going to say?" It was nothing. She had to know. "Say it." "No, it's not important." He shook his head. "What's not important?" She wasn't going to drop it, even if she stood out there all day. "I'm sorry." "What?" Sorry was not what she expected. "I'm just sorry for everything." His eyes looked defeated. "I'm sorry for hurting you all those years ago." She didn't speak. Her throat tightened as tears pricked behind her eyes. "If I could go back and do it all over again, I would have done things so differently." She couldn't formulate the words as her throat squeezed tighter. I wish it could have been different too." She needed to leave before her emotions took over, and she looked like a bigger fool. "I should go." "Want to go swimming?" he asked, hanging out the window. I was about to go before I went out to the fields. "Swimming now?" She shaded her eyes from the sun rising in the east. He shrugged. "What else do you have to do?" She looked out at the hazy prairie, fog rolling over the hill where the swimming hole lay between their two properties. "That's exactly what I want to do right now. When he met her outside, he threw her a towel. "You remember how to get there?" She huffed. She remembered the path like the back of her hand. "I may have been living in the city, but I haven't lost my country." Sam's eyebrow lifted as he headed up the path. "You're wearing $300 galoshes." Georgie looked down at her green hunter boots. "They're perfect for the country." "If you live in the city?" She looked down and saw his toes. "You're in flip-flops, and you're making fun of my wellies." "We're going swimming, not gardening at the palace." Then, like driving over a hill too fast, her breath suspended. Her stomach floated. The moment felt so familiar, it was as though she had already lived it. She looked at his face, seeing the teenager under the hard, stoic lines, the beard a bit salted, the creases around his eyes a bit deeper. But the chemistry was still there. As they neared the water's edge, he kicked off his flip-flops and began to run. "Come on." He threw his shirt in the sand, heading straight for the water. She took off her sweatshirt and removed her boots, but kept her leggings and t-shirt. As soon as he hit the water, he dove under, even though the water had to be freezing at this time of year. He surfaced and let out a holler. "Come on in, it's beautiful!" She shook her head. "This is crazy." He dipped again into the water. When he came back up, he whipped his hair back. "Maybe you need a little crazy." She squeezed her fists together to gather up her nerve, and without thinking anymore, ran toward the water. She ran in up to her knees, then dipped below the surface, her breath swept away by the cold. "Holy moly!" she cried out as she came up for air. His laugh echoed out over the pastures. "Guess we don't have to worry about waking up my parents." She ran back out of the water as quickly as she could. The sun poked over the tree line, bringing a hint of warmth to the spring air. Sam followed, picking up her towel and wrapping it around her shoulders. She could see his breath billowing out before him. "I'm fine." She pointed to his towel. "You better get your own, or you might get hypothermia." She laughed as he tiptoed across the sand, shivering. "Can you believe we're almost 40? She asked. "No." He drew the towel around him, facing the water. "I can't believe I attended my 20th reunion this past year." "Oh my goodness, I forgot about the reunion." Her eyes widened. "I'm not going to my reunion. Being back here is reunion enough." She sat down on the shore, wrapping the towel around her knees, and looked up at the last faint remnants of stars. The sky always felt bigger and brighter on the farm, and the sunrise did not disappoint. Their surroundings glowed orange and lavender like a spotlight lit them from above. She prayed silently for more moments like this. "What's going on with Nathan?" But as soon as he asked, he shook his head and held out his hand. "I'm sorry. It's none of my business." She shrugged, not as cold as before. "It's so stereotypical, you probably don't even need to ask." "Are you okay?" She nodded. "It's just complicated." "I get that." Then she remembered his divorce from Rochelle. He probably did understand, but she kept her gaze on the rising sun. "When did you and Rochelle—" She stopped herself. "Sorry." "No, it's really okay." He ran his fingers through his wet hair. "We divorced 10 years ago. She's happy now, living in Duluth. She has her family." Even at nearly 40, he remained just as handsome as when he was a young man, with his strong jawline and trimmed beard, his blue eyes glowing in the dark, and lips Georgie never forgot kissing. She thought about the way he took care of Jessie, had taken care of her mother when she wasn't around, how he had taken care of her that night at Lumberjack's. The old feelings were creeping back, and she didn't like it. "What you thinking about?" he asked, that she was a married woman who was unearthing feelings she had buried long ago. I think you should have Jessie go to regular school, not night school, she lied, although the thought had crossed her mind. He was smart, and he could easily go beyond just a night school GED. He deserved more. What? He should get to be a kid, and since you're his guardian, you should persuade him to attend high school like other teenagers. Okay. Georgie almost argued her point again before she realized he'd already agreed. And I know I keep harping on this, but you need to keep an eye on him and Olivia. He nodded. What do you think? Want to try some night swimming next? What? She asked, surprised. You want to go swimming again? He nodded. I figure it's better than sitting up all night by yourself. How do you know I've been sitting up? Because you came to my window at 4 a.m. He locked eyes with her. And since you've been back, I've been up too. Chapter 9. A new routine settled in around the farmhouse. During the day, she'd help out around the house where needed, then teach her class in the evening. At night, she'd sneak out of the farmhouse like a teenager and meet Sam for a swim. Mama was right, of course. More and more, she enjoyed her evening class. Her love of teaching was rekindling. It made her think about something permanent, going back to her own career. Charlie was old enough. She only stayed home at this point to help Nathan. Nathan, she mumbled as she read the number on Olivia's phone sitting on the kitchen table. She let it go to voicemail. If he had wanted to talk to her, he wouldn't have called Olivia. She had returned to putting the dishes away when her own phone rang. Olivia's in the bathroom, she said into the phone. The routine may have settled on the farm, but her heart still hadn't figured out what to do. Sometimes she felt indifferent about Nathan. Other times she felt numb. Today, the thought of him calling her made her nervous. I'd like to come up tomorrow, he said. She looked around to see if Olivia had come back. No, she said quickly. I don't think that's a good idea. I've spoken to my lawyer. Her heart dropped. You got a lawyer? I have the right to see my children. He sounded cold. Fine, come. What would he be bringing when he showed up? Would he bring divorce papers? Or custody rights? Demands? He had powerful people telling him what to do to protect his interests. What did she have? When she reached the swimming hole that night, Sam was already there. It was colder than usual, but a towel was still wrapped around his neck, even though he wore jeans and a flannel. She sat down, not saying anything. Leaning back on her elbows, she looked up to the sky, looking for the northern star. Her daddy taught her to find it using the Big Dipper. You okay? He asked, looking up. She let out a long breath. Nathan's coming tomorrow. He kept his gaze on the sky. How do you feel about that? She shook her head. I'm scared. I'm so scared he'll take the kids from me. Sam sat up. He won't take the kids. If he's as smart as he is on the campaign, he knows they need to be with their mother. She could feel her throat tightening up. I don't know what I would do if I lost them. The thought of it crippled her. I have to move back. And the thought of going back crippled her, too. What was she going to do without her family? Who would watch out for her like Mama and Rosie, and now even Sam? Who would watch out for her children when she couldn't because the pain was too intense? I have to, or he's going to take my children away. She couldn't stop the tears. She had no strength left to push her emotions away. I know a good lawyer. She shook her head. No, Sam, I don't need you to get involved in my problems. Georgie, you're my friend. I want to help. The thought of kissing him crossed her mind. She was pretty sure if she leaned over to him, reached for his sweet taste, he'd kiss her right back. But reality held her back. Things were not that simple. She had children, a husband, She had obligations. She had to take care of her family. Their nightly swims were the one thing in her life that didn't make her worry about those obligations. The one place where she felt like the old Georgie. The one who wasn't scared, who took life by the horns. The person who Sam had loved. When Nathan showed up the next day, he embraced the kids, and conflicting feelings welled up inside her. She had loved Nathan once. "Hey, Georgie," he said. "Hello, Nathan." She walked inside, her heart pounding. She didn't want him in her safe zone. She didn't want him to act normal. She didn't want him to act like he was fine. "What are you guys going to do?" she asked him. "I think we'll have lunch, then go to the movies." Charlie's eyes widened. "Can we pick a movie?" "Sure, kiddo." "I get to choose the restaurant," Olivia said to Charlie, who immediately whined, "You always get to choose." Through the feuding siblings, Nathan turned to her. "We need to talk." Here it was, the moment she had dreaded. She looked around and pointed to the back porch. "Why don't we have a cup of tea?" He headed over, stuffing his hands into his trousers. He looked solemn, tired. She could tell he had been working day and night. It showed in the dark circles under his eyes. She knew everything about him, or at least she thought she did. Was he still with that woman? Was it only a matter of time before their secret would be uncovered? If Prairie Valley had suspicions of a broken marriage, then surely his opponents would get wind of it. What better scandal than a cheating politician? She carried the mugs of tea on a tray with cream and sugar pots. It was something she had learned to do as a politician's wife. Cater. Serve with all the condiments so she didn't have to run back and forth to the kitchen while Nathan held business meetings. She sat down, not taking her mug. She wasn't sure she could hold it steady enough not to spill it. Her hands were shaking so bad. And just as she'd feared, he pulled out an envelope from his inside jacket pocket. "I want the kids back in St. Paul," his voice all business. "I want to have equal share of custody." She stared at the envelope, but she didn't reach for it. "You will not take my babies from me. You took them from me." His voice was raised, but he shifted in his chair, uncomfortable with his loss of control. "I want to see my kids." "You can come to Prairie Valley all you want." "I can't, and you know that." He put the envelope on the table, next to her. "You don't make the effort." She wanted to pick it up and rip it to shreds. She didn't want to have to play her best cards, but she would if she had to. "I don't want to remind you why we're here in the first place. You know I could go public with your affair." "You'd do that to your kids?" "You did that to your kids, remember?" She stood up, walking to the other side of the porch, facing away from him. Everything inside her was dark, painful, hurt, angry. She didn't even like herself. "You know I love those kids more than anything." She swung around, unable to control herself. "No, you love yourself more than anything." "They're my kids, too. You need to come back to St. Paul, even if I have to have a judge order you to do it." "Go ahead and try. No judge is going to take a woman's children away for a man who's been absent for years and can't tell the truth to save his soul." He stood up and walked away. "Kids, let's go." She looked out to the pastures as Nathan stormed off of the porch, slamming the screen door against its hinges. When he returned hours later with the kids, and they acted like themselves, she could finally take a breath. Olivia mumbled something about the movie being lame and headed to the barn to meet Jessie. Charlie ran off with the dogs in the backyard. No mention of a divorce or moving back to St. Paul. When she heard his truck pull out of the driveway, she was relieved. That night she lay on the dock with Sam, dangling her feet out into the creek's rushing water. "I don't think I ever loved anyone as much as I loved you," she confessed. It was more of an observation than any kind of declaration. She had loved Nathan, but their marriage had been more a business partnership than a love affair. Sam had been the love that twisted together exhilaration and heartbreak. Sam faced her. "No, I guess I never did either." He stared into her eyes, daring her to kiss him. She could almost read his mind by the way he looked at her, just like when they were kids. But she looked away, back up at the stars. She heard him exhale. The next day, the only thing she could think about was why she hadn't kissed him. What was holding her back? Nathan deserved a taste of his own medicine, as far as she was concerned, but it wasn't him. Clearly, it was her. She was holding herself back. How many times could she fall for the same guy? Sam had broken her heart into a million pieces. It was probably why Nathan's own infidelity stung as hard as it did. She hadn't seen the signs. She was familiar with the denial and the anger and the acceptance it took to be hurt. The first time Nathan cheated, he had confessed. She had been cooking dinner, and he just came out and told her, "I was with another woman." She wasn't even facing him when he said it. She stood looking at the skillet, sautéing vegetables for a stir-fry. She dropped the spoon and swung around to face him. "What?" "I was with another woman last night." He held onto the island counter, looking at her, his eyes growing moist. "I'm so sorry." She really thought he had been too. They started going to therapy. He started spending more time with her. He kept apologizing. Then he ran for governor. Was she continuing the cycle now, with Sam? Was she falling for the same guy who'd already broken her heart? And what would the others say? She hadn't had time to get divorced, much less get into a new relationship. She had told no one of their nightly meetings, and she assumed Sam hadn't either. No one needed to know. Not the kids, or her mother, or Rosie, and certainly not Nathan. She didn't want anyone to know how she looked forward to their secret meetings and how she thought about nothing much else, even as school was soon coming to an end, and her imaginary timeline for returning to St. Paul approached. "Mrs. Meyer, I'm going to miss seeing you every day," Hannah said, rubbing her full baby belly. Georgie hugged the young mother-to-be. "Let me know when you have the baby." Over the past few months, she had grown very fond of Hannah. Her sympathy turned to admiration as she watched her navigate everything. Hannah bit her thumb as she nodded. "Thanks." The young girl looked as though she was hesitating to leave. "Do you think you could come visit after the baby's born?" Hannah looked down, and Georgie noticed 2 tears drop on her belly. "Hannah, talk to me." Georgie steered her to the desks, sitting her down. "What's going on?" "I'm real scared." Hannah looked up, in tears. Georgie grabbed a box of tissues off her desk and sat next to her. She hiccuped out a breath. "I don't think I can do it." "Did you know I helped deliver my sister on the kitchen floor?" She held Hannah's hand. "And I've had 3 babies myself. So I know how scary it can seem, but our bodies are incredible things. And when you hold your baby in your arms, well, there's nothing better. You'll never feel such love." "What if something's wrong?" She paused to catch her breath. "What if I'm not good at being a mom? I don't even have a crib for her yet." Georgie couldn't believe she hadn't thought about it sooner. "My mother has accumulated tons of baby stuff over the years. I think there's a pack and play, a high chair, even a changing table, maybe a car seat. You can take whatever you need." Hannah shook her head. "No, Mrs. Meyer, I couldn't ask that of you." "Nonsense. I'm done having babies, and my sister Rosie isn't planning for any at the moment." "Well, I could use a few things, if you're sure you don't mind." "Not at all." Hannah's face brightened, but the worry still lingered. "Hannah, you're going to be a great mom," she said. Hannah looked up at her. "I hope so." The next day, she commissioned Olivia, Charlie, and Jessie to help bring the furniture down from the barn loft. She hung the pack-and-play over the edge to their extended arms. "Weren't we going to shop for a new blouse for the show?" Olivia asked as Jessie grabbed the baby swing. Georgie nodded her head. "We can go shopping this afternoon. The tack store will have a few choices." She watched as Jessie hauled off with the baby stuff. He hung around the farm almost all the time now, and as much as she worried about the two spending so much time together, she was glad that Olivia had found a friend. She was a completely different person when Jessie came to the farm, and Charlie loved having an older, cooler boy around. When everything was packed up in the back of Rosie's truck, Georgie asked, "Jessie, you want to come with us to the show?" She wiped the dust from her shirt, then looked up at him. He appeared uneasy and shook his head. "I don't want to bother you all." "You have to join us," Olivia said, grabbing his arm. Jessie nodded. Sure, I'd love to come." Olivia jumped up, wrapping her arms around him and kissing him on the cheek. His face went red. As Georgie watched them, she realized she was wrong about Olivia's heart being broken. It was Jessie's heart that was in danger. Olivia was a strong girl and would be okay in time, should things fall apart. She wasn't so sure about Jessie. "You can ride with us," Georgie offered. "Thanks, Mrs. Meyer." Olivia hugged him again, and Jessie's look was unmistakable. He was in love with Olivia. Georgie hoped it would all end okay, but her heart sank. Jessie came into the kitchen as Sam was making his breakfast. Sam had gotten into the habit of making double of whatever he was having, which almost always involved eggs. At first, he'd just leave it on the counter for Jessie, but lately, the boy had started to join him at the table. Jessie was slowly coming out of his shell, actually talking to Sam and hanging out. When he'd first moved into the big house, he stayed in his room whenever he was home. When he wasn't there, he was with Olivia. "Mrs. Meyer invited us for dinner tonight," Jessie said, as he grabbed a glass from the cupboard. "Georgie asked us to dinner?" This was interesting, he thought. Even though they met almost every night, she had yet to acknowledge him to her family. Other things they didn't acknowledge were Nathan, Rochelle, or the period after his father's death. And that was okay by him. He didn't want to bring any of that up. He didn't want to talk about the mistakes they had made. How 20 years slipped by, and there was no amount of talking that could bring them back. "She's having an end-of-the-year celebration." Jessie shrugged as though it wasn't a big deal, but Sam could see pride on his face. He had to give it to the kid. Making honor roll after the year he had seemed to be worthy of celebration. Sam wished he had thought of it himself. "Sure, that sounds great." Jessie took the plate of scrambled eggs and sat at the counter, looking at his phone. He had cut his straggly hair into a short, neat style. He also bought a pair of cowboy boots and a new pair of Levi's. He looked country to those who didn't know he came from the city. The whole day, Sam thought about dinner at Georgie's. He thought about what he would bring, wear, say. Everything else seemed suddenly so significant. He didn't want to ruin anything before anything had even begun. It was almost as if he was stepping back in time when he and Jessie arrived at the farm. The smell radiated out of the kitchen even before he stepped inside. "Hope you like lasagna." Georgie held up a large glass dish in her oven mitts. His heart skipped a beat as he saw her standing there in a flowing spring dress. She looked just as beautiful as she had years ago when he first fell in love with her. Lord, help him get through dinner without staring at her all night. But the Lord had other plans than to help Sam focus. Georgie didn't notice his staring because her eyes were on Olivia and Jessie. The two had become inseparable over the past few months. This, he knew, freaked Georgie out. She called every time Olivia stepped foot over the fence and continuously checked in with texts, sending Charlie to deliver messages. He only agreed to all her crazy because he, too, didn't want Olivia or Jessie doing anything stupid, Jessie was making good grades, attending school every day, and was extra helpful around the house. And Olivia was a doll, helping with his homework, encouraging him to work harder, and had even got him to attend Sunday service, which wasn't because of Pastor Phil's sermons. As he sat around the Boudreau family table with Jessie, the feeling he had tried not to let out of the gates broke free. He liked being part of things. He liked being part of the Boudreau family. He liked being part of Georgie's life. "Mr. Gunderson?" Charlie said, but didn't snap him out of his reverie. "Mr. Gunderson?" "Sam?" Rosie asked, a secret look passing between them. "Charlie's trying to get your attention." He could feel his face heating up. "Yeah?" He almost hit his forehead with his palm. He was acting so ridiculous. Worse than Jessie. "Do you think I could come on a cattle drive with you someday?" Charlie scrunched his face like he did when he begged Georgie for something. It was hard to say no. "Oh, Charlie, you shouldn't ask Mr. Gunderson that." Georgie leapt in before he could answer. "You think you can handle being around cattle?" Sam asked, pretending to be real serious with the boy. He sounded a bit like Dad, or at least what he thought he'd sounded like. It was hard to remember all the quirks of his Minnesotan accent now. "You have to be real tough around that kind of animal. Show them who's boss." Charlie sat up in his chair, straightening his posture. "I'll try." Georgie's and Maggie's faces went white. "He's not a strong rider." Again, Georgie didn't let him finish. "We can drive the ATVs if you wear a helmet and follow the rules." Sam looked at her and laughed. "You really think I'd bring him out on a horse?" "Oh, come on." Charlie looked disappointed. "I want to ride like a cowboy. I won't even take Jessie out on a horse yet, and you see how good he is with Midnight." He looked over to Jessie across the table. "That's right," Jessie jumped in. "I've only ridden the ATV so far." "When will you let Jessie?" Sam hadn't really thought about it. Jessie didn't complain. He liked having someone in a truck or an ATV when they needed all the guys on the cattle runs. Jessie has to earn his stripes. "What do you mean, stripes?" "Well, you have to really learn about the horses and the cattle before you can ride in a cattle drive." Sam thought about how many times he'd begged his daddy to ride. He wasn't sure, but he thought he noticed an eye roll from Jessie. Did he want to ride alongside him? Did he feel like Sam had when he wasn't given the chance? Or could he not care less about the ranch, his family's legacy? As usual, he met Georgie after dark at the swimming hole. "Do you think they'll make it through the summer?" she asked, wading in the water, her wet hair slicked back. This was when he thought Georgie looked the most beautiful. Under the moonlight, her face fresh, without makeup, her hair pulled back. He so badly wanted to reach out, grab her, and bring her lips to his. He used all his restraint to keep his hands off her and just watched her as she continued to talk about the kids. "I'm not sure how well a long-distance relationship will work, but we'll see." She said it casually, but it hit him like a bomb. "You're not staying?" "No. We're probably headed back after summer." He jerked, reaching for the bottom so he could stand, grasp what she was saying. "You're leaving?" He didn't think she'd go back, not after all this time. "Nathan asked me to go back for the campaign." Didn't she see the writing on the wall? "Georgie, you can't go back to him." "Sam, you don't understand." He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You're making a huge mistake." She shot him a betrayed look. "I thought you were being my friend." She moved through the water, using her arms to pull ahead. The water glistened on her body. "I need to do what's right for my family. I can't just think of myself." He didn't understand. How could she go back? After all that Nathan had done to her, she always seemed smart, strong. Going back to him to fake her way through a marriage as bad as theirs wasn't just stupid, it was destructive. But it wasn't up to him. This was Georgie's life. I am your friend. She wrapped the towel around herself and faced him. Good, because I really need a friend right now. Georgie slept in later than usual, the house eerily silent as she woke up. She made herself a cup of coffee, reading the note her mother had left. She and Charlie had gone to the store. She yawned, thinking about the night before, thinking of Sam. God, she wished she could kiss Sam. But she continued to resist. She knew he was holding back. Sam was a gentleman. He'd never make her break her vows. Funny she had believed in those vows once. But it wasn't her marriage that was making her hesitate. It was her fear of being broken even more. How would she recover from the heartache of losing Sam again? She climbed the stairs to take a shower. She grabbed her clothes, then stopped at her jewelry box. She wondered if it was still there. She opened the top panel, and there sat the ring, the small ruby bright among her cheap silver pieces. She picked up the small gold band, the most beautiful ring she had ever seen, the one Sam had given her when he promised her his heart. He'd pulled it out at the swimming hole, the night of graduation. It's my promise to love you forever. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sam Gunderson loved her and promised to be with her forever. She was the luckiest girl in the world. She wore it every day after that, even after his father died, even after he told her it was over. She didn't believe him. She knew he loved her. He wanted to let her go to school and not worry about him. But she did worry about him, and worried about Ryan and his mother and the ranch. She wanted to help. What was a year's break from school when she was spending the rest of her life with him? She didn't take his ring off until that night in the cab of his truck. He parked outside the barn. She had begged him to come to the house, to talk to her. She wanted to convince him she wanted to be with him forever, college or no college. They'd make it work. Together, they'd create a life. Instead, he spoke, not looking at her. I slept with Rochelle, Georgie. What? She couldn't breathe. She felt like she was suffocating inside the truck. I'm so sorry. His head fell to his chest, and he wouldn't look at her. She reached for the door handle, opening it up to get air as her heart tore from her chest. She looked down at the ring, instantly pulling it off her finger and throwing it at him. She jumped out without looking back. A few days later, she found the ring on her windowsill. She'd put it in her jewelry box and never looked at it again until now. What if she had gone back, like she had wanted to do so many times? She sat down on her bed, the ring between her fingers. She slipped it on, Nathan's diamond 6 times the size of the tiny ruby, but she thought it looked prettier, more like something she'd want to wear than the gaudy rock heavy on her slender finger. Her phone suddenly rang, making her jump up to see Nathan's name flashing across the screen. Hello, Nathan. She put the ring in her palm and squeezed it. Her heart raced. Georgie, how's it going? He asked. Fine. She waited to hear his point in calling, but he didn't speak. What's going on? There had to be something, but she stayed silent, praying he wasn't going to ask for the kids again. I have some events coming up, and I'd really like you guys to come home. Stay for the summer. She could feel emotions rise up in her chest. She peeked at the ring again. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not ready to come back yet. Her heart started to speed up at the idea of going back, living with Nathan. The next few months would be like a circus. Election staff in and out of the house. Nathan constantly attending events, speaking to crowds, getting his message out. Then, the kids. There it was. She expected it, but it still caught her off guard. She could see how it looked from the outside. She took the kids and ran out of town. He was a good dad, but a better politician. She had gone to the farm for weeks at a time in the past, and he never seemed to notice. She took care of the children. She had always been the one who took care of the children. Nathan Meyer had always put career and duty before his family. You want the kids to come for the summer? She couldn't imagine a whole summer without them. No. Georgie, I haven't seen them in a long time. Olivia wants to see her friends. It's time. Who will watch them? She huffed into the phone. Your girlfriend? No, I'd really like you all to come back together. Please. She looked at the large diamond. When Nathan proposed, it was extravagant, just like everything was with Nathan. It happened on top of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, high in the City of Light. You'll have to ask them. She could barely get the words out, sick at the thought that they'd choose to leave. Do you think you could come too? He asked. No, Nathan. I don't think I'm ready to come back. Georgie, they're starting to ask about you. I have an interview set up with CBS. Please, you need to come back. Off in the distance, she saw Olivia riding Midnight in the round pen, the horse responsive to her commands. She had never seen her daughter so carefree and happy. When they slowed to a trot, Olivia leaned over Midnight's neck and hugged him with both arms. Do the interview on the farm? She would be more comfortable with the truth, which was that she lived with her mother and her children attended the local school where she taught night school. They could even get a shot of you at church. Georgie, that's perfect. He sounded excited. I could talk to the Farmers Union. Do you think you could talk to Sam about endorsements? She couldn't believe he'd ask. You want me to ask Sam? What, he wouldn't do it for you? Of course Sam would do it. That's not the point. The point is that you can't stand the man, so why ask him to help you now? Because I'm done competing with him. Set up the interview and let me know when. She wouldn't ask Sam to help, not in a million years. But that's all I'm doing for you. Chapter 10. The night before the show, Georgie packed everyone's lunch, including snacks. Maggie made brownies, decorated with frosting and jelly beans by Charlie. She also packed the gold horseshoe necklace she'd bought for Olivia. The next morning she got up early and was in the kitchen, about to make coffee, when she saw Sam's truck pull into the drive. Sam and Jessie showed up to the side door with a glass bowl of fruit salad. Rosie told us there would be breakfast, Sam said, seeing her surprise. Oh, well, I think Rosie may have forgotten to tell me. Thank God she'd gotten dressed before coming downstairs. Come in. She opened the door wider, gesturing toward the table. Are you sure? Seeing Sam so early, on an empty stomach and before her first coffee to boot, completely threw her off. She couldn't exactly shoo them away, though. Let me whip up some pancakes and bacon. We don't have to stay, he said, looking around the empty room. Nonsense. Come in and join us. Georgie took the fruit salad from his hands and placed it on the table. Sit down while I make some coffee. He pulled out a chair and sat. Sounds great. Hey, Mrs. Meyer. Jessie fidgeted with his hands. You looking forward to the show today? Jessie had thought about signing up, but changed his mind at the last minute. Rodeo could be dangerous, and he still wasn't completely sure of himself. She remembered watching Sam and Ryan ride on the backs of those angry broncos. Her adrenaline would pound through her veins, watching them hold on one-handed as the horse bucked so fast. Footsteps pounded down the wooden steps. Jessie! Olivia's face brightened the moment she walked into the kitchen. I was just about to feed the horses before breakfast. Let me help you. They headed for the barn, leaving Georgie and Sam alone in the kitchen. She looked inside the fridge, pulling out the eggs and fresh-cut bacon from the Wilson farm down the road. When she closed the door, Sam had a pan out with some tongs in his hand. "You seem to know your way around a kitchen?" He gave a smile. "I try to be helpful." She grabbed Maggie's homemade pancake mix, measuring out enough for 7. Sam started the bacon as she heated up the griddle. As she poured the batter, she giggled a bit out loud, thinking back in time. "Do you remember when Rosie was born?" she asked, watching him separate the strips onto the pan. He shook his head, the bacon starting to sizzle. "I'll never forget." She thought back to their kiss under the rainbows, her heart floating on dreams. "I'm pretty sure that was one of the best days of my life." "It definitely was one of mine." He reached over to the sink, getting close to her as he washed his hands. "You remember the rainbows?" He shut off the water, and she handed him a dish towel. He wiped his hands, keeping his eyes on her. "Yes, I remember." How could she forget her first kiss? "Georgie," he said, then paused. "Yeah?" He stepped closer to her, so close, she could almost feel the warmth of his skin against hers. "Why, Sam Gunderson," Rosie called out as she entered the kitchen. "I can't believe you finally accepted my offer of breakfast." Georgie scurried away from Sam as soon as she heard her baby sister. But it was too late. The moment her sister made eye contact, she gave her the eyebrow. She knew. "We were just talking about you," he said, smiling at Georgie, not noticing the sisters' telepathic communication. Rosie gave Georgie another look. "Oh, really?" Georgie could tell Rosie would push this, so she changed the subject. "Yes, you invited Sam and Jessie over for breakfast, then forgot to show up." "I'm here," she announced, as though half an hour late was still on time. "Besides, it looks like you two have everything under control." Rosie gave Georgie a wink, grabbing a mug of coffee. For the rest of the morning, Rosie watched them, making Georgie hyper-aware of every look, every word she said or didn't say to Sam. "We should head to the show, don't you think?" Georgie asked, as soon as everyone finished up their meal. Sam pulled Midnight in his high-end trailer. Rosie and Olivia drove with them. Georgie followed behind, with Maggie and Charlie. She found a parking spot, but had lost Sam, who drove to the stables. The moment she stepped out of her car, she smelled rodeo. The musky scent of horses, the air dusty with sun-baked hay and dirt mixed with fried foods. It reminded her of her daddy. "I feel like a cowboy," Charlie said, looking down at his feet, clad in his first cowboy boots. "You look like one now," Maggie said, dropping a hat on top of his head. "I look like Sam." Georgie couldn't help but smile at the comparison. As soon as they caught up, she watched as Charlie ran over to stand between Sam and Jessie. Sam put his arm around Charlie's shoulder as soon as he noticed him. "Can I help?" Charlie asked. "Sure, little man. Come over on this side." He let Charlie open the trailer doors, showing him how to pull down the ramp. Sam showed a kind patience with Charlie that made him even more attractive. She checked her reflection in the truck window. She'd picked out a sundress for the day with a pair of cowboy boots, flowers embroidered along the sides. Something she'd never wear in the cities. Mrs. Meyer, the governor's wife, wouldn't be caught dead in a pair of cowboy boots. Rosie directed everyone to the barn where Midnight would stay. He did not like the drive, Olivia said. Midnight had been a calm horse in the barn and in the field, but he hadn't had much recent trailering experience. He didn't like being trapped inside, in the dark. Midnight stomped and whinnied as Rosie pulled him out and down the ramp. "Is he going to be okay?" Georgie suddenly worried about Olivia riding this rescue horse. "He's going to be fine," Olivia said, rubbing the horse's neck, shushing him. "You're okay, Midnight. You're a good boy." Olivia, who was calm, comfortable even, didn't flinch when Midnight's eyes rolled. She led him to the stall and began brushing him, comforting him. The horse slowly calmed down under Olivia's guidance. Georgie was impressed. "She's good, right?" Rosie said to her. "Yes, better than I ever was." "She's exactly like you." Rosie shook her head. "You just forgot." After losing Aurora, Georgie never rode again. Never had the desire to get on another horse, to lose something she loved so much again. And she had forgotten how wonderful that feeling of pure trust, that connection she felt with Aurora, had been. "You ready, Liv?" Rosie asked. Olivia nodded, patting Midnight's neck. "Yup." Before Georgie left the stall for the bleachers, she handed Olivia the small white jewelry box. "This is for good luck." Olivia opened it, gasping when she saw the diamond horseshoe. "I love it." She wrapped her arms around Georgie's neck, the first time in months she had hugged her. Georgie squeezed harder, holding on longer than Olivia wanted, but not willing to let go just yet. "Mom, I need to go." She unraveled their embrace. "Good luck," she said, as everyone left to find a seat. Her nerves quickly turned to excitement for Olivia as she watched her daughter walk away. She found Maggie up front, next to the judge's box, taking pictures with her phone. Maggie leaned over to say, "You should send a picture to Nathan." Georgie didn't intend to send any. Olivia had invited him to come, but with his full campaign schedule, he couldn't make it. After everything, he still couldn't make time for them. He can get his own pictures. "You know you're only hurting yourself by holding on to this anger," Maggie said. "Feel it, then let it go." An argument sat on the end of her tongue, but she stayed silent. All Georgie wanted right now was to make Olivia have the best day of her life. Georgie peeked over at Charlie, who stood in between Sam and Jessie, hanging on the metal arena gates. Maggie took her silence as a chance to convey more of her wisdom. "The Lord talks about forgiveness not for him, but for you." Georgie tried to bite her tongue, but it slipped out. "Mama, I love you, but this is more than just about forgiveness." That's where she was ending it. Maggie didn't need to give her some kind of sermon about her marriage. She wondered if he had asked Olivia to go back to the cities for the summer. She hoped that after today, Olivia wouldn't want to go back. That Prairie Valley, and Jessie and the horses, and her aunt and grandmother would make her want to stay. Because the idea of her children not being with her was excruciating. She'd have to go back. Would he ask her to leave once the election was over? Make her leave and keep her children? She watched as Sam held Charlie up to get a better view of Olivia, who rode out toward the starting gate on Midnight, Rosie walking beside her. "The next rider is Olivia Meyer, who will be riding Midnight. This is their first time racing together." The announcer's voice crackled over the loudspeaker as country music played in the background. "Olivia is also the niece of our very own Rosie Boudreau. Let's give a cheer for Olivia." The crowd of families cheered as Olivia trotted out. The moment she took off out of the gates, Georgie's heart stopped beating. Olivia didn't hesitate to bring Midnight to a full gallop, spinning tight around the first barrel, rolling straight around toward the second. Olivia leaned close to Midnight's neck, holding the reins out in front of her as he gained more speed. He kicked into third gear, then fourth, and soon she was around the second barrel, twisting Midnight like they were on ice. The horse pounded ahead, just as determined as Olivia to get around the third barrel. Georgie wanted to cover her eyes as Olivia flew around it even faster than the others, racing towards the finish line. "Looks like Miss Olivia takes after her aunt," the announcer boomed out. "Look at her come in." Charlie whooped with Jessie and Sam. "Go, Olivia!" "Third place goes to Olivia Meyer," the announcer called out. Georgie and Maggie hollered from their feet, clapping and cheering. Sam whistled with his 2 fingers. Olivia's posture was graceful as she walked Midnight out, not stiff like some of the other first-timers, but a natural in the saddle. At the end of the show, all the girls rode a lap around the arena. Georgie's heart swelled as she watched Olivia. She looked beautiful with her hair in a braid, accommodating her helmet. She looked like a cowgirl in her Western blouse and jeans. As the judges walked up with the ribbons, Georgie couldn't believe Olivia had placed in her first race. Rosie hollered out as loud as she could, "That's our girl! Woohoo!" People around them laughed and joined in, the boys yelling and whistling. Georgie sat back down with Maggie, and as the second-place winner got her ribbon, she thought about forgiveness, and horses, and Sam, and Olivia's ribbon. The worry crept in again. What if these were some of her last moments with her children? What would Nathan do if she kept fighting him? As they waited for Olivia, her thoughts kept spinning, and it was Charlie who got her out of her head with a basket of cheese curds from the concession stand. "Want some?" he asked, blowing on the hot cheese. She saw Sam in the crowd, coming toward the stands with his own basket. "Did you thank Mr. Gunderson for the treat?" She picked out a small curd. "Yep." He took a bite. "He said I had to share it with you and Nana." Georgie grabbed another. "I do love cheese curds." Sam sat down behind her with Jessie, and she could feel the heat coming off him. Or was she just heating up? "Here she is." They all stood up, getting out of the stands to meet Olivia and Rosie. Her heart stopped as Olivia came over in her cowboy hat. She ran straight over to Jessie and gave him a hug. "You did great," he said. Olivia beamed as she held onto her white ribbon. "I couldn't believe how Midnight just took those barrels." "You practically hugged them," Georgie said. She looked over at Rosie and mouthed the words, "Thank you." "Can I put my ribbon in the barn with the others?" Olivia asked Rosie. "Of course," Rosie said, hugging her niece. Georgie waited on the side, taking more pictures. Olivia smiled from ear to ear, hugging everyone. When she reached Georgie, she touched the necklace. Then she wrapped her arms around Georgie's neck and held on. The strength of the hug made Georgie's eyes well up with tears, and she squeezed her daughter back just as tight. "Thanks, Mom," Olivia said. "I'm so proud of you." "Let's take a family photo," Rosie declared. "Let me," Sam said, reaching out for her phone. Georgie wrapped her arms around both Charlie and Olivia, with Maggie on one side and Rosie squeezing in next to Olivia. "Say cheese curds," Sam said. They all moved closer together. "Cheese curds." After the photo, Olivia went back to Jessie. "That's a nice picture," Sam said, handing Rosie's phone to her. She looked down at all of them squeezed close together, smiling. A major moment Nathan had missed. Should she send it? She closed the app and handed it over to Rosie. "Yes, it's been quite a day." He stood next to her, looking out at Olivia and Jessie and Midnight. "She did really good." Georgie nodded, watching as her daughter beamed, posing for everyone. "She did real good. You know, they remind me of us, back in the day." She looked at her daughter, wrapping her arm around Jessie's waist as she took a selfie of them. She didn't say what she was thinking, because they did remind her of Sam and her back in the day. That's what worried her. Sam and Georgie continued to meet at the swimming hole. He had given her space since the night she asked for him to be a friend, but the more space he gave her, the less Georgie seemed to want. After the horse show, she began inviting him and Jessie to the house for Sunday lunch after church, and even for dinner on a few occasions. But he was in the friend zone, not Jessie. He practically lived at the Boudreau farm when he didn't have school or chores. Sam had him working after school less and less, letting the boy enjoy himself. He still kept him plenty busy during the weekend, with the cattle. Being at the Boudreaux more often, he was able to see that Jessie really did have a way with horses, something Sam hadn't seen since Ryan. He seemed to practically read the horse's mind. He could herd cattle just as well as any of his other ranch hands. Sam just had to let go a little and let him. Sam wondered if he would have made a good father if he and Rochelle ever had kids. Jesse was the closest thing he'd have to being a father. They had tried for years, not getting along for more, and she had enough and left. Went to her mother's and never came back. "You never really wanted this to work out, did you?" Rochelle asked when they signed their divorce papers. If he was being honest, he hadn't ever thought it would last. But he didn't want to have a failed marriage, to be the one Gunderson man who couldn't keep his family together and died alone. "How'd our family get into cattle?" Jesse asked one afternoon as they drove out to the north pasture. Sam noticed the pronoun choice and smiled to himself. He wished more than anything that Ryan could be there, see what a great kid he had. Sam would give anything to have a son like Jesse. With some bad luck and a crook. This was how his father would start the story every time. Sam didn't know how many times he had heard the tale of how his ancestor purchased the ranch. A crook? "Your great-great-granddaddy came out from Norway. He'd been a farmer and decided to buy some land, and a man scammed him, selling him a plot of land that couldn't be farmed. Too much iron. Just when he was about to lose everything, a man named Andrew Carnegie came knocking on his door and gave him an offer for it. Turns out he was sitting on one of the biggest iron ore deposits in the Midwest." "Is that why the school's named after him?" "Yes, and the park downtown, but not the library. Carnegie's name is on that one." "Who's that?" "One of the richest men in the world at the time. Paid your great-granddaddy quite handsomely, too." "Wow." Jesse looked out to the pasture. "So, how'd we get cattle?" "Turns out he was pretty lousy at farming, so he decided to buy land to raise cattle instead, and here we are." Jesse looked out at the prairie. "I like ranching." As Sam looked out over the green hills rolling out before him, the horizon miles away, he felt a sense of relief at the boy's words. There would be another generation that might take on the family legacy. He tipped his hat at Jesse. "It's in our blood." Later that evening, after dinner, Jesse asked, "Do you have a nice shirt and tie I could borrow? There's a barn dance Olivia wants to go to, and it's sort of formal, I guess." Sam owned 2 ties, a black one he'd worn to both of his parents' funerals, and a bow tie he wore to his prom with Georgie. She wore a lavender dress with his daisy corsage on her wrist. "We need to buy you a new one, with a shirt and maybe a new pair of boots." "I don't even want to go." Jesse said it like a confession. "Why not? The 2 of us are like oil and vinegar at school." As Jesse sat on the couch, he looked taller than he did just a day ago. He rested his arms on his knees. "She's popular, and everyone loves her, and I'm just this new weirdo kid that no one except Olivia talks to." Sam had been lucky. High school had been a great experience for him. Captain of the football team, a girlfriend like Georgie, he knew not everyone had it the same. But Jesse was a great kid. Just shy. And tall. Probably intimidated the farm kids, being a new face from the city. "Let's take you shopping tomorrow," Sam decided. "You need more than a couple shirts and Levi's." "That'd be great." The next day, Sam took Jesse to the cities. "This is insane," he said, as they walked into the Mall of America's massive structure. Jesse's eyes said what he was feeling. They needed to get out of there. After a visit to the kiosk and a long walk around the 2nd floor, they found a place that sold suits. "You should get one," Jesse said. "I have one." He just hadn't worn it in years. After the suit, he bought Jesse a new pair of shoes and pants that looked like what the kids in town wore. Back in Prairie Valley, Sam helped him pick out a corsage for Olivia and showed him how to lightly apply cologne. When the night of the dance arrived, Sam stood around, waiting to see if Jesse needed help with anything, but he didn't, even though he was a bundle of nerves. "Come down to the farm for pictures," Georgie texted him. "I'll ride with you and walk back," he said, when he told Jessie he was coming along. "I'm not attending the dance," he said dryly, when Jessie's eyes widened. "Georgie invited me down to take pictures." Jessie looked like he was about to say something, but stopped, walking toward the kitchen. "What?" He opened the fridge and removed the cardboard box with Olivia's corsage. "You like Mrs. Meyer, don't you?" Jessie's bluntness threw him off. "I'm her friend." He could hear the word friend come out harsh. Jessie looked back at him, rolling his eyes. "Let's just go." When they arrived, all the Boudreau women and Charlie stood next to a group of lilac bushes as tall as the second story of the house and took pictures with Olivia. Jessie stared out the windshield with his tongue practically hanging out. As soon as he walked up to her, he said, "Wow, Olivia, you look beautiful." Sam's heart grew tight with emotion as Jessie and Olivia stood for pictures. His inner cowboy had been taken over by a Hallmark movie. He shifted his hat to hide his eyes. "Could you take one of Jessie and me?" Sam asked Maggie. She took his phone and he put his arm around Jessie's shoulder. "Oh," Rosie said from the side, watching as the couple stood together as Georgie and Maggie told them how to pose. "Sam, are you showing your feelings?" He looked at the young kids. "They're really great together. They're really cute." Rosie frowned. "Too bad Georgie won't just figure out what to do so Olivia can figure out how to feel about everything." He saw the complexity of a relationship with Georgie. Everyone was better off just being a friend. Nothing more. But as he stayed behind as the kids left for the dance, a powerful feeling grew inside him. He hadn't been this happy in so long. And as he caught a glance from Georgie, he wanted more. Much more. Georgie watched the kids disappear down the road from the top of the driveway. "She looked beautiful," he said. "Yes, she did." She let a breath out, her gaze on the empty golden road. "Jessie looked really nice in his suit." Sam let out a chuckle. "I've never gone shopping with anyone so picky in my life. When I buy a suit, I say black, get it fit, walk out. Simple. That kid tried on everything in the store, even a light blue one." He shook his head. "All of a sudden, I'm in teenager land, and it's bizarre." "You're good with him," she said. "You're real good with him." Sam didn't really know how to take a compliment, so he changed the subject. "I told them to get home as soon as the dance was over, no gallivanting after." "I told them to get something to eat." She gestured toward the house. "Want to have a cup of coffee?" He nodded. "Sounds great." She clasped her hands together as she walked to the house. He kept an eye on her, following behind. She looked beautiful and sexier than ever before in her perfectly fitting jeans and her cowboy boots. "Have you ridden since you've been back?" he asked, looking into the barn. She probably couldn't get on a horse with Rosie and the kids always on one. "No, I haven't been on a horse in years." He stopped walking, grabbed her hand, and tugged her toward the barn. "Let's go for a ride." The left side of her mouth perked up, along with her eyebrow. "A ride?" "To the Four Corners." She didn't move as he motioned toward the barn. "Come on, it's a perfect clear night." She gripped his hand and jogged to keep up with him. "I get midnight." Rosie made a big to-do when they asked to take the horses. They tacked up Stardust and Midnight. Georgie hadn't lost her touch with putting on the saddle and cinching up. She adjusted the stirrups and got the bridle in place. "I forgot how long this takes." She buckled the throat latch. Sam moved up next to her, adjusting the noseband, making sure it wasn't too tight. She smiled at him as they finished up. He grabbed an extra blanket before they walked the horses out to the pasture, and he helped her jump up into the saddle. Sam clicked his tongue and tapped his heels into Stardust, and the horse trotted off down the trail. Georgie followed behind at first, then came alongside. "I feel like a child on a pony ride," she complained. "Are you saying you want to go faster?" "They'll be home from the dance before we get there." He nudged Stardust's ribs with his heels, and the horse picked up the pace, moving powerfully under him. And just as he looked behind, Georgie took off, her hair blowing behind her as she galloped ahead. By the time they reached the Four Corners, she had slowed. The years out of the saddle clearly hadn't affected her riding. That was amazing. They spread the blanket over the grass and settled in to watch the sunset. The sky blazed out over the prairie, casting a golden glow over the deep green field of hay. As if Monet had swept his paintbrush over the sky, the clouds blended gold and pinks and navy blues. She kept her gaze on the sky. "I think I have to go back." His heart dropped. Was this what Rosie was talking about? Why? He faced her. "You belong here." She stared back at him, saying nothing. "Can you really go back to being Mrs. Meyer, the governor's wife?" He had only met Nathan a few times, always in a crowd, always in church, and he'd always made it clear that Georgie was his. He wants custody. She played with her hands, and he wanted to reach out and hold them. And he has all these powerful attorneys. I can't afford to live on my own without Nathan. "I have a lawyer you can meet." "No." She shook her head. "Thank you, but I don't think there's another choice." "You can't go back to him." "You don't understand." She looked away from him. "I can't lose my kids." "Stay, Georgie." He wasn't one with words, but he laid it out on the line, but she continued to shake her head. He wanted to say what he was feeling, but instead, he took his chances and moved in, closer to her, unable to control himself any longer, and leaned in to kiss her. She stopped him, then pulled out her phone and looked down. "I should take this." He nodded, catching his breath, his mind spinning wildly out of control. He should have thrown the phone into the field. But whatever was being said on the other line made Georgie's face turn ghost white. "Where are you?" she asked, looking frantic as she shot up from the blanket. "Are you okay?" "What's going on?" he asked, aware that whoever was calling, whatever they were saying, wasn't good. "It's Olivia and Jesse. They got into a car accident." Georgie raced Midnight back through the fields faster than she had ever gone in her life. Sam rode ahead of her, calling Rosie as he rode. She met them at the barn and didn't ask any questions, just took the horses from them, allowing them to get right into Sam's truck. Sam sped down the dirt road to the main stretch of highway, flooring the gas. Georgie tried calling Olivia's phone, but didn't get an answer. Flying into the parking lot, they jumped out and rushed to the front desk. "Olivia Meyer, my daughter, has been admitted." "I'm looking for Jesse Gunderson." "Yes, they were just admitted. They're both in the emergency room." The woman behind the desk pointed to the elevator. "It's on the second floor down the hall." Georgie ran down the corridor to the elevator, pressing the round button, but the elevator seemed to be taking forever. "Let's take the stairs," Sam said, pointing to a door. She followed him, running up to the second level. They came out the door looking for the emergency room sign, anything that would give them an indication of where Olivia and Jesse were. "It's down the hall." Sam led the way, and as soon as they came in, a nurse pointed to a room. "Your daughter's in the second room." Georgie rushed in. As soon as she stepped inside, Olivia called out, "Mama?" Her daughter lay in the hospital bed. She still wore her own clothes, her head bandaged up, blood staining her cheeks and pretty floral dress. "Oh my God, Olivia." Her hands trembled as she took her daughter into her arms. "What happened?" "A car came out of nowhere." She reached for her forehead, touching the bandage. Her shoulders shook as she cried. "We didn't even see it coming." "Where's Jesse?" Sam had already started backing out of the room. "He's getting x-rayed." "I'll be back." Sam took off, and Georgie turned back to Olivia. Tears fell down her face. She squeezed Georgie like she used to do when she was a little girl. "I was so scared, Mama." Georgie wrapped her arms more tightly around her daughter. "You're going to be okay, Liv. Everything's going to be okay." But Georgie had never been more scared in her life. Never had she seen her daughter hurt like that, terrified like that. She felt completely out of control. An urge to have Nathan there came over her, to take control of the situation like he always did. Fix the problem. But then she thought about Sam almost kissing her, and how she almost kissed him back, and realized how much more complicated things had become. When the nurse came to check on Olivia, she told them Jesse had 2 broken ribs, a nasty cut on the back of his head, and a pretty severe concussion. Olivia blew her nose into a tissue. "Your car is totaled." "I'm just glad you 2 weren't hurt worse." She hugged Olivia tight, not ever wanting to let go. "Mrs. Meyer?" A man peeked inside the door. "I'm Dr. Carney. Olivia is going to be okay, but I would still treat her as though she had a concussion. Wake her up every hour, make sure she's coherent and alert." "Will Jesse be okay?" she asked. "Yes, he's going to be fine. We're going to monitor him for the night," he said. "They were lucky, from what I heard. The man hadn't seen the red light." "Thank you so much, Dr. Carney." Georgie reached out her hand. "Thank you." "Yes, of course." As the doctor left, Sam came into the room and Georgie couldn't help but look away, wishing she could read what he was thinking. He exhaled. "I came to see Olivia." Georgie stood up, moving to Olivia, away from Sam. "She's going to be fine." He stepped back, closer to the door, and Georgie peeked at him, his face creased with concern. "How's Jesse?" she asked, looking back at Olivia, feeling the tension suddenly growing in the room. "They said he'll be fine and can probably go home tomorrow." Olivia grabbed Georgie's arm, squeezing it. "We can't leave Jesse alone." "I'll stay with him." Sam put his hands in his pockets. "You should get some rest. Olivia, you can come by the ranch tomorrow." She could feel that something had changed between the 2 of them. She heard Charlie's voice. "She's in here, Nana." The door opened and Maggie, Rosie, and Charlie all rushed in. "Olivia, sugar, we were so worried." Maggie went straight to her granddaughter's open arms. "Nana!" Olivia started to cry again. "Is she okay?" Rosie rushed to Georgie, hugging her as she stared at Olivia's head bandage, terrified. Georgie nodded. "She's going to be fine." "I called Nathan," Maggie said. "What?" She realized she should have done that. "He's on his way." Georgie looked back to see that Sam had left. The idea of Nathan coming to Prairie Valley now made her feel sick. She didn't want to be around him, see him, listen to his voice, his lies, his fake demeanor. He'd play governor, even as his daughter sat in the emergency room. He didn't make it before Olivia was ready to go. After a tearful goodbye to Jesse, they headed home. Maggie brewed tea, and she and Rosie waited for him in the kitchen. Olivia went to lie down in her room. "You doing okay?" Rosie asked. "I'm okay." Georgie could feel a lump in her throat. She wasn't okay. The adrenaline had worn off, and reality had set in. Olivia could have been really hurt, or worse. "She'll be okay," Rosie reassured her. But as she heard a car pull up the driveway, her stomach sickened. The slam of his car door echoed in her chest. "Olivia!" He rushed into the house. "Where is she?" He looked around the room, and Georgie got up from the table. "She's asleep. Is she badly hurt?" She shook her head, the tears back. No, she's going to be okay. Oh, hey, Nathan, Rosie said, her hand on her hip. How nice of you to show up. He shot Georgie a look. I would have come sooner if I had known. She was fine. Georgie dumped the rest of her tea in the sink. She squeezed the edge of the counter with both hands. What did he think he was doing, coming in here like a hero? Rosie, do you mind giving me and Georgie a moment together? Georgie looked out at the dark night through the window, watching Nathan's reflection through the pane. She turned to see Rosie nod. I'll go watch some television with Mama. She kept her eye on him as she left the room, but he didn't take his eyes off Georgie. As soon as Rosie was out of earshot, he laid into her. Seriously, when were you going to call me? I was going to call you. When? He shook his head. You can't leave me out of their lives, Georgie. I'm their father. I have a right to know. I was going to call. She faced him and narrowed her eyes. If you really wanted to be part of their lives, then maybe you should try making more of an effort. Don't turn this back on me, he shouted. You're the one who up and left. I'm trying to give you the space you wanted. She heard the crunching of gravel, and through the window saw Sam's truck pull up to the house, parking beside Nathan's. You've got to be kidding me. Nathan let out a dark laugh, his hands resting on his hips. Sam came up to the door, but before he could knock, Georgie opened it. How's Jessie? He removed his hat, stepping into the house, but stopped cold the second he saw Nathan. Nathan straightened his shoulders. Sam stood taller. Both men lengthened their posture. Georgie almost expected one of them to pound his chest. I see it didn't take long to move in on my wife, Gunderson. Nathan. She moved across the room, standing between them. Sam's nephew was also in the accident with Olivia. Nathan's demeanor didn't change. Heat radiated from his eyes, and it was directed at Sam. She could see him trying to hold back, pull himself together, be rational, but his face turned crimson. Sam, however, kept his cool. He nodded at Nathan, then to Georgie. I was on my way to pick up some clothes for Jessie and wanted to let you know he's doing real well. That's great news. Georgie smiled, but didn't make eye contact for long. She knew he was there to talk about what happened between them. I should head back to the hospital. Sam turned on his boot heel and didn't look back, leaving Georgie alone with Nathan. I shouldn't be surprised he'd be around. He threw his hands up. I know I hurt you, but you can't let go of your feelings long enough to let me know my daughter got into an accident? I didn't know all the information yet. I didn't want to worry you until I knew exactly what was going on. She knew it didn't make a difference. Look, I was scared and thinking only about whether Olivia was okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I made mistakes, but you can't always treat me as the bad guy. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You chose not to be there, ever. Even now you don't make the effort. You can posture all you want, but in reality, you just let us leave. Let your career be more important than keeping your family. You let the days slip by. When was the last time you spoke to the kids? Really? I let my life slip by. He shook his head. You slept years away. I lost our baby. Georgie had never felt pain like that before. Her heart ripped from her body. The pain still penetrated her daily. We lost the baby. Georgie had gone into labor at work, early, but only by a couple of weeks. It was the blood and the strange pain, something she hadn't felt with her other pregnancies. She knew something wasn't right. She called Nathan right away. I'm in labor. She could hear him hesitate. I have an interview set up in 15 minutes. I'll come as soon as it's over. It took less than 15 minutes for her to realize she needed to get to the hospital right away. Olivia, call the ambulance. Then she'd suddenly fallen to the floor, gripping her stomach, the pain unbearable. Nathan met her at the hospital, and it was in the emergency room that they were told there was no heartbeat. They put her on a stretcher and immediately transported her to surgery. The nurse wrapped Emma in a blanket and let Georgie hold her. Nathan cried off to the side, not even looking at his daughter. She traced her fingers over the tiny fingers, then her cheeks and nose. Her baby girl's eyes were closed, as if she were just sleeping, but her lifeless body stilled Georgie's heart. She wasn't sure if she would be able to breathe again. The doctor prescribed an antidepressant, something to help her make it through the following days. Georgie went through the motions, not feeling anything. Nathan went straight back to campaigning. The memories stung her eyes. You acted like all you were losing was time from the campaign trail. You went back to the state house while I was still in the hospital. She raised her chin so she could look down at him. You left our marriage that day. It just took until now to end it. So that's it. Nathan held out his hands. You take the kids to the farm and live happily ever after with Sam? She laughed. Wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't that make you feel better? I've talked to my lawyer, and I have rights as a father. He looked around the farm, shaking his head. You owe me a few months, including the 60 Minutes interview. Then you can stay in Prairie Valley and have everything you've always wanted. Chapter 11. In 4th grade, Georgie had to write a report on the state of Minnesota. She learned that it was the 11th largest state in the United States, with a population of approximately 5.5 million people. It had housed, at least back then, 33 of the top publicly traded companies. It ranked 6th in agriculture and was well known for the high levels of iron ore. Through that research, Georgie learned she loved school and learning, and she wanted to be a teacher. While Nathan focused his platform on the blue-collar workers and labor unions, he wanted her platform as First Lady of Minnesota to be education. When Georgie made appearances alone, she usually did it in schools, using her teaching background, but most of the time she'd be asked to talk about growing up in Prairie Valley. Georgie exaggerated a lot of her struggles or used stories she had heard over the years from other farmers. She never remembered times being tight, though she knew her parents struggled. Somehow, they'd always put food on the table, provided enough clothes to wear, and made just enough to make a small donation at church each Sunday morning. But she always started her stories the same way it was told to her. The town started with some bad luck and a crook. That's what she was thinking about as she looked into the refrigerator. What was she going to say to the news journalists? Probably more of the same old stories. The struggling farmer's daughter who married a man to save them all. Then an image of kissing Sam flashed through her head. She hadn't gone to the swimming hole since that night. He never told her why he'd really stopped by the farm. And she never asked. Ugh, she said, accidentally out loud. You going to be okay? Rosie stood at the kitchen window, peering out as 3 stylists pulled outfits from the back of the camera van. Good God, Georgie, how many people does it take to make you look good for the camera? Don't forget they want my whole family in a shot, Georgie threw back. It had been a few weeks since the accident, and most of Olivia's scars had healed. Nathan had also stopped communication with Georgie. Sherry had been relaying all the things she needed to know about the 60 Minutes interview. We'll have the interview in your family's living room, Sherry told her. There will be shots of the kids riding the horses. You guys walking the farm with your mother. Georgie sighed. It'll be over soon. Defeated, the loss of control she felt at that exact moment couldn't be more severe. When had her life come to this? A fake television interview parading her family around like a reality TV show? You don't have to do this, you know, Rosie said. You totally don't get it. Nathan hadn't arrived yet, but he'd be there soon. He'd never miss an opportunity to be on camera. Mrs. Meyer, we're ready to set up. The young makeup artist was maybe in her late 20s. Georgie could see the fire in her eyes, her desire to make it in the news media. She probably wanted to be the one in front of the camera, not behind, but willing to do anything. Georgie gestured to the back staircase, an intimate spot in her family's home. Not even Sam Gunderson had been invited up that staircase when her daddy was home. "It's the first door on the left. We can use the desk." It was no vanity table, just a mirror with certificates and ribbons from 20 years ago stuck between the wood and glass. Pictures of friends she hadn't spoken to in just as many years. A whole other life she suddenly realized was never coming back. "Your team picked this outfit." The girl held up a teal blue dress with 3/4 sleeves and a scooped neck, cut just above the knee. It screamed politician's wife. She knew they were dying to get her braid out as soon as possible. When was the last time she had been to a hairdresser? The kids were ordered to the yard. The crew wasn't allowed to interview the kids or film them other than playing or riding the horses. The one stipulation Georgie fought for, tooth and nail. She wasn't going to allow her children to be show ponies, no matter how good it looked for the cameras. Her phone buzzed on the dresser. "Mrs. Meyer?" a timid voice asked when Georgie said hello. "Hannah?" "Mrs. Meyer, I was wondering if you could help me." She looked around the room at the 3 women putting her together. The news crew would be arriving in less than an hour. "What do you need?" she asked. "A place to stay." Georgie's stomach dropped. "Are you okay?" "Not really, my dad's kicked me out." "Oh, Hannah." She looked for Maggie through the chaos, thought she might be in the hallway watching the spectacle, but she must have stayed downstairs. "You can come and stay here as long as you need to." Georgie got up as the girl pulled the elastic from her hair. "Mrs. Meyer, are you coming back? We really need to style your hair." "I just need to find my mother," she assured the girl, rushing down the stairs. "Mama?" She walked through the crowd of television crew and producers, moving through the family home like it was not a private residence, setting up lights and moving furniture without even asking. Mama sat on the couch watching the whole thing. "Mama?" She looked up and made a face. "When are they going to leave?" "Mama, I need a huge favor." Maggie smiled brightly, as though she had been delivered good news. "Why, of course. What do you need?" "Do you remember my student, Hannah Destin?" Georgie asked, but Maggie shook her head. Georgie muted her phone. "The young girl who's pregnant? What about her? Does she need more baby things?" "Apparently her dad kicked her out of the house, and she needs a place to stay." Mama stood up. "That mean old son of a—" "Mama," Georgie cut her off. "The news people." Maggie's eyes widened. "Tell her to come here. We have plenty of room." Georgie returned to her phone. "Hannah, do you need a ride?" "Yes, please." She sounded as though she were crying. "My mother will come and pick you up." Mama made a face and whispered, "What about the interview? I thought I had to do some walk with the family." "Oh, right." She knew who to call. "Don't worry, I'll send someone you can trust." Sam pulled up alongside the curb of the address Georgie'd given him. He knew the Destins all too well. Hannah Destin was the daughter of Joel Destin, one of his former workers who he'd had to sack due to being drunk on the job a few times. The man was heavyset and feisty when angry. He had seen Joel get in a few scuffles over the littlest of things. He couldn't imagine how he felt about his daughter being pregnant. After being let go, Sam had heard Joel spent more time at the local bar more than trying to find a new job. Rumor had it that he had a heavy hand, which was why his wife took off. His daughter, Sam recalled, had left too, but came back to town a few years later. Things must have been bad if she chose to live with Joel. Sam had been in the pastures, fixing the south fence, when his phone started buzzing with messages from Georgie. "I need your help. Can you call me right away?" "Do you have time to help one of my students and bring her to the farm?" He didn't, really. There was so much to do on the ranch and never enough time. But he would drop heaven and earth to help Georgie. "What do you need?" was all he asked. He wouldn't bring anything personal up, since he knew that was why she'd been avoiding him. She didn't want to talk about things. And he guessed he didn't really want to either at this point. Hannah sat on her front stoop with 2 trash bags, standing as soon as he got out of the truck. He removed his hat before shaking her hand. "Thank you, Mr. Gunderson." She rubbed her protruding belly. "I really appreciate your help." He nodded, putting his hat back in place. "Is this all you have?" She pointed to the end of the driveway where baby items, like a swing and a high chair, sat out on the curb like trash. "And all of that." He picked up the bags and placed them in the back. He opened the passenger door for the waddling young lady, not at all surprised she'd called Georgie for help. Helping was what that family did. He picked up the rest of the stuff as quickly as possible. He didn't see Joel, but he wasn't going to like Sam Gunderson, the man he blamed for his misery, taking his daughter away, so he didn't waste any time getting out of there. As he drove out of town, Hannah's gaze settled out the window, and she sat in silence. He didn't mind, because he really didn't know what to talk about with the young girl, who seemed to be in way over her head. He couldn't believe her dad kicked her out. He'd offer to help. Maybe there was something she could do on the ranch. He'd ask Mrs. Paulson when he got back. As soon as he pulled onto the dirt road, he noticed the activity. White vans with large logos from news stations parked outside the Boudreau farm. Satellite dishes rose to the sky alongside the road. What the heck was going on? He pulled up, noticing the black sedans with official government license plates. Nathan was in town? "What do you think is going on?" Hannah asked, looking out the windshield. Sam shrugged, but he hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. That was until he saw Georgie walking out of the house. She wore a dress that looked like something an older woman wore to church. Stately. Her hair resembled a football helmet and was probably just as hard. She wore jewelry and eyeliner. She looked like the Georgie that had shown up a few months ago. "If you laugh, I'll hit you." She pointed her finger at him, which made him chuckle. "Hey, I mean it." She walked straight to Hannah and gave her a hug. "Are you okay?" "Yes, thank you for letting me stay. I won't stay long. Just until Troy turns 18, then we can get married." Hannah spilled out the words. Georgie hugged her again. "I have to do an interview this afternoon, but make yourself at home. My mom will show you where you're staying." Georgie pointed to the porch where Maggie stood, waving at the girl. She held Hannah in her arms, and he wondered how a man could let go of something so special. He thought about how scared Georgie was about Nathan taking the children, but the guy hadn't made a move. Which said to Sam, he was just like Joel Destin. Only cared about himself. As Hannah headed toward Maggie, Georgie stayed with Sam. "Thank you so much." He tipped his hat at her, then looked around at the people bustling about. "What's going on?" "I have the 60 Minutes interview with Nathan." Something jerked inside Sam's heart. That donkey asked her to play pretend after he cheated on her? "You're doing an interview." "Sam." Her tone was sharp. "Don't." He let out a huff, shaking his head. "I can't believe he'd ask you to do this, or that you agreed. As far as I'm concerned, you owe him nothing." "Sam, stop." She gave him a hard look. "You should leave." He noticed the cameraman suddenly paying attention to the local cowboy. "I hope you enjoy playing the governor's wife." Her mouth dropped open. "Sam Gunderson, that was low." She swung on her heel and pounded away. What had he done? Talking to Georgie like that. None of this was about him. When Maggie was the mama and not the nana, she had taught the girls how to sit in church with a dress on, knees together, hands folded on top. As a country girl, Georgie had the hardest time acting like a lady, even in the house of the Lord. Oftentimes, she'd throw a fit at the choice of clothes, wearing shorts underneath with her cowboy boots. "Take off the boots, Georgie," her mother would exasperate. "Why? Daddy wears them." It seemed to Georgie that any time she gave a reasonable response, her mother would pinch the bridge of her nose and defer to her father. "John, will you explain to Georgie why she can't wear cowboy boots and jean shorts to church?" Her daddy usually would shrug behind her mama's back, then say, "Go do what your mama says." And Georgie would change into hard, uncomfortable shoes, just like today. She looked down at her shoes. The heels matched the dress and reminded her of something her grandmother would wear. Certainly not something she'd pick out for herself. "So, this is your family farm?" The woman interviewing them wasn't one of the regular cast, but a minor member of the 60 Minutes interview team. The thought of Hillary Clinton's interview flashed through her head. Hillary next to Bill, sitting on the couch. He got Steve Croft. Not having Steve Croft was a good thing because that meant they didn't know about the affair. Not yet. Georgie's family has lived here forever. Since my great-great-granddaddy. She fell right back into the role of politician's wife, throwing out Minnesota catchphrases like "oof da" and joking about a hot dish. "Most of my family lives in Prairie Valley." "You two decided to move back to the farm to take care of your wife's mother." There was the question Georgie had been waiting for. Georgie looked out past the camera crew filling the living room and saw her mama. She gave Georgie a hard nod of approval. "Yes, the kids and I came back after my dad died." The woman's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, but she bought it. "Are you able to come to the farm much, with your duties as governor and your campaigning schedule?" "We make it work." Nathan grabbed Georgie's hand, smiling at her for a split second, then faced the interviewer. "For us, God and family come first, always. Georgie and the kids needed to be here right now with her mother, and the move hasn't affected my duties as governor. We do what we can to support each other." Nathan squeezed her hand 3 times. His code for, "I love you." She pulled hers away, catching the eye of the interviewer. She folded her hands together in her lap, tightening her knees, just like Mama taught her. Chapter 12. Georgie missed Sam, but asking him to stick around through her drama was not fair either. Rosie made sure to tell her so. "Sam's a really nice guy who doesn't need to be jerked around." Rosie held Stardust's hoof between her knees, using the hoof pick to dig out the dirt. "I know." Georgie leaned against the top of the stall door. "I didn't mean to hurt him, She didn't just anything. Once again, she hadn't been thinking anything other than about herself. Rosie scraped out the mess in Stardust's hoof. "You should just go up there and apologize." "I can't. He's a great guy who's still head over heels in love with you." Rosie took a break and leaned her elbows on her knees. "As far as I'm concerned, Nathan did this to himself. Don't you have feelings for Sam?" "That's always been the problem." Georgie looked into Stardust's brown eyes. It was as if the horse could feel her emotions. "I've always had feelings for him." "Yes, well, I guess that is a problem." Even if no one found out about Nathan's infidelity and they divorced amicably, starting something new after leaving her husband on his campaign trail didn't look any better. The news would villainize the two of them in a heartbeat. Wife of Governor Meyer, already in a new relationship. No, she would need to give Sam space, time to get over his feelings before things went too far and major damage was done. Because she was sure that kiss would have been the best kiss, and she was sure if she was around him, she wouldn't hesitate again. Walking back to the house, she thought about how Sam deserved someone great, not someone as messy and complicated as her. She couldn't believe Rochelle had left Sam, and there were plenty of beautiful women willing to date a guy like him. He was handsome, had the family name and the ranch. He did well, very well for northern Minnesota. As she climbed the stairs to her room, she heard Olivia talking to Hannah. She stopped on the landing and listened. "Are you scared?" Olivia asked from inside her room. "Yes, very." Hannah's voice sounded younger than usual. "Have you taken that class on breathing and stuff yet?" "You mean Lamaze?" Georgie could hear the fear in Hannah's voice. "No, not yet. Your mom said she'd go with me." Hannah paused. "You're so lucky to have a mom like Mrs. Meyer." Olivia didn't respond, and Georgie's heart fell. But then, after a moment, Olivia said, "Yeah, I am." Warmth swept through Georgie's body as moisture filled her eyes. Olivia thought she was a good mom. That was a big enough win for the day. Sam knew he had been acting like a jerk about everything, but he couldn't help himself. He couldn't just be friends with Georgie any longer. He knew it was his problem. She wanted nothing more than that, but he couldn't just sit next to her, smell her sweet scent, and not take her in his arms. And now that he'd stopped seeing Georgie, it seemed Olivia spent every waking minute with Jessie, doing the same things he and Georgie had done at their age, reminding him every second of what he'd given up. "Did you guys get into it?" Jessie asked. He sat at the kitchen table drinking a soda. "Huh?" He knew what he was asking, but wanted to stall. "Mrs. Meyer, you haven't gone to the farm in a few days." "No, just busy." Sam wasn't willing to lay out his problems to a 17-year-old. He grabbed the coffee pot and hooked it under the tap. "I think she misses you, too, for what it's worth," Jessie said. "She asks about you." Just as he was about to question him, the doorbell rang, and Olivia walked into the house. "Hello?" Jessie, still tender, got out of the kitchen chair and headed for the door. "So, Georgie was asking about him." Not that it changed anything. After all, she was married to a man who'd rather play pretend than live in the real world. If Olivia hadn't been in the house that night, he'd have hit Nathan right square in the jaw. Georgie sat on the edge of her bed, listening to Nathan on the other end of the phone. She had been about to go to Lamaze class with Hannah when he called. The ratings were good, really good. She could hear the excitement in his voice. "My approval rating is at an all-time high. Sherry said that after the election we can say that the distance had taken its toll, etc., etc." Etc.? She never would have imagined that her marriage of 16 years would end with etc. "We'll speak with a united front, in support of each other and the kids." Georgie knew most women would consider her a fake, a pushover, to continue the charade. Sam sure as heck thought so, but she would never put her children in front of the cameras again. And if faking a marriage kept them out of the spotlight, then wearing a ring and pretending a little bit longer was worth it. "I really have to go, Nathan," she said. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Lamaze." She could hear him gasp. "I'm not pregnant." "Is Olivia pregnant? You think it's Olivia?" The thought horrified her. "No, it's my student who came to live at the house." Then she realized he had no idea what she was talking about, even though Hannah had moved in right in front of him on the day of the interview. He didn't know what was going on with his family. "Oh my God, Georgie, you scared me." He started to laugh. "Don't do that." Hearing his laugh, the relief in it, made her sad, but her guard started to fall. "I took in one of my students. She got kicked out because she's pregnant." "Do you think that's a good idea?" Nathan's voice filled with disapproval. And that's when she realized she was no longer married to him, because if she were, she would have never invited Hannah to stay. Nathan wouldn't have allowed her to. She needs help. Georgie was making her own decisions now. Is this the kind of girl who should be around Olivia? Honestly? She thought about the girls' conversation. Yes. What do you think of this boyfriend? Young, immature, and reckless, she answered. Jesse? The kid who rides horses with Olivia. Oh, he's a good kid. Nathan paused, and Georgie waited for his threats. He'd be getting a lawyer, he'd take the kids, but it never came. Mom, Olivia called from downstairs. It's time to go. I should go, she said, looking out at Olivia getting in the back of Maggie's truck. Her fancy SUV had been totaled in the accident. Maybe she should get a truck to be able to pull a trailer. Georgie? He said. Yes, Nathan? Thank you for helping me through this. I don't deserve it, I know, but I really do appreciate it. Chapter 13. Jesse leaned against the kitchen counter, absolutely transfixed by whatever he was watching on his phone. You want breakfast? Sam asked, wearing his work clothes, which were the same as his regular clothes. Flannel shirt tucked into Levi's, and his favorite pair of cowboy boots. He guessed he was a cowboy, thinking of what Georgie had told Charlie, and the endless twisting of memories and fantasies began for the day. He missed Georgie, but surprisingly, he also missed that little man. Charlie had been his shadow for the past few months, running up to the ranch to hang on the fences after he got dropped off from the bus. Sam had let him ride with him in the four-wheeler on the ranch, keeping him safe around the one-ton animals. Charlie wanted to ride the horses instead, or wanted to go faster up the trails. But ever since his and Georgie's last words, he hadn't come by the ranch. Jesse didn't answer, not looking up from his phone. Hello, Earth to Jesse, he said, waving his hand in front of him. You want breakfast? Jesse hit the white ear thing he had in. Nah, I just had cereal. Sam shook his head as Jesse went right back to whatever he was watching. He didn't understand how the kid survived, eating nothing but cereal in the morning. He pulled out a pan and dropped it on the stove, taking 3 eggs from the bowl next to it, cracking them open. Jesse turned up the volume to his phone. When you two lost your daughter, it must have been devastating, a woman's voice spoke. Yes, it was. With God and our family, we managed to get through that together. What a jerk, Jesse grumbled. What are you watching? Sam turned from the stove, walking back to Jesse and looking over his shoulder. Nathan stared back at him. It's the 60 Minutes interview. Jesse dropped his phone on the counter, exiting the app. Have you watched it yet? It's so weird to think Olivia's dad's the governor. Sam grabbed the phone, opening the screen. Jesse moved slowly to the living room, still sore from the accident, and slowly lowered himself onto the couch. He plucked the remote from the coffee table. Don't you have schoolwork to catch up on? Sam asked. Jesse shook his head, letting out a sigh. Olivia's been trying to convince me to take the SATs, but I don't think I'm going to do it. You should definitely do it. Sam hadn't even thought about it, but next year would be Jesse's senior year. He had to start thinking about things like SATs and college applications. You could be the first Gunderson to go to college? The idea of sending Jesse to a good school, giving him that opportunity, actually excited Sam. What's the harm? You lose a Saturday. Big deal. I'll find out how stupid I am. Jesse looked away. Everybody back home thought I was, so why bother? You're not stupid. He was actually surprised how well Jesse did in school. After all the things the kid had gone through, losing his mother, moving around the country, being sent away and living on a ranch with a complete stranger, how could he even think about school? But his teachers said he kept up with the work, and his grades were good. Sam sat on the coffee table, blocking the remote from the television. In fact, I'm darned proud of you. Jessie blinked back at Sam. If Georgie were here, she'd tell Sam to give Jessie a hug, embrace the situation, and really make him know he was loved. But Sam got up. The emotion made both him and the boy uncomfortable. Jessie pointed the remote at the television, flipping through channels to find the interview. Olivia hates her dad. She told me he had been cheating on Mrs. Meyer. Soon Nathan's face was on the screen. Sam didn't stay. Instead, he took his phone with his coffee as he walked out of the house to the barn. He'd watch the interview in his office, on his own. His jaw tightened along with his grip on his phone. He set the phone down, took a sip of coffee, then went to the file cabinet, pulling out a small flask from the back of the top drawer. He'd have to take a shot of something stronger to muster the courage for watching Nathan with Georgie. Georgie didn't know exactly when it happened, but Olivia had changed. Maybe it was when Hannah moved in, or maybe it was Jessie, but suddenly Olivia was being nice again. She even talked to Georgie like a person, not just some adult figure who bossed her around. Tonight, she even offered to help set the table. "I think we should throw a shower for Hannah," she said, as she set a fork down at Charlie's place. Georgie couldn't believe she hadn't thought about it before. "I think that sounds great. We could have it out back in Nana's garden, or maybe I could ask Mr. Gunderson to have it at his place. It's beautiful up there, with the whole view of Prairie Valley. I think a small shower here would be fun." Georgie was impressed. The selfish teenager stage had felt really long with Olivia. The attitude, never offering to help, expecting anything she wanted. Could she be coming out of that stage? Seeing what Jessie had been going through, losing his mom and never knowing his dad, along with Hannah's family troubles, may have opened her eyes. "It's just really nice to see you helping Hannah." Olivia shrugged and placed down another fork. "If I was in her position and didn't have my family..." Georgie could feel her heart swell as she saw real empathy in her daughter's eyes. "I'd be really scared." A silence fell as Olivia moved around the table. Then she said, "Do you think he'll start another family?" Her heart sank when she realized Olivia was talking about Nathan, and because she didn't know. She didn't know who was in her home with Nathan. Did he really break off his relationship? Or was he lying, like usual? "You'll always be a part of his family." Georgie suddenly realized she didn't want Olivia to not have a father, just because she had lost her husband. "Are you guys going to get a divorce?" Georgie looked at her daughter, and she looked scared. "I really don't know what's going to happen." Georgie held the back of the kitchen chair. "But I do know your father loves you, and he will always be your dad. You should go to the cities and visit." She shrugged one shoulder. "I don't know. Your dad really does love you very much." She was sorry for ripping Olivia from his life. But everything happens for a reason. Nana needed us, like we needed her. Midnight needed you. Jessie and Hannah needed us. And Dad still needs you. "Maybe I'll call him," she said, playing with her phone. "I think that would be a good idea." Even though her heart hurt, she knew this was the right thing to do. And she also knew the old Olivia, the little girl who followed her around, was gone forever. But the woman she was becoming made Georgie proud. "Let's get the invitations out ASAP for the shower," she said, lightening the moment. "Okay, but you have to help cook and set everything up." Georgie thought of all the hot dishes that would arrive. "We'd better make a list of stuff to get." "I'll ask Jessie and Mr. Gunderson to help." "I'm not sure they'll want to sit around with a bunch of women and open baby gifts." "They can at least help set up a tent to sit under, like that white one Daddy used at his speech last summer." "We'd have to go to the cities and pick it up." "Okay," Olivia shrugged. "I think I'd like to go back anyways, just to pick some stuff up, maybe see some of my old friends." Georgie could feel her heart racing, suddenly regretted suggesting a visit. The idea of being without her children scared her. What if Nathan convinced them to stay with him? What if they like it there more, without her? "We could all go," Georgie said. "We can stay the night so you can see your friends and head back the next day." Her thoughts spun. Georgie didn't want to step inside the old house. She suddenly realized her old life in St. Paul was dead. She didn't miss any of her expensive wardrobe or her fancy jewelry. She didn't want any of the rustic chic country pieces in her modern Victorian, with its state-of-the-art appliances and televisions and pool. No, she didn't want any of it. It was a house of lies, cold and bare and staged. "We can swing through sometime soon." But Georgie wasn't in a rush to get back. They could have the shower in the barn, for all she cared. There was no need to go down to the cities until she absolutely had to. From the kitchen window, she saw the cloud of dust along the dirt road, following Sam's pickup truck, driving past the house. The interview was horrible to watch, and Sam had to turn it off halfway through. The 60 Minutes show portrayed Nathan as a strong, sensible family man. "How do you make it all work?" the woman asked Nathan. "We work together. That's all we can do. Georgie and I have always put family and God before everything else. When her mother asked for help, we didn't hesitate." The lie came out so smooth, no one would have noticed the strain on Georgie's face as she sat beside him throughout the interview. She was so beautiful and confident and dignified. Someone who didn't know her wouldn't see the pain, except he knew Georgie better than anyone. He wanted to get his hands on Nathan. After a few days, he'd had enough of himself being a jerk. He walked out to his mother's perennial garden, picking dozens of daisies. Enough was enough. He would be a man and talk to Georgie. She needed a friend. When he walked up the Boudreau's porch steps, he thought back all those years to when he'd first kissed Georgie under the rainbows. He knocked on the kitchen door, and Georgie opened it fast, her long, wavy hair blowing behind her. "Sam." She had a grin so big he couldn't help but smile back, even though his nerves were making him sick. "Annie's coming tonight." Georgie then noticed the flowers. "Those are beautiful." He held them out to her, looking around the kitchen to see if anyone else was in the room. "I wanted to say I'm sorry for being a jerk the other day." Rosie walked into the kitchen. "Did you hear, Gunderson? This means all the Boudreau sisters will be together." Rosie looked at the flowers in Georgie's hands, a smirk growing on her face. "Now there's some trouble." Charlie came down the stairs, running into the kitchen. "Hey, Mr. Gunderson." "Morning." Sam took off his hat as Georgie stepped back, gesturing him in. "I came to see if Charlie would like to come along with Jessie and me today on the ATV." The side of Georgie's mouth perked up, and she turned to Charlie. "What do you think, bud?" Charlie's eyes went huge. "Yes!" "That would be perfect." Georgie looked relieved. "I have so much to do for the shower and Annie's arrival. Thanks, Sam." She briefly let her eyes meet his. "Did you want those flowers and some water?" Rosie asked. Georgie handed them over to Rosie, but stayed next to Sam. "Thanks for coming," she said, "and for the flowers." He only nodded, even though he wanted to reach out and take Georgie in his arms. From the other side of the room, he could tell Rosie was paying attention as she filled a vase with some water, watching them with her head slightly slanted. "You and Jessie should come for the barbecue with Annie tonight." He hadn't seen Annie in years. "She's still playing that guitar?" Annie was the wanderlust child of the Boudreau clan. She had set off to travel the world, working when she had to, playing the country circuit anywhere and everywhere. "She's still in Nashville, playing on the weekends in one of the bars there." Annie had the most beautiful voice on the whole Minnesota prairie. Sang like an angel in church, but sang the country blues in bars. "We're throwing a shower for Hannah. You wouldn't happen to have one of those event tents we could set up in the backyard, do you? Georgie asked. I have one in the cities, but wondered if you had one on the ranch? I have one, but you should use my place. Have it in my mom's garden. It had once been featured in a home and garden magazine. His mother would host parties, book clubs, prayer groups, the knitting ladies. Even his godmother Patty's second wedding was held in the garden. It's been too long since it's been used. Georgie gave that smile he fell for every time, but shook her head. We're good, but why don't you join us? He could only nod, grabbing the door handle to steady himself on his feet. It was going to be torture to just be friends with Georgie. Chapter 14. Everyone ran out of the barn as soon as they heard Annie's car pull up to the house. Maggie grabbed her first, then Annie grabbed the kids, telling them how much bigger they looked since the last time she'd seen them. Rosie wrapped her arms around Annie and squeezed her off the ground. Even Hannah was greeted with one of Annie's signature jolly hugs. The dogs jumped up, kissing the long-lost Boudreau. I'm so glad to be home. Annie finally hugged Georgie. I saw the interview. It was great. Annie clearly hadn't heard the unspoken rule, which was not to bring up the hour of journalistic showmanship. Thanks. Georgie had talked to Nathan that morning. He continued to rave about how the ratings were the highest in months. People started sharing and liking his social media. You were really good. Just like Annie could mesmerize an audience, Georgie apparently could capture the voters. She wasn't surprised when Nathan begged her to stay on, help his campaign, insisting that she was just as much a part of this race as he was. She wondered how he would spin the divorce. Would he make it a consequence of his hard work and devotion to the state? Would people see him as someone who sacrificed everything for Minnesota? Let's get you inside. Maggie wrapped her arm around Annie's waist, took the bag from Annie's hand, and led her to the house. Rosie stayed behind with Georgie and handed her a business card. This is the number for that lawyer I told you about. Georgie shot her a look. She didn't want to have this conversation, but the truth was, she needed to talk to him. She stuffed it in her back pocket. He's never going to let you go. Rosie always seemed to feel she could share her opinions, even when Georgie was clearly not asking for them. He's going to ask you to stay while he's in the governor's mansion. Then he'll ask you to stick around through the presidential primaries and so on and so on. He's a taker, Georgie. And you'll give him what he wants. Georgie put her hand on her hips. Do you really think you should be giving marriage advice when your only friends are horses? Clever, Georgie. Rosie rolled her eyes. I know you, and you'll think of everyone else before yourself. And right now, you should think about yourself. Call the lawyer today. If the news picked up on the fact we were even separated, they'd have a field day with it. Georgie wasn't even entertaining the thought of divorce yet. Nathan might be a dog, but she had her family to think about. Rosie didn't know what that kind of protectiveness was like, where you'd sacrifice your own happiness for the ones you loved. Georgie, you're not fooling anyone in Prairie Valley. The truth is going to come out. Rosie walked away. The rest of the day, Georgie busied herself with what needed to be done, peeling and boiling potatoes and chopping celery. Maggie and Olivia helped make a tuna hot dish, which Georgie tried to avoid, but to no avail. Annie sat with Rosie and Charlie at the table, telling them all about Nashville and singing. Have you met anyone famous? Olivia asked. Probably no one you've heard of. Annie grabbed her empty iced tea glass and brought it to the sink. Can you play a song for us tonight? Charlie asked. Sure. Annie glanced out the window, with that look of wanderlust in her eyes. Who actually likes hot tuna in macaroni? Georgie asked, changing the subject, but also wondering if the traditional hot dish was just that. Traditional. It's always a crowd pleaser. Maggie looked disappointed in her for even questioning. Olivia, grab that bag of potato chips for the topping. A barbecue at the Boudreau's wasn't just a barbecue. It was a community event. By the time Georgie got the burgers prepped, the house picked up, and the barbecue lit, people had started making their way to the farm. Maggie had invited all the regulars, friends from the church, including Pastor Phil, any neighbor that lived within a 5-mile radius, and all of the groups and clubs Maggie was involved with. Soon, the backyard had become boisterous with cheer as they all welcomed Annie back to the prairie. Georgie missed the days of an impromptu party opening up the house. Maggie didn't mind including anyone who might possibly have some affiliation with someone she knew. Strangely, Nathan didn't like this kind of crowd. The crowd who knew you. He liked the small talk, not the heavy conversations. He wanted to shake hands and move on. "That's Pastor Phil's cousin's family, visiting for the weekend," Maggie said, pointing to some people Georgie didn't recognize. Nathan wanted to only invite people who mattered to him, to his job, to his campaign. Friends had to have connections, or they weren't invited. "We miss hearing you sing on Sundays," Pastor Phil said to Annie. "Oh, I do miss singing in the church." Annie looked happy as she talked to the crowd, not out of place. She popped into town, and it was as though she'd never left. Unlike Georgie, who stood on the periphery, still stiff and uncomfortable. Annie greeted each newcomer with a hug, but when Sam and Jessie came around back, she let out her infamous holler. "Why if it isn't Sam Gunderson?" Annie jumped into his embrace. Georgie had almost forgotten how close the two had been back in the day. Annie laughed as he set her down. "You look exactly the same." Sam didn't wear his signature hat. Instead, he wore his hair combed back. The sleeves of his denim shirt were rolled up, showing off his muscular, tanned arms. His face was cleanly shaven. His Levi's looked newer than the ones he usually wore, but fit perfectly from behind. Georgie blushed at the thought. "You still breaking hearts and playing guitar?" he asked her little sister. "Sometimes." She winked at him, then turned slightly. "You must be Jessie. Olivia's told me lots about you." Georgie watched as Sam looked over at Jessie, who sat next to Olivia at the picnic table. His expression looked fatherly as he glanced at the teenager. Then Charlie ran up to Sam, a welcoming grin on his face. Sam gave him almost the same kind of attentiveness he showed Jessie. As she stood watching the scene play out before her, she felt suddenly very blessed. But as the feeling of gratitude filled her heart, she also felt an uneasy disquiet. Rosie was right. The truth was going to come out. "Hey," Sam said, as he walked over to her. "You hiding?" "Sort of," she replied, realizing she wasn't fooling anyone. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, "You all right?" She made a face, then gave a shrug. She looked at Olivia with Jessie. "I'm a fake." "No, you're protecting your family." She looked at him, so badly wishing things could be different, if that's what you call it. She didn't move or talk, just kept her gaze on the crowd, not sure what else to say. "I want to be your friend," he said, filling the silence. "That's all." She nodded, but the feelings she had for him, the feelings she's always had for him, were about more than just friendship. What if I want more than that? Sam didn't know what the heck Georgie meant by saying what she did, because after the words left her lips, she walked away from him and ignored him during the rest of the party, sticking to her sisters like glue. Eventually, people started leaving, which, like a typical Minnesotan goodbye, lasted more than 45 minutes. Sam didn't want to leave without clarification. He needed to understand what she meant. But she disappeared with the cleanup crew, packing up the food, saying goodbye to everyone. She was never alone, everyone drawn to her. Every time he tried talking to her, another person would interrupt, catching her attention, which she happily provided. "Hey, Georgie, think we could talk for a sec?" He touched her elbow, hoping to slow her down before she went back inside the house. "I really have a lot to do." She held up the coleslaw as though its refrigeration was urgent. "Maybe later? How about the swimming hole tonight?" She looked over her shoulder at the few stragglers left outside in lawn chairs. Maybe. We'll see." She scurried up the steps to the back porch and into the kitchen. He stood in her dust, completely and utterly lost. But when she didn't show up at the swimming hole or answer his texts, her words kept twisting in his head, and he couldn't remember exactly what was said. He first headed back to the ranch. Then, when he couldn't take it anymore, he turned toward the farm. He was going to talk to Georgie, whether she wanted to talk or not. By the time he reached the bottom of her bedroom window, he couldn't think straight. He picked up a handful of pebbles, no bigger than the size of sunflower seeds, and threw a few against the window pane. The curtain had been pulled back and Rosie poked her head out, smiling as she opened the window. "Well, Sam Gunderson, what a strangely familiar surprise." "Hey, Rosie." How stupid did he look at that moment? To be coming over this late, throwing rocks like he was a kid? "Georgie there?" Rosie's smile was wide and mischievous. "She's right here." Georgie appeared next, looking a bit wild-eyed. "Sam, what are you doing?" "What did you mean, Georgie?" he asked, not caring if the whole farm heard him. He needed to know, because he couldn't move on until she was clear with him. "I can't talk right now." "When?" "Soon, I promise." She looked over her shoulder. He could hear Rosie and Annie in the background. "That's not good enough." He didn't care what she said at this point. He wasn't going to let her chicken out, because he knew that deep down she felt it too, that they were meant to be together, that this was their second chance. "You're coming with me." "What?" "There's a full moon. I've saddled up the horses. We're going riding." He saw a smile flicker across her face, the one he had been chasing for years, the one that said she loved him as much as he loved her. "I'll meet you down there in 5. She closed the window, then the curtain. Rosie peeked out, then let the drape fall. His heart beat inside his chest, pulsating in his ears. Georgie, his Georgie, was going riding with him. 2 owls hooted in the distance as he waited for her to come outside. She opened the back door, that smile still on her lips, and ran softly down the back steps. "Where are Jessie and Olivia?" he asked, not seeing the couple in the barn. "They ran to Dairy Queen." He nodded, remembering doing the same with Georgie. "Who are these fellas?" she asked, rubbing Bandit's neck. Georgie wore a pair of jeans and the cowboy boots he remembered from high school, the black leather worn at the toes. He gestured her toward the young horse and took Old Bill. "He's a looker," she said, whipping her leg over his back. "Let's head up the North Trail." She nodded, clicking the horse in the direction of the worn path, where 100 years ago wagons might have traveled. The prairie meadow was illuminated by the soft silver glow of the moon. Clouds swept across the sky, lit from behind, as the horses moved through the tall grass. The night air was humid, but a slight breeze made Georgie's hair blow across her back. "I forgot how beautiful it is." "There's nothing prettier, in my opinion." She tilted her head up to the sky, the stars twinkling above them. Slowing down her horse, she rode up beside him. They rode quietly along the trail for some time. Then she said, "Rosie thinks I'm leading you on." He shook his head as his body swayed with his horse's movement. "I don't think either of us know what's going on." She let out a laugh. "That sure is the truth." "I am sorry about everything you're going through, and I won't butt in with my opinion again." She narrowed her eyes at him as though she didn't believe him. "Seriously." She looked ahead, out at the wide-open sky. "Remember what you said right before the wedding?" He regretted very few things, but confessing his love, only to have her walk down the aisle with Nathan anyways, had been his biggest regret of all. "It was a mistake. I should have never come to talk to you." Just like tonight, he'd stood at the bottom of her window, begging her to give him one last chance. Georgie rubbed Bandit's neck, then looked over at him, holding his gaze. "I don't know why I didn't leave with you that night." His heart dropped. Was the full moon to blame for her sudden confession? What had changed? As far as he knew, nothing. She was still married to Nathan. He slowed Bill to a stop right at the bank of the creek, the same place he promised everything to her the night after graduation, the night he gave her his promise ring, the happiest moment of his life. He didn't speak, not really sure what to say. "I'm so glad I came back." She slowed Bandit, resting the reins on her legs. She shrugged. "Coming back here, I've started feeling whole again, like I've been missing something since I left." "You needed the prairie." He had seen the transformation. She smiled, her face haloed in the moonlight. "I realized that I'm ready to move on." She caught his eye. He challenged her, swinging off the horse and jumping down. He took her hand, gently helped her to the ground. Then, without any further hesitation, he cupped her chin in both hands and kissed her. Chapter 15. Georgie felt like a giddy teenager as she sat fidgeting in church on Sunday morning. She watched Sam walk in with Jessie, and his eyes went directly to her. They didn't take their usual place, but moved into the third pew with the Boudreaus. "Isn't it nice to have the Gundersons join us?" Rosie teased, but Georgie jabbed her elbow into her ribs to quiet her down. Pastor Phil droned on about compassion and living through God's word, but all Georgie could think about was the night before. It had been the most amazing kiss she had ever experienced in her whole life. Her lips tingled even thinking about it. As the sermon ended and the last hymn was sung, the congregation collected their things and headed out of the sanctuary. Georgie lingered behind her family. "Hey," Sam said, following her lead. "Hey." She smiled. "I had a nice time last night," he said quietly. She laughed at the smile he gave her. "I did too." They walked toward the fellowship hall, but slowly, letting the crowd pass them. The sounds of the gathering congregation filled the small hallway. When they were the only two left, Sam pulled her hand, tugging her down the stairwell to the Sunday school classrooms. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. He stopped, still holding her hand. "I can't stop thinking about you." Just as he leaned in closer, Ann Olafson came around the corner. "Georgie!" Ann waved her hand, then stopped. "Sam?" Georgie pushed his hand away, but it was too late. She was sure Ann had seen, by the way her face wrinkled in confusion. "I was looking for Charlie," Georgie said, and immediately left Sam in the stairwell, walking up to the fellowship hall, hoping and praying Ann had changed since high school. Otherwise, this would be the biggest news this little town had ever heard. Governor's wife, caught canoodling in church with another man. What had they been thinking? Sam came up the stairs behind her. "Don't worry, Georgie, she saw nothing." Sam looked fine, not worried at all, but she was sure Ann had seen. "Saw what?" She plastered her politician's wife's smile on and looked for her family. "I should go." "Georgie, seriously, everything's fine." She wrung her hands as she looked at the doorway, waiting for Ann to come in. Would she grab the first person she could to tell Georgie's secret? Then she saw Ann heading straight to Pastor Phil, smiling about something. "Oh God, she's telling Pastor Phil." Georgie walked away, not able to look. She's already moving on to the Richards. Sam shook his head. Georgie, really, we're fine. He reached out to softly touch her elbow. He looked so handsome, standing there in his Sunday best. All she wanted right now was to be held in his arms and not have to hide her feelings. Everything's okay. I should go. She walked away, swearing that Anne's eyes were on her. She gathered everyone up, rushed them through their conversations, and out the door. During the drive home, everything spun around in her head. How fast would this kind of news spread around town? What if Anne hadn't seen anything? Would she and Sam continue to sneak around? And if they had to sneak around, did that mean they were doing something wrong? When they got home, everyone went inside to change. Hannah grabbed Georgie as she entered the kitchen. Does it look okay? Hannah's eyebrows scrunched together as she looked at the crock pot. The beef looked pale and tough. It looks great. Rosie set a plate of toast down on the table beside the jars of Maggie's jellies from last summer's wild berries. Annie, who had missed church, came downstairs. Her hair was a mess on top of her head, and she yawned as she came into the kitchen and sat down at the table. Wow, what's that smell? Pot roast, Georgie exclaimed, putting on a cheerful expression. Hannah made lunch. Oh, good. Annie grabbed a cup and ran water from the tap. Hannah frowned. I hope it's going to be okay. It's going to be great, Annie said. Charlie came into the room in a t-shirt and shorts. Ugh, what's for lunch? He pinched his nose with his fingers, and Hannah's face fell. It's fine, Georgie reassured Hannah, rubbing her shoulder. Go grab the bowl above the fridge. We can serve it in that. She looked over at the floor where Charlie lay with the 3 dogs, who waited patiently for something to drop. Charlie. Yeah? Help set the table. Georgie opened the silverware drawer. Annie grabbed plates from the cupboard next to Georgie and said, So, how was your night last night? Good. Georgie ladled out the roast and vegetables into one of her mother's ceramic bowls and set it on the table, not paying attention to anyone. She looked out the window in the direction of the ranch as she traced her lips with her fingertips. Everything would have to remain the same. She couldn't go further than midnight kissing if she wanted to stay out of the public's eyes, and today proved that Prairie Valley wasn't a place a secret like this could be kept. She prayed that by kissing Sam last night, she hadn't ruined everything. How was your night? Annie winked at Georgie. Georgie snapped back to reality. Oh, it was fine. You'll have to tell us how the ride went. Olivia perked up, her eyes moving to Annie. What ride? She asked. Your mama went on a late-night horseback ride with Sam Gunderson. Her voice was teasing, but Georgie could see this did not please Olivia. You went riding with Mr. Gunderson? She didn't hide her sudden anger. Yup. Georgie pretended as though it was no big deal. It was a lovely ride. We headed up the West Trail, out to the bluffs. The river glowed in the moonlight. You should go out there some night. She had hoped to keep the conversation moving, steering it in a different direction. But with the way Olivia looked at her, she was still upset. Then Annie blurted out, It was just like old times having Sam throwing pebbles at your window. What do you mean? Olivia flashed a look at Georgie. Sam was your mama's first love, Annie replied. You and Mr. Gunderson were together? Georgie sighed. It was years ago. They were in love, Annie said. Georgie wanted to throw a carrot in her sister's face, but shot her a meaningful look instead. Maggie jumped in, talking about the day's events, but Olivia sat with her food untouched. Georgie could tell she was thinking everything over. After lunch, and after all the dishes were cleaned up, Olivia hung back in the kitchen with Georgie. Are you and Mr. Gunderson? She asked when they were alone. Georgie looked up from the sink, facing her. No. This was sort of the truth. Olivia stirred her answer around in her head. But does he like you? Yes. Tears broke through the corners of Olivia's eyes. The emotion was so quick and raw, Georgie didn't expect it. Are you okay? She asked, walking to the table. She put her hand on Olivia's shoulder. No, I'm not. Olivia jerked away, getting up from the seat. You didn't even try to work things out with Daddy. Olivia, that is not true. You act like the victim when you're already getting involved with someone else? Olivia crossed her arms hard against her chest. You're a fake. In that interview, you pretended everything was okay, but you're just a liar. Georgie didn't know what to say, because it was all true. She wasn't even divorced, she hadn't even finished her marriage, and she was off kissing Sam? We're just friends, Olivia, nothing more. She narrowed her eyes. You know how much I love Jesse. Didn't you think how weird that makes things between us? Her lower lip pushed out as tears built up in her eyes. Olivia, you don't have to worry. Georgie walked over to her daughter, tears now falling down her cheeks. Nothing's going to happen between Mr. Gunderson and me. I promise you. We're just friends. Sam decided to ride the herd to the East End, over near the lake. He floated on Bandit's back, thinking about the night before with Georgie. It had been perfect. Hope floated in his thoughts as he rode across the prairie, letting daydreams cloud his mind. An image of Georgie flashed through his head, riding out with her on Bandit's back, his arms around her, her fragrance wafting into his head. Jesse usually wasn't the kind of kid who lived on his phone, but this afternoon he was glued to it. Jess, you need to put that thing away before I throw it in the lake. Sam was only half joking. Olivia's in a tizzy today. She sent me 15 texts, something about Pebbles and you and Mrs. Meyer. Sam's heart dropped. He shouldn't have gone to the window. What did she say? He asked, trying to sound nonchalant. I don't know. I can't decipher anything she's saying, and heck if I can get reception out here. Jesse stuffed his phone in his back pocket and took off after the dogs. The warning bells rang in his head. This wasn't good. So he should have been prepared when they returned to the ranch and found Georgie standing at the gate. Hey, I was just thinking about you, he said, swinging his leg over Bandit. He walked over to her and leaned down to kiss her cheek, but she took a step back. Look, Sam, we need to cool things down. What happened last night can't happen again. She rubbed her hands together, avoiding his gaze. I'm not even divorced. I have the kids to worry about. I can't get involved with anyone, I'm sorry. He stood there, not knowing what to do. What are you saying, Georgie? The pain he had felt all those years after losing Georgie the first time now sliced deeper, because he knew there was no such thing as a third chance. She looked away. I need to work on my marriage. The pain turned to instant anger. She was willing to let this go, let them go, for Nathan. You've got to be kidding me, Georgie. Her posture immediately stiffened. Olivia was really upset about everything. I owe it to my kids to figure things out and not make their lives messier. Georgie, this is our chance. I can't. She shook her head, biting her lower lip. I should have never said anything. I should have never kissed you. If Anne saw us today, it'll be someone else. Next time, it'll look really bad. Georgie, you don't owe anyone anything. She turned and ran back to Rosie's truck, and he was too shocked to chase after her, too hurt to move. He was sure his heart would fail him. How had he lost everything? Again. Well, I'll be, said Tucker, the owner of Lumberjacks. If it isn't all three of the Boudreau sisters. Hey, Tuck. Annie leaned over the bar and kissed the elderly gentleman. "You look just the same." "You look fabulous, my girl," Tucker said. "What will it take to get you to sing a few for us tonight?" Annie smiled at the suggestion, but said, "Maybe later. Right now, I need 3 shots of your top-shelf bourbon." "Hitting the good stuff, huh?" Tucker grabbed the bottle from the back wall. "We're celebrating being together." Rosie patted the seat next to her as Georgie stood stiffly behind her. "I'd like a glass of red wine, please," Georgie said. "She'll take 2 bourbons." Rosie held up 2 fingers. Tucker set 4 shot glasses down, along with a glass of red. "Saw you on the ticking clock show?" Georgie had dreaded this exact moment. Everywhere she turned, another person wanted to discuss her interview, how great Nathan had been as governor, and their loyalty come November. "Yeah," Tucker smiled. "What a nice guy your husband is. Sure is doing a good job over at the Capitol." Georgie smiled, but grabbed the first shot and threw it back, took hold of the second, and took it down. "Oofta!" Tucker cried out at her. "You sure haven't changed, Georgie." She laughed, but Rosie sat next to her, sliding her shot glass down to Georgie. "Mind if we take the corner table?" "Of course not. It's yours." Georgie hadn't wanted to leave the house or even get out of her pajamas, but here she was at the local bar, sitting among people she hadn't seen or talked to or even cared about since she left Prairie Valley. People only knew her as Georgie Boudreau, a very different woman entirely. That girl had the world at her fingertips, the future as wide open as the prairie sky. Now she felt trapped as if barbed wire wrapped around her. Every way she tried to move, a barb would sting, someone would get hurt. "What can we do to help?" Rosie asked. She was ready to dive into a plan. She wanted all the facts, things that couldn't be discussed at the house in front of the kids. But now Georgie reconsidered talking at lumberjacks, even in the corner. She had contemplated everything, examining every angle, trying to find the solution for maximum happiness, like a farmer tallying for next season. But in the end, Sam was always going to be hurt. "He hates me." Annie made a face. "He's upset." "He definitely hates you right now, but I'm sure it'll blow over." Rosie's blunt honesty rubbed on Georgie, but the 2 shots suddenly hit her and she started to feel the effects. "I think I love him." "What?" her sisters exclaimed at the same time. "In love?" Rosie took this more seriously. "Sam." "Shush." Georgie looked around. Most of the patrons were men older than her father would have been, gray-haired, baseball caps, guys who showed up to church on Sunday morning, but enjoyed being out the night before. "Yes." Georgie thumped her head on the table, wishing she could go back in time. "I warned you." Rosie dug in. She had a right, Georgie supposed. Sam had been good to her. Good to all the Boudreaux and Myers, if she was honest. Sam was one of the kindest people she had ever met, and she had broken his heart. "You know who will get over it?" Annie asked. "Who?" Georgie picked up her wine. "Olivia." Georgie shook her head, swallowing down a large sip of the dry red. "No. She's been so hurt by everything going on with Nathan. She's right. How can I blame him for ruining our marriage if I'm willing to start something new so fast? No, I need to figure things out with Nathan, get this election over and then move on." "Georgie, Sam's not going to stick around forever, you know." Annie gave her a serious look. "He's going to move on himself. And then what?" This was what Georgie had been thinking all day, before she headed to the ranch. What if this was it? What if Sam Gunderson walked away from her and never looked back? She sighed. Then, I guess I missed my chance. Chapter 16. Hannah opened another present as a thunderstorm rattled outside. "A wipes warmer," she exclaimed as the crowd oohed and awed. The prayer group had shown up with knitted hats and baby blankets. There were even some hand-sewn outfits. Rosie gave the baby a pair of cowboy boots. Georgie had objected at the store since they were frivolous, but they turned out to be the biggest hit until she opened Olivia's gift. From the tissue-lined box, Hannah pulled out a satin-covered book. She opened the cover and immediately started to cry when she saw a black-and-white photograph of her ultrasound. "It's a baby book!" she cried, and the 20 or so women all marveled at the idea. "What a thoughtful gift," Mrs. Wilson said. "The cover is beautiful." "She's written in calligraphy." Hannah held up the book to the ladies. "Look!" They passed the book around the room and praised Olivia. "Nana helped me with the sewing, but I did everything else." Hannah leaned over and hugged Olivia. The two had gotten awfully close, even though their lives were worlds apart. It reminded Georgie of her own relationships with her sisters. Annie sat in the corner, not saying a word. She hadn't returned home from the bar with Rosie and Georgie. Instead, she'd started talking to some people she knew from the glory days and stayed behind when Maggie picked them up. "How long is she staying?" she asked Georgie quietly. Georgie looked at Hannah, wondering the same thing. "I don't know, but I can't push her out on the streets." Georgie couldn't figure what Annie was getting at. "Of course not. I was just thinking how hard it would be for her without your help." Georgie watched as Hannah held up another green knitted hat. She smiled, and it made Georgie feel good. "What songs did you sing last night?" Georgie wished she had a little more free spirit in her blood. Some Tanya Tucker, a little Dolly, then ended with Janis Joplin. "You didn't play your songs?" "They wanted to hear the hits, so—" Annie didn't finish. Through this mess with Sam, Georgie had been so wrapped up in her own problems, she hadn't paid any attention to her sister. "Annie, you are so talented." "It's about the journey, right?" Annie shrugged, but Georgie couldn't read the emotions behind her smile. People started clearing out after the cake had been cut. They thanked everyone for coming. As Georgie walked back to the living room to pick up, she noticed Hannah sitting alone. She looked down at the baby book as her shoulders shook with sobs. "Hannah?" Georgie sat next to her on the couch, reaching for her hand. No one had shown up to the shower from Hannah's family, not even Troy's mother. "You okay?" "I'm going to be a terrible mother." "No, you're not." Georgie had been expecting this. She was actually surprised Hannah had been so calm about her situation for so long. She was a hormonal teenager and pregnant. Georgie couldn't control her emotions through any of her pregnancies, and she had a husband and a family to support her. "I'll never be a mom like you. I can't provide like you. I don't have a family like this for my baby." "This is all fake." She swirled her finger in a circle. "Most of the time, I'm thinking the same thing, that I'm a horrible mother, that I'm ruining their lives." She cupped her hands around Hannah's. "But love makes a family. The moment you share your love with your baby, you are a family. Whether there's just the two of you, or 3 or 4 or more, it's about love. I've seen every kind of family there is, and the happiest are the ones who love each other, no matter what." The tears fell down as Hannah tried to catch her breath. She wiped her face, then closed her eyes. "Plus, you have us." Georgie squeezed her hands again, and Hannah wrapped her arms around Georgie, sobbing in her shoulder. "I'm so glad you were my teacher." Sam hadn't left the ranch in 3 days. He had sent his housekeeper to the store to pick up a few staples, but other than that, Sam wanted nothing to do with the outside world. As far as he was concerned, he was happy on the ranch, with himself and no one else. He had his horses, his land, and his shotgun. If he could put Nathan Meyer's head above his fireplace, then life might be perfect. But until then, that was what life was going to be. Me, myself, and I, he thought to himself. For most of the day, he roamed the property, pretending to be looking for fences needing mending, but he just wanted to get away from everyone. Jessie and Olivia had taken over the house, and even though he knew he should be there, checking on them, he couldn't bring himself to be around anyone who reminded him of Georgie. This was it. His chance was gone. He understood why, too. That was the worst part. It made sense. If his mama had started dating the man next door, he'd have been heartbroken, too. That's what was so devastating about it all. There was nothing he could do to fix this. Nothing. He returned to the ranch later than usual. Everyone had left for the night. He walked into the house and immediately saw Olivia hanging off Jessie, who sat frozen, eyes bulging in fear. What's going on? He stepped closer, as Olivia giggled at Jessie's side. He was hit by the stench of alcohol. Did you two have something to drink tonight? Olivia wobbled, her feet tangling as she tried to stand. She put her finger to her lips, pressing hard against them. Her words came out like a train wreck. I didn't have anything to drink. Sam shot a look at Jessie, who tried to keep Olivia from falling to the floor. Jessie, you have some explaining to do. She was like this when I got back from the barn. She leaned against his shoulder, closing her eyes, and he wasn't sure if she had just passed out or not. He tried to figure out what on earth she could have drunk. He saw a bottle of vodka that had been in the freezer, now sitting on the counter with condensation beading up on the sides. We'd better get her home. Once everyone left after the shower and Annie drove off back to Nashville, Olivia continued to ignore Georgie. The tension was so high, she exploded when Georgie asked her to set the table. I'm not listening to you anymore. Olivia bolted out of the house. Georgie didn't run after her, knowing exactly where she would end up, but she worried even more than usual. Olivia was on a tear. She wanted to call Sam, but how could she? How could she ask him to watch out for her daughter after what she did to him? She would have a lot of nerve to ask him to do anything for her, ever again. Instead, she watched reruns of The Golden Girls with Mama as she counted the minutes since Olivia had left. She's been gone for 3 hours. She'll be fine. What if she isn't at the ranch? Georgie flung her hand in the direction of Sam's property. What if she went back to the cities, did something stupid like hitchhiking? Georgie, then go up there yourself. Mama's tolerance was at an end. Or text Sam and see if she's there. Then they heard a truck pulling up to the side of the porch. Ah, speak of the devil! Sam got out of the driver's side. Georgie ran out of the house, jumping down the porch stairs to Jessie. Has Olivia been at the ranch? Olivia's head popped up from behind the back seat, her hair covering part of her face. Sam walked around the front, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I found her like this when I got home. Hi, Mama. Olivia threw her hand in the air and fell back down to the seat. Oh, my. Maggie joined them on the porch. Is she drunk? Georgie walked past Sam, opening the passenger's side door. Olivia looked up at her, laughing. How's it going, Mama? Her eyes were bloodshot and unsteady. She curled over, holding her stomach. I don't feel so good. And she threw up all over the floor. Oh, dear Lord, Olivia Margaret, what have you done? Georgie cried out. She leaned in and pulled Olivia out by the arm, and she then threw up all over Georgie's favorite boots. Olivia started to cry, holding on to Georgie. I'm so sorry, Mama. Let's get you inside. Georgie draped Olivia's arm over her shoulder, pulling her up the steps and into the house. Jessie raced around to the back seat, pulling out the floor mats. Do you have a hose? She nodded to side of the house. It's over there. She dragged Olivia into the bathroom, wetting the hand towel and placing it on her forehead. "I'm so sorry, Mama," Olivia kept repeating, crying on the floor. "I'm so sorry." "We'll talk about this later," Georgie warned her, fit to be tied. "What's wrong with Olivia?" Charlie asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Go back to bed, Charlie. Olivia's just sick." "Ew." Charlie went back up the stairs and she heard his door shut. Georgie looked down at her daughter, frightened that she had failed as a mother, scared to see her in that state, and angry at her carelessness. Her baby, drinking. "How could you do something so stupid?" Olivia's words mumbled together as she cried, then got sick again. "Georgie, why don't you go out and help clean up the mess in Sam's truck, and I'll stay here with Miss Olivia." Maggie patted her shoulder. She flung up her hands, glad to be ordered out. She no longer wanted to deal with her daughter. She had sacrificed so much, only for her to do something so irresponsible. Had she been drinking before? How much did she have to drink tonight? She could have died. She slammed the kitchen door so hard she was sure the framed photographs would fall to the floor. Rosie must have grabbed cleaning supplies from the barn and was spraying down the floor mats. She held balled paper towels in her gloved hands. "It's going to smell for a bit, but it's pretty well cleaned up." Georgie looked for Sam, but didn't see him until he stepped out of the barn with a trash bag. He didn't even glance in her direction. Instead, he handed the bag to Rosie. "I'll just go back and clean it out at home, but thanks." He grabbed the mats and threw them in the back, then opened his door. "Sam," she ran after him, "thank you for bringing her home." "I'd do anything for you and the kids." She nodded. "I know." He didn't say any more, just got inside the truck and headed down the dirt road. She had so much to say, so much she wanted him to know, so much regret about where life had gone, but she just watched him leave. When Georgie went back inside, Maggie had already taken Olivia upstairs. Georgie sat on the end of her bed, watching her as she slept, passed out in her clothes on top of the blankets. She was definitely going to do chores all day long tomorrow, and she was going to apologize to Sam and to Jessie for getting him into trouble. "And for being a brat," she said out loud. Maggie walked into the room, leaning against the doorframe. "How are you doing?" Georgie could feel the lump build in her throat. "I just keep doing everything wrong." "You've made plenty of mistakes, but Olivia is not one of them." Maggie moved over to Georgie, looking down at her granddaughter. "This is where the real parenting starts, when you have to pick them back up." She reached out and pulled Georgie into a hug. She pressed against her mother, holding her tight. "I feel like everything's falling apart." Maggie rubbed her hair, pushing strands behind her ear. "The good Lord wouldn't let you fall if he didn't think you could rise up and overcome. Learn to have a little faith in the journey." Chapter 17. Sam sat in his office and handed over the deed to his mother's land to the lawyer. "My mother's family had land on the other side of town. Do you think it's possible to give my share to Jessie?" His mother had left the land in both her sons' names. He wanted to make sure Jessie had something in case anything happened to him, something that wasn't tied to the ranch. The plot was over 1,000 acres south of Prairie Valley. Over the years, he had rented it out, but recently it had been sitting empty. "Have you talked to your brother about the transfer of ownership?" He had hired a private detective to find Ryan, but it had been harder than he'd expected. "You'll need to get your brother's permission before you can make any changes." Steve scribbled notes on his legal pad, his three-piece suit completely out of place in Sam's rustic office. Mrs. Paulson poked her head in the door. "You've got a call on line 2. It's a hospital from Oklahoma." "Did they say what it's about?" he asked. She shook her head. He grabbed the receiver and pressed a button. Hello? Is this Samuel Gunderson? A woman's voice asked. Yes, ma'am. His heartbeat registered her formal tone as she spoke his full name. What can I help you with? My name is Dr. Sarah Millis. She paused. You're listed as your brother's emergency contact. Sam could feel his throat dry up. She spoke slowly and calmly, which freaked him out even more. What's happened to my brother? I'm afraid he's been in an accident. Is he going to be okay? He stood, instantly trying to figure out how he'd get to him. I'm afraid he's suffered some serious spinal injuries, which are causing some paralysis on his left side. The horse he was riding crushed his leg, breaking his femur in several places. We were able to pin it back together, but in the fall, he also suffered a serious head injury. Is he going to be okay? He couldn't even imagine what kind of recovery could be possible with these kinds of injuries. Right now, he's in stable condition, but he has a long road ahead of him. Sam's heart dropped. I'll be there as soon as I can. He turned to Mrs. Paulson, who was still in the doorway, listening to the conversation. I need to get a flight out as soon as possible. Where to? She looked astonished. Oklahoma. Sam packed only a few clothes into a duffel bag, throwing it into the truck. You're in charge, he said to Jessie. The dogs circled him, sensing his imminent departure and his anxiety. I'll hopefully be back in a few days. Where are you going? I have business in Oklahoma. He didn't give any more details, but Jessie nodded, not questioning any further. I don't want Olivia over at the ranch, do you hear me? He warned. He trusted Jessie with the ranch, but he didn't trust him alone with Olivia. The two of them were brimming with hormones. Yes, sir. He almost told Jessie about Ryan right then, but he didn't want to disappoint the kid if Ryan played his usual games. He'd tell Jessie if Ryan agreed to come back home. Sam let out a deep huff. Take care of the ranch until I get back, okay? Jessie tipped his hat at Sam, the equivalent of a hug in the Gunderson household. Sam did the same before jumping into the truck and driving down Highway 35, straight to the cities. He'd had Mrs. Paulson get him a direct flight out of Minneapolis into Tulsa, while also setting up a hotel and car rental. When he arrived, he drove directly to the hospital. Are you Mr. Gunderson's family? The nurse asked when he walked into Ryan's room. The first thing he saw was his brother's bandaged face. Machines were hooked up, beeping out his pulse, tubes hanging everywhere. He had to push down his emotions as he looked at his baby brother, lying broken in a hospital bed. Is he going to be okay? He asked the nurse. She gave him a sympathetic smile. His surgery went well. He's been put on some heavy medication which is making him pretty sleepy. I'll let the doctor know you're here. Sam bit his lip, piercing it, as he wished that if anyone had been hurt, it had been him. For everyone's sake. Georgie had finished grading exams for the year, her night class officially over. All her students would be receiving their diplomas, except for Mr. Hobbs, who was attending his 50th reunion that summer. Mr. Hobbs, she announced to class as she set his exam on top, you earned the highest score on the exams. He took the packet, with the sticker Charlie had given her saying well done. When I lost Janet a few years back, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I started taking the community classes, he explained to the class. Then I thought about how Janet loved to read, so I signed up for a literature course. He paused, overwhelmed by emotion. We never had children, not much family around, but all of you have become my family. Georgie's heart exploded. Gratitude, happiness, and something bittersweet radiated through her. She knew exactly what Mr. Hobbs meant. She cared about the small motley crew, and it was ending. Once again, Maggie had been right about taking the teaching gig. I want everyone to bring their families to the barbecue. She had planned to have a small celebration at the farm. She also bought each of her students a new leather-bound agenda book to start planning for their new journeys. She bought herself one as well. 5 months until the election. 5 months of pretending. 5 months she hoped Sam would wait through for her. "You have been a marvelous teacher," Jane said, hugging Georgie goodbye in the front office. Georgie handed over her computer. "Thanks, Jane, for everything. You're coming to our graduation, right?" She nodded. "Of course." "Good. You should definitely think of looking for something permanent. You're really good." "Thanks." The compliment boosted her night even more. "I'm definitely thinking about it." "I suppose you'll be leaving for the cities at some point." Jane looked at her expectantly. I'm not sure yet." "You all moving out here if he doesn't win?" The idea of Nathan living in the small farm town seemed absurd, but she realized how well they had all pulled off their lies. "I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do." Georgie said goodbye to everyone else one last time and drove back home. Her mind was set on thinking of the next 5 months, almost insignificant against her 39 years. She could make it through. Trees lost their leaves, Maggie always would say, to get a beautiful new coat each spring. She hadn't called Nathan about Olivia's drunken night like she had promised him she'd do. The idea of bringing another problem to the table would cause even more drama and pain for Olivia. She was allowed to make mistakes on the farm. She was afraid if she did tell Nathan, he'd only worry about the potential of it ruining his campaign, because that's what Nathan always worried about. What Olivia had said to her the other night about Sam still bothered her. She'd played as many tricks as Nathan. She was no more a victim in their failed marriage than he had been. She needed to call him. Be honest. Tell him about Olivia. He deserved to know. But before she faced Nathan, there was something else she needed to do. She pulled down the dirt road, passing her family's farmhouse on the right, heading straight toward the Gunderson ranch. She needed to apologize to Sam. She rolled up to the side of the house, where the large kitchen porch wrapped around the house. She saw the cowbell Mrs. Gunderson used to call the boys back to dinner, still hanging beside the door. Some things never changed. The ranch house had been her favorite place growing up. She'd fantasized about living in the house with Sam, cooking for their family, calling the kids back to house with the same bell. When she reached the front door, she rang the doorbell. It was Jesse who answered the door. "Hi, Mrs. Meyer." The boy looked surprised to see her. "Can I help you?" She became hyper-aware of what she was doing there. "I was hoping to speak with Sam. Is he around?" He shook his head. "He's out of town for a few days." "Oh." She was surprised. "Where'd he go?" "He went to Oklahoma." Jesse shrugged. "Something about a business trip." "Do you know when he gets back?" she asked, hoping it was before she had to head back to the cities. "No, ma'am." He shook his head. "Will you tell him to call me?" she asked, then added, "Make sure you come for dinners until he does come back." Jessie nodded with a smile, but she left before she needed to say anything else. Luckily, when she returned to the farm, everyone else seemed to be occupied. Olivia was out with some friends, Charlie upstairs in his room. Maggie watched the nightly news from her recliner. The weight of the world pulled her down into her bed. She called Terry first. She knew it would be easier to get hold of Nathan that way. Terry would also make sure he'd call her back. Over the past few weeks, he'd become inconsistent. Debates, dinners, and donors all took Nathan's attention, just like before. Georgie was just grateful that she didn't have to be part of it yet. She dreaded being in the spotlight again. She had to be an adult. He had asked her to fill him in, and even though he might use this against her, she was going to tell him everything. She finally got him on the line. After she finished explaining, telling him everything, even the kiss with Sam, She waited for him to tear into her. "Come back," he pleaded. "What?" "I know you love the farm, but what's really best for Olivia and Charlie right now?" He said rationally, clearly. "She needs us to help her by staying together as a family unit." Georgie looked out her bedroom window, the moon covered by clouds. "You're saying you want to stay together?" "I don't want us to end like this. I never wanted to lose you. I guess I just didn't know how to reach you anymore." He paused. "I do love you, Georgie." "I don't know." Olivia seemed to be falling apart at times. Was it the farm or the separation? Was she a normal teenager who'd just made a mistake, like Maggie thought? Or was she crying out for help? Was it fair for Georgie to take away her children's father, just to live somewhere that felt safe for her? Olivia thought she loved Jesse, but was her crush only a distraction from her pain? "I just want what's best for the kids." "Then come back." He didn't hesitate. "We don't have to stay in the same room. Maybe someday we will, I don't know. But don't they deserve to have their family together? Shouldn't we at least try, for them?" Georgie closed her eyes, tears streaking her cheeks. She was a fool to think Sam would wait 5 more months, as if he had just been waiting all these years for her to leave Nathan. No, her chances with Sam had dried up like mud in a cornfield on a late summer day. Olivia's plea echoed in her head. "All right, but only for the kids." Sam sat next to Ryan in the hospital room, listening to the cacophony of machines around him. A bright yellow tube draped from Ryan's nose up to a bag hung on a stand. Every couple of hours, the nurses would come in, check the machines, refill the bags, and make sure he was comfortable. "We'll start lowering the morphine after today," the doctor explained to Sam, as Ryan went in and out of consciousness. Sam asked all the questions, trying to hold himself together. The only time he lost it was when he first saw Ryan's face, torn and bruised. He immediately threw up. "He took a beating," Ryan's manager said, the only visitor who came to see him. Some nights, Sam would just sleep in the chair. Others, he'd head to the hotel and pray, hoping Ryan would make it. It wasn't until days later, after they lowered his pain medication, Ryan finally started coming to. Sam sat on his phone reading the Star Tribune politics section. A picture of Nathan sitting with Georgie and the kids filled the screen with his campaign slogan, "Minnesotans First." She wore a cranberry floral dress, her blonde hair styled and shining. Olivia and Charlie looked younger and different. "You ever going to leave to shower?" a hoarse voice said from the bed. Sam rolled his eyes at his younger brother, still a sarcastic donkey. "You know, you could just call next time you wanted to see me." Ryan winced. "I wanted you to see the great state of Oklahoma." Sam let out a laugh but shook his head. "You had me worried there, man." Ryan closed his eyes, grimacing. "I suppose I didn't place?" Then he shifted, moaning in pain. "You want more medication?" "It's just my right leg that kills. I can't feel my left." Fear rose in Ryan's eyes. He had been conscious enough to understand he might not be able to use that leg again. "You took a beating from the horse, I guess." Sam had watched it on YouTube. Ryan lost his center, and just like that, he was on the ground, the horse relentlessly continuing to buck, jumping on top of Ryan, unconscious on the ground. "The doctors say with physical therapy, you may be able to walk with a cane." Ryan's face went white, killing Sam inside, because he knew a day like this might come, especially the older and drunker Ryan became. Had he been drinking the night before the ride? Sam wouldn't be surprised. Ryan squeezed his eyes shut. "I guess that filly didn't like me much." Ryan had been a star in the rodeo circuit, but never made enough from his winnings. Most had retired by Ryan's age, but he was the Tom Brady of the rodeo. He rode so well, people continued to pay him to compete. Guess I'll need to take a bit of a break. What do you think about moving back to the ranch? Sam had thought about whether he should tell Ryan about Jessie right away or to wait. The news would definitely take his mind off the pain. Ryan shook his head. I'm not moving back to the ranch. You have a son, Sam blurted out, immediately wishing he had waited. His name is Jesse. What did you say? Ryan slanted his eyes at him. I've been trying to get hold of you for months. Now Sam didn't care that Ryan was practically in a body cast. He had been dodging his calls. You and Marie had a son. His name is Jesse. He's turning 17 in a month. Sam pulled out his phone, opening the pictures from the spring fling with Olivia. Ryan blinked hard at the photo. That's my son? Yes. Sam leaned out to see the picture again. Ryan didn't take his eyes off it. I have a son? Yes. He didn't move, and Sam wasn't sure if he was breathing. He lay so still. His name is Jesse. Sam wondered if Ryan's surprise was that Jesse had finally caught up to him, or if he truly had no idea. Where's Marie? Sam had bought a headstone a few weeks back, when he found out there wasn't anything marking her grave. She passed away almost a year ago. Ryan's face paled, and a tear fell, running down the side of his face. He didn't speak or look at the photo any longer, but stared at the wall. I need you to help me get my horse. Ryan closed his eyes, and before Sam could ask where the horse was, he fell back into a deep sleep. Ryan slept the rest of the night, and Sam sat by his side, playing on his phone most of the time, not really knowing what to do. He went on Facebook and ended up searching for Nathan's campaign page. The heading was of Nathan standing at a podium, his hand out to the crowd, waving. It showed the whole Minnesota nice guy thing he went for. It worked. The state absolutely loved him. The old-timers talked about him at the diner, the church ladies always making comments about the good he'd done, and any time Sam turned on the television, his name was in a commercial, on the evening news, or on the local morning show. Sam pressed play on one of the videos. What have you been able to do as governor for the state of Minnesota? A news reporter thrust her microphone in his face, but he wasn't bothered. He smiled, his perfect pearls glinting in the camera light. I've stood up for the people of Minnesota. I've represented the whole state, not just the corporations and Washington's agenda. I have brought more to education, agriculture, and business, but also lowered taxes for the working people. We have a great state, with great people, and some of those great people are not being represented in St. Paul. My job is to make sure they are. Nathan had been polished, even from the first time they'd met in their 20s. He had a way of taking control of a room and Georgie's attention. He attended the University of Minnesota with her, studied law, worked at one of those fancy firms. He networked, climbed all the right ladders, made all the right connections, even getting Sam's own mother to donate to his campaign. Look what he's done for the farmers in education, she rationalized to Sam one night. The following night, as he sat with Ryan in the hospital room, he waited for the debate, hoping to get a chance to see Georgie. The live broadcast showed the crew setting up the podiums for all the candidates. He waited for the camera to pan out, scan the audience. They'd show Georgie, if she was there. The media loved Georgie. Just as he had hoped, the commentators started talking about the participants. A former governor sitting alongside his longtime lieutenant, a few big business executives, even a former Vikings linebacker. Then, the camera panned over to the right, and he saw Charlie, Olivia, and then Georgie, all sitting up front together. Mrs. Meyer taught night school this past spring, and she told me all of her students graduated today. The first thing he noticed was her hair. It hung loose around her shoulders, not pulled away from her face with product. She looked more like the Georgie he knew and loved than the one Nathan married. She wore a dress, but not with fancy pearls or diamonds. When the camera fell on her, he recognized the ruby ring hanging from the gold chain around her neck. Chapter 18. It had been 3 full weeks before Ryan was discharged from the hospital and well enough to travel back to Minnesota. The hospital helped Sam set up full-time nursing care for the next few months. Ryan had agreed that it was a good idea after he was told that the alternative was a rehabilitation center. Dr. Millis crossed her arms and smiled. "You need to look at physical therapy like a job." Sam nodded for Ryan, who ignored the doctor. The physical therapist had started in the hospital, but the pain had been too much, and Ryan refused to work with her. Sam tipped his hat. "I'll make sure he follows through." "We're free to leave?" Ryan asked from his wheelchair. "Yep, you can go." Dr. Millis looked concerned, but smiled at Sam as Ryan wheeled right out of the room. She handed him a small business card. "I know he's refusing to talk to anyone, but it could be really helpful in the healing process. Call this number for a therapist in your area." Sam nodded, feeling all the obligations and responsibilities weighing him down. He needed to be there for Jessie, and that meant helping Ryan, because he wasn't going to have Jessie lose anyone else. Sam gave his first and final warning. "You're going to be the best father to that kid, or you're going to have to stay away from the ranch for good." "Sam, I didn't even know he existed. Give me a break," Ryan growled as he shifted in the seat. "Believe it or not, I want to change." Sam didn't believe it. Sam arranged a medical transport flight out of Oklahoma City. He rode next to Ryan and the escort. The whole process would have been seamless if the patient had been anyone but Ryan. He didn't once ask about Jessie. Instead, he obsessed about his horse, who Sam had hunted down the day before. Ryan had been vague about the facts. When he pulled up to the barn, a woman with flowing black hair stepped out of the house. "I'm Esperanza." She hugged Sam. "I'm so glad he's okay. I was so worried." "Nice meeting you." Sam didn't have time to bring up the fact that she could have visited any time. "I hear you're keeping Ophelia." "Yes, she's in the barn." Sam nodded. The transporters would be there any moment. He had only come to see what the fuss was about with this horse. Ryan refused to part with her, even though the chances of him ever riding again were slim. Sam stopped dead in his tracks as he saw her. Now, he knew. The chestnut beauty looked exactly like Sonny Gunderson's old mare. Her head went up, and her ears went back, muscles quivering as he approached her. "Well, look at you," he said to the horse. Her head tilted as she snorted. "I sound like him, don't I?" Sam held out his hand, letting the horse approach. She soon realized he had treats. Her lips covered all 4 fingers, licking the carrots off his hand. "You ready to come home?" he asked. Ophelia grunted and stepped back but extended her neck, sniffing for more treats. "You're going to have to come for a ride, but I promise you'll see him soon." He rubbed behind the horse's ear, but she tore her head away. She jumped back as if she knew he was about to take her away, her eyes rolling. "You'll just have to trust me." He suspected Ophelia wasn't much for the ring, too skittish. Ryan had probably taken her in to save her from the dog food factory. He shushed, soft and slow, as he approached the horse again. "It's okay, girl. I'll get you to him." When he returned to the hospital that night, Sam said, "You never told me you had a girlfriend." "I don't." Sam's face twisted. "Who is she then?" "A woman I visit from time to time?" Sam shook his head. He hoped he'd made the right decision in bringing Ryan back to the ranch. If he messed things up with Jessie, he'd kick him off the ranch forever. They arrived in Prairie Valley in the middle of the night. The flight took longer than expected, but by the time he reached home, he knew what he needed to say to Georgie. When they drove by the farmhouse, it looked empty. She was probably in the cities, probably with Nathan. He thought about the ring, how it hung against her neckline, visible for the world to see. She wanted him to notice it, but she also sat by Nathan as he played everybody's favorite governor. Georgie sat alone in the dark. She leaned her elbows on her knees, looking around the room in the dim illumination of the streetlight outside. The governor's historic brick mansion was just a few blocks away from their home on Summit Avenue. It was one of Nathan's catchphrases during the first election, "We're from the neighborhood." He'd say it to prove he was a true Minnesotan, not a carpetbagger from Massachusetts. They'd never moved into the mansion. Georgie and the kids had stayed at the house, and Nathan used it primarily for ceremonial purposes, like tonight, for the Farmers Association dinner. She couldn't help but wonder, as the night dragged on and the many guests had disappeared, if he ever used the rooms designated for family use for something else. Life went back to normal after she returned. Olivia went back to being an angsty teenager, hating her life, and especially her mom. Charlie became a suburban kid again, attending soccer camps and outdoor school. And she returned to being Georgie Meyer, the First Lady of Minnesota. The day had been a long one. She had visited a nursing home and held the wrap-up celebration for her summer reading program. Terry had attended with her, instead of Nathan. "Mrs. Meyer, please stand with the children in front of the sign," the photographer said, motioning like a traffic cop, directing everyone on where to stand. Georgie felt the usual mixed bag of anxiety and irritation. She never knew if what she was saying would make Nathan and the campaign happy. The more she acted like herself, the more Nathan didn't like her performance. "Next time, try smiling more," he'd often say. "You always look so serious." When he first entered politics, his comments had hurt, but she also hadn't wanted to hurt his campaign. Now she had to endure his criticism before any public event. "Chin up. Eyes on the speaker. Smile. Less about your thoughts, more about your work." But no matter how many times she got in front of a crowd, or the camera, she got nervous. Crowds were Nathan's thing, not Georgie's. She enjoyed being around a small crowd where you could talk to the people around you about what really mattered. Nathan never really did that with his campaign. He'd bend the truth like a cornstalk in a windstorm, so close to the earth it nearly broke. As she stood for the picture, she had never missed home more in her life. When she told Mama she was leaving with the kids, tears filled her eyes, but she cleared her throat and blinked them back. "This will always be your home," Maggie told her. Olivia cried. She cried over Midnight. She cried over Jessie. She cried over leaving Maggie and Rosie. She cried over Hannah and the baby. "We'll miss the birth," she sobbed. Georgie didn't understand. "Olivia, I thought you wanted us to go back with Dad." She hiccuped for breath before saying, "I thought Dad would move here." Georgie realized that everything Olivia wanted was based on a strategic plan more reminiscent of one of Nathan's campaigns than of reality. "Smile!" the photographer called out to the children. "Say cheese curds," she said to the kids, who immediately said it with a smile. After the photo ops, she stood on the stage with Terry and walked to the podium. "Thank you to everyone who participated in this very special event. All of you have completed the Need to Read challenge this summer, by each reading 20 books, more than 5,000 books in total. That's a lot of reading." She looked out over the crowd. The children fidgeted on the Capitol's front manicured lawn. Most of them sat on the ground, while parents sat in chairs along the sides. None of them had come for Nathan's campaign, which made things easier. "Congratulations!" The reading campaign had been her idea 3 years before. Terry loved it and the event, or at least the optics of it. Governor Meyer wished he could have come to congratulate you himself, but he had important state business he had to attend to today. Georgie smiled wider. "So, To apologize, he wanted to give you all free tickets to the Minnesota Fair. The children erupted in cheers and clapping. Some kids were even screaming. She held a fistful of tickets in the air. "We are so proud of you." She walked through the crowd, talking to the children with their parents. She could talk in front of a classroom with hundreds of children with no problem, but get into a space with adults, and she felt completely different. She realized she didn't just miss home, but she missed teaching. Even though it had been only a few weeks, Georgie knew she couldn't keep living like this. She wanted out. She wanted out of the house, out of their marriage, and out of the public eye. She had been reading a book on the campus quad when she first met Nathan. He'd tripped over her, trying to catch a frisbee. "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" He looked her over, seeming almost frightened. She couldn't help but giggle at his reaction. "I'm fine. No worries." She picked up her book, trying to figure out where she'd left off, when he said, "Have we met before?" He leaned closer, his intense eyes catching her attention. "No, I don't think so," she said. He exuded confidence as he extended his hand. "Then my name's Nathan." She hadn't even noticed the pickup line until he sunk it. "Georgie." "It's pretty, just like you." She laughed at his bravado. "Do you get a lot of girls with that one?" He laughed. Hopefully, one. She took his number and called the next night. He picked her up, promising one day he'd take her to the governor's mansion. How strange he never actually followed through with his promise. She wondered if she had been the only one he used that line on, after all. Her phone buzzed, pulsing with Nathan's number. Since it was after midnight, she let it go to voicemail. She'd say she was asleep. The voicemail light blinked. She pressed her phone against her ear. "Georgie, I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter. There's a lot more to do for the next session." She dropped her phone. Didn't even hang up. Just dropped it, leaving it behind as she climbed the stairs to their bedroom. She wanted to go through the rest of her things. Pictures, her yearbooks, some journals she had kept after the kids were born. Everything else Nathan could keep. Or sell. After all, the mansion came fully furnished. "What are you doing?" Olivia asked, stumbling into the large master bedroom. Georgie sat on the bed, looking at baby books, all 3 of them. "Is that Emma's?" She pointed to the pink book Maggie had made. "Yes." Georgie rubbed her eyes. Olivia walked over to the bed and sat down next to her. It was the first time since they had been back that her daughter came anywhere near her. Olivia brushed the corner of Emma's baby book with her finger. "Aunt Rosie called her my angel sister." "Oh, yeah?" Georgie thought of Emma every day. So many people told her she had to let go, move on, but she didn't want to. She had wanted to talk about her baby girl. Tell everyone about her baby, but not Nathan. He never mentioned their second daughter, never spoke her name, never talked about one of the best things that ever happened to them, never talked about the worst. And that's what their problem had been, all along. They never talked, they never communicated, they never shared their lives, just their space. I pray to her. Georgie handed the book over to Olivia. There weren't any pictures besides the ultrasound and one of the family while Georgie was pregnant. Georgie had written our first family photo. Then she stuffed the extra photos into the box. "What are you doing up?" "I couldn't sleep." She held out her arms, but Olivia just bit her bottom lip. "You feeling okay?" "I miss them," she said, staying put. "And this isn't just about Jessie. I miss Nana and Aunt Rosie, and I keep worrying about Hannah and the baby, and Midnight." Georgie nodded, feeling the same way. "I keep thinking about how Nana's all alone on that big farm." "Hannah and Rosie are with her," Georgie offered. What if something goes wrong? Olivia played with the ribbon adorning the baby book's cover. We can go up as soon as we hear she's in labor. Olivia nodded, then handed the book back. I'm sorry I told you to stop seeing Mr. Gunderson. Georgie shook her head, unwilling to have this conversation. That's not why we came back. We were coming back to our home. What if it doesn't feel like home anymore? Georgie stood up, placing both of her hands on Olivia's shoulders. We are a family, and your dad needs us, right now. Are you packing? Olivia asked, looking around. Organizing is more like it. She wiped her hands on her yoga pants. Do you think he'll ever move to the farm? Georgie shook her head. The thought of never going back to Prairie Valley tore her heart in two. No, your dad never plans to live on a farm. Olivia pulled over another box, looking inside. I should go to bed. Good night. Georgie reached out, but Olivia slipped off the bed, evading her grasp. When Olivia's door closed, Georgie went into the walk-in closet, shut the door behind her, and called Maggie. Mama? She knew Maggie was probably asleep in her recliner, since they weren't there, pushing her to go to bed. You okay, Georgie? She mumbled sleepily. Mama, am I selfish if I leave him? Georgie, honey, maybe the most important thing Nathan taught you is that you're strong enough to walk away. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. She wanted the pain to stop. She was done feeling terrible. Each day brought her further and further away from her happiness, her core, and she was afraid she wouldn't be able to find it again. Was Nathan really working on the campaign? Was he with another woman? Was he being honest about making it work? Or had he just made a bunch of empty promises? Sam didn't want to tell Jessie about Ryan over the phone, but because the medical equipment and hospital bed were being delivered to the house, he needed to explain things. He's coming back here? Jessie asked. Yes, to stay with us. Sam wished he could see Jessie's reaction on the other side of the phone. Are you okay with that? He hesitated for a moment, then said, Yeah, sure. But Sam couldn't read him. They arrived in the middle of the night, so he didn't think much of the fact Jessie didn't wait up for them. But when he heard Jessie up before him, he wondered if Ryan's being back wasn't okay at all. He got up, wanting to talk to him straight away. He hadn't told Jessie much on the phone, other than that Ryan was coming home. But as he heard the coffee brewing, he figured Jessie wanted to talk about it. Or was it that he'd learned to get up on Sam's schedule since he had taken over the ranch? Sam had looked things over before he went to sleep, where they'd herded the cattle, which pastures they grazed, and for how long. You all did a good job while I was gone, he greeted Jessie. And you took care of the irrigation system? It had been on the fritz before he left, but Jessie somehow managed to fix it. Rhett mostly did it, Jessie said, sitting at the table. I just helped. The coffee percolated in the background, breaking up the silence. How bad was the accident? Jessie looked pale, anxious. He sustained some pretty bad injuries. Sam would be honest. Why didn't you tell me about it when you left? I wanted to make sure he would agree to be sober before meeting you. Jessie wasn't sheltered. He had seen plenty in his mother's household. Did he know about me? Jessie somehow looked much younger as he said it. Sam shook his head. No, he didn't seem to know, but he looks forward to meeting you. Oh, Jessie looked even paler. The doorbell rang. Who's that? Jessie asked. That's the nurse who will be working the morning shift. Jess, I didn't want to tell you much until I knew for sure he was coming back. Sam wanted to talk more, tell him everything, but the nurse knocked on the door again, waving at them through the window. Mr. Gunderson, the nurse said, as soon as he answered the door. She walked inside, the summer humidity entering with her. "I'm Alice, the day nurse." Jesse walked around her, through the front door and down the porch. "Jess, wait! Don't you want to meet him?" he called out after him. But when Jesse entered the barn, he gave up for the time being. Sam helped Alice set up, giving her total control of the house. "You can make yourself something to eat. Watch whatever you want." He dropped the remotes on the coffee table. "I'll be fine, Mr. Gunderson," she said. "She's old," Ryan complained as soon as Sam walked into his bedroom. "She's here to help with your recovery." "It's like I died, and you all kept a shrine to me," Ryan said, looking around the room. Jesse had taken a guest bedroom, and Ryan's room hadn't changed since they were kids. Old Louis L'Amour books lay by the bedside. Trophies covered the top of his dresser. Posters of the Vikings and twins were tacked to the walls. "It felt like a shrine, since you hadn't called in years." Ryan groaned as he shifted in his bed. "You okay?" Sam asked. "Want me to get Alice?" "I'm fine." There was an edge to Ryan's voice. Ryan looked away, out the window. The view was of the east pastures. The light from the rising sun could be seen over the earth's horizon. "He didn't want to meet me, I take it." Ryan gestured his chin at the window. The crew drove ATVs that morning. The heat wouldn't be good for the horses. "He just needs time to let it sink in." What if he thinks I've abandoned him all this time? Sam sat in the chair beside the bed, where he'd slept for some hours, watching over Ryan. He shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. "He came looking for you, didn't he?" Ryan nodded. "How can I be his father when he's already grown up?" "You just love him." Chapter 19. Georgie decided to walk to the governor's mansion early that morning. She wanted to talk to Nathan by himself. As the fog crawled down Summit Avenue, she studied the grand homes she passed. The Victorian architecture was showy and ostentatious. The houses sat on perfectly manicured lawns, with 3 or more stories of turrets and dormered attics. Each historic home was bigger and more audacious than the next. Sam's family had more money than God, her father would often say, but you would never really have known it. The Gundersons lived well, but they lived simply, comfortably. They weren't showy. They'd often use their resources to take care of the community. Most of the public buildings, except the library, of course, had the Gunderson name attached. The new football field, science wing, and senior community center were all funded by Sam himself. Now, in St. Paul, she felt more out of place than she ever had. She knew her neighbors, but didn't really know any of them well enough to borrow a cup of sugar or to carpool. Many of her neighbors hadn't even realized she'd been gone. She entered the governor's mansion, greeting the assistant at the front. "Governor Meyer is in a meeting," she said, "but he should be out soon." Georgie had long suspected that Nathan had his secretary use the ubiquitous meetings as a ruse. What kind of meeting took place at 6:47 in the morning? Nathan Meyer didn't want to be caught off guard, especially by his wife. "I'll just wait in the kitchen and make a cup of coffee," she said, pointing down the hall, then left without waiting for a response. Her heels clicked against the floor as she entered the kitchen. She dressed for the occasion in formal business attire. Her shoes looked sensible but pinched her toes. She grabbed a K-cup, hit brew, and played with Sam's ring, swiping it back and forth on its chain. "Hey," Nathan said, coming in out of breath. "What are you doing here?" He leaned over, kissing her on the cheek. "I wanted to talk." His demeanor only changed slightly, but she was aware of the change. "You want to talk here? Now?" Yes. This was going to happen. She needed this to happen for Olivia and for Charlie and for Emma. "Sure. Right, let's go talk outside." He opened the door and gestured for her to head outside to the patio table that sat in a landscaped garden. "After you." She walked through the door, not looking at him, remembering the first night he had brought her into that garden after he became governor. He had been so happy, so determined, she pretended to be happy as well, when all she'd wanted to do was crawl into a hole and hide. "Do you want to sit?" he asked, heading to the patio. She didn't. She wanted to pace the garden, move around as she spoke. "Sure." He pulled out a chair for her and sat in the one across from her. "Thanks." Nathan bounced his knee as she tried to formulate how to begin what she wanted to say. Dark bags hung under his eyes. "I'm going back to the farm." "For a visit?" he asked, even though she was pretty sure he knew the answer. "I'm leaving, and the kids are coming with me." "Georgie, stop and think about this." His face turned ashen. "I just need a few more months." "Would you want Olivia to stay with a man she didn't love?" He dropped his head, wiped his 5 o'clock shadow with his hand, exhaling loudly. "We will lose it all. I won't do anything legally until after the election." She didn't need the documents to say her marriage was over. "But I can't be your wife any longer." He leaned back in his chair, his knee bouncing harder. "So, you're not going to any of my rallies or the election?" So many times she had flip-flopped on her decision. She should be there, then she shouldn't. She thought she was protecting the kids, but in reality she was lying to them by pretending. And maybe Nathan had a meeting when she arrived, but maybe there was a woman upstairs, waiting for Georgie's unexpected visit to be over. "We will always be family, and family support one another." Georgie placed her hand on top of his. "But I can't pretend any longer." Nathan pulled his hand away. "People are going to notice your absence. They're going to try to find out what's going on. Just a little while longer, Georgie, please." Georgie stood up, making her last sentence very clear. "I will not lie for you anymore." Jessie had moped since Olivia's departure, Mrs. Paulson told Sam. Stayed at home, did homework, and went straight to bed. "He's too into that girl, if you ask me." "Don't I know it?" He looked out the window at Jessie washing out the water buckets. He could practically see a gray cloud over his head. "I thought he'd want to talk to Ryan, but he's been avoiding him." The first day, Jessie had introduced himself to Ryan and proceeded to exit the room. He hadn't tried talking to him since. And Sam, well, he didn't want to get in the middle. Jessie, as far as he was concerned, had the right to be mad at the situation. Maybe Ryan honestly hadn't known he had a son. But from Jessie's perspective, he didn't have a father, had lost his mother, his grandfather kicked him out, and his girl was gone. Why would he want to get close to anyone else? "He's scared," Mrs. Paulson said. "But you're there for him if he needs someone." "Absolutely. He just needs some time to figure things out. He'll get there soon enough." He said goodbye with a nod, grabbed his hat off the hook, and stepped out into the barn. Jessie was spraying down some rubber mats with the hose. "How's it going?" "I'll be better once I finish my chores." He scowled. "Heard Olivia's staying in the cities." Jessie shrugged. "I guess her parents are trying to work things out." Sam could feel his heart deflate, even though he had been certain that was the case. "I'm sorry to hear that she's gone. As far as I'm concerned, you're the reason she had to leave." Jessie threw down the hose. "You had to go and move in on her mom." Sam had worried that this was how Jessie would see things. "There's a lot of history there." "Yeah, whatever." "Jessie, look, you really don't know what's going on." Jessie let out a sigh. "I've got chores to do." He stomped away to turn off the spigot. Sam felt bad for the kid. He knew heartbreak and the loss of a first love, but as far as he was concerned, Jessie's teenage relationship didn't trump his love for Georgie. He had been in love with her since that day on her porch under the double rainbow, and would never stop loving her. He knew she still loved him too, after seeing her wear his ring. He would wait forever if he had to. Just for another second to love her again. It didn't take long for Georgie to pack up the kids. Olivia made no protest. Charlie squealed in delight about going back to Nana's cooking, and Nathan almost looked relieved. I'll have Terry forward some of the election events. He sounded formal, calculating. I'd really appreciate it if you could show your support at the rally in Jackson. Jackson was a farming community, just like Prairie Valley. Yes, we'll try to make it. She stuffed another bag into the back. Olivia already sat in the front seat. Come here, champ. Nathan leaned over and hugged Charlie, ruffling up his hair. I'm going to miss you. You promise you'll come out for the county fair? Charlie asked. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Nathan hugged him again. You're going to have the biggest chicken there. Nana lets me feed it all the scraps from dinner. Nathan opened the door, and Charlie jumped in, holding his tablet, ready for the 2-hour drive. I'll see you all next Sunday. When he shut the door, he faced Georgie. They had agreed to figure out a plan that worked for them both. She'd promised to bring the kids back to St. Paul on Sunday afternoon. I'm sorry, Georgie. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, exhaling out a deep breath. Bags hung under his bloodshot eyes. She leaned over and kissed his cheek, holding her hand to his face. We have great kids to show for it. He smiled but said, You better go before you hit traffic. Georgie nodded, but there wasn't going to be any traffic at this time. If anything, she'd be one of the only vehicles traveling, besides the semis. But what else did they have to say? She pulled her new truck into drive, leaving the Victorian and heading towards the highway. As the long stretch of highway up to Prairie Valley opened up before her, she could feel the weight of expectations lift away. And when she finally pulled up the dirt road and saw her family farm up ahead, it was as if she was weightless. I can't wait to see midnight. Olivia released her seatbelt as soon as Georgie turned in the drive. Look, it's Nana. Charlie rolled down his window as soon as Mama waved from the porch. As Georgie pulled into her usual spot, her heart swelled. Maggie's arms wrapped around Charlie when he jumped out of the car. Welcome back, she exclaimed, squeezing him as she swayed him back and forth. You grew. I know. He lifted up on his toes to gain more height. Rosie walked out of the barn and right into Olivia's arms. How's midnight? Olivia asked. Ready to see you. Olivia kissed Maggie quickly on the cheek before running to the barn. A girl and her horse. Rosie shook her head. She walked to the truck, opening Georgie's door and hugging her as soon as she got out. She whispered, I'm glad you're back. Georgie nodded. What's been going on around here? Guess who got married? Maggie asked Georgie. She shook her head. Tell me it's not Annie? Oh, Lord, I hope not. Maggie tented her hands together. I was talking about Hannah. Hannah got married. To Troy at City Hall, Maggie whispered. Rosie gave them her apartment. Georgie snapped her head in her sister's direction. That's really nice of you. He's got a job at the ranch. Rosie shrugged. It's until they can find their own place. Georgie smiled. A job at the ranch meant good pay, good benefits, and good long-term opportunities. It also had a low turnover rate for that reason, but it didn't surprise Georgie that Sam would have an opening at just the right time. Mama! Aunt Rosie! Nana! Olivia came running out of the barn. Hannah's in labor! She's in the stairwell of the apartment, yelling! They exchanged startled glances and ran to the barn. I think the baby's coming, Hannah screamed, red-faced. Hannah, hold on, let's call your doctor. Georgie knelt in the stairwell next to her. Babies usually take a long time to come. She's coming! Hannah's cheeks puffed in and out. "She's coming now!" Hannah grabbed Georgie's hand and squeezed so hard she felt her bones grind together. "I don't think we'll make it to the hospital." Rosie gaped at Georgie. "We need help." "Olivia, I'm going to call 911, but you need to go get Sam and Jesse. Call them as you drive to the ranch." Olivia didn't waste any time. She jumped up, snatched the keys from Georgie, and took off. Georgie called 911, but she knew they couldn't expect the ambulance right away. She kept the line open, relaying questions with Hannah grunting the answers. 15 minutes. You think you can make it?" Georgie asked as Rosie got Hannah to her feet. "No!" she groaned, holding her stomach as she half-crouched, shuffling toward the house. "We need to get you inside, somewhere comfortable." "Stay calm," said the operator. "I can walk you through everything, in case you need to deliver before the ambulance arrives." "Stay calm?" Georgie thought frantically. "I think I need to pray." Georgie looked up to the ceiling. Maggie grabbed some clean towels from the linen closet. "I have faith, we'll be okay," Maggie declared. "Ah!" Hannah screamed over the sound of a ringing phone. "Someone needs to answer my phone, it's Troy." Maggie grabbed it, pacing the living room. "Troy, dear, I think you need to get yourself to the hospital." Georgie closed her eyes, first praying for strength from God, but then adding, "Please, Daddy, if you're up there, please help us through this." Then she heard the truck pull up to the house, and 3 doors slammed as cowboy boots pounded the gravel. "Thank you, Daddy." Sam charged into the kitchen with a first aid kit in hand. His eyes scanned the room until they met hers. "Ah!" Hannah screamed again. "Hannah, are you comfortable with me checking things out?" Sam asked. "Take it out!" she growled through clenched teeth, her body curling into itself, all her muscles straining. Sam knelt down and covered her legs discreetly with a towel as he looked between her bent knees. His face looked a bit green, but his voice was relieved when he said, "I think you're going to make it for the ambulance. The baby isn't completely ready." Georgie relaxed, letting out a relieved laugh. "That's wonderful news." She kissed Hannah, then her body squeezed into another contraction. Sirens wailed over a deep rumble of thunder. "Let's bring her out." Sam took charge, lifting Hannah into his arms as Georgie opened the door. Soon the paramedics had the stretcher bumping and grating over the gravel as they raced toward the house. "Please, come with me, Mrs. Meyer." Hannah's eyes were those of a scared young girl. Georgie looked up to see Olivia looking out from the porch, almost as frightened as Hannah. She remembered delivering her and was so glad she'd had Nathan by her side. "Of course, I'll come," she said, taking her hand. "Olivia, make sure Charlie's okay." Olivia nodded, then smiled at Georgie. "You can ride up front," the paramedic said as they wheeled her to the back. "I'll follow you to the hospital," Sam said, jumping into his truck. Rain pelted the ambulance in sporadic, heavy drops. The day suddenly turned into night as the clouds churned above them. The 6-foot cornstalks glowed under the purple velvet thunderstorm crawling across the prairie. Troy waited outside the hospital as the ambulance pulled up to the emergency room entrance. He grabbed Hannah's hand, and they all took off inside, leaving a relieved Georgie behind in the entrance. The clouds opened up as she stood under the overhang. She didn't know if she should stay and wait to hear the news or give Hannah and Troy their space. This was their family now. Sam pulled into the parking lot, jumping out of his pickup and clapping his Stetson on his head, running through the rain toward her. "Holy moly, that's coming down," he said as he got under shelter. "You want to go in?" She shook her head, laughing. "I think they're going to be just fine." Sam laughed with her, but with a wrinkled brow. "What we laughing at?" "We almost delivered another baby tonight." She laughed harder, betting anything that her daddy had been dictating things from up above. Sam stuffed his hands in his pockets, rolling back on his heels. I sure was glad to see the ambulance coming. Me too. She looked out over the parking lot, the rain stopping as fast as it started, and the clouds suddenly dispersing. I thought you left. I missed you, she said, looking out at the sky. I missed you too. They stood side by side for a minute, watching as the clouds danced away to the west, sun filtering through like a Michelangelo masterpiece. She touched the ring that hung around her neck, and Sam took her hand. He looked into her eyes and removed his hat, placing it over his heart, leaning in close to her. Then she saw it out of the corner of her eye, a double rainbow arched above the prairie. Georgie laughed in delight as Sam wrapped his arms around her, lifting her up and whirling her around. Her knees wobbled with dizziness and emotion as he set her down, and he held onto her for another moment as she caught her breath. His eyes were all melting tones of chocolate and caramel, and for a moment, with his strong arms around her, she thought he would kiss her, but he let her go. In a startlingly short time, a nurse brought them news of Hannah delivering a healthy baby girl named Emma. Do you mind, Mrs. Meyer? Hannah asked. I thought the name would be real pretty. It's a perfect name for her. After visiting with Hannah and Troy and the baby, Georgie held Sam's hand as they walked together to the truck. As he pulled up the drive, she saw Olivia, Charlie, and Jessie in the pasture with Midnight. Maggie sat on the front porch knitting, with Rosie beside her, sipping a beer. Her heart swelled as she saw that everything she loved was right where she'd left it. Chapter 20. Georgie listened as the rooster crowed out its morning song. The repetitive sound exhilarated her as the morning rays shone through slits in the shades. A light breeze blew in through the cracked window. A day lay ahead that she didn't have to dread. A day with her family, who understood her better than she did herself. A day with Sam. She thought about Hannah and her new baby girl. She picked up her phone, checking for texts. A few from Rosie, funny memes of the Golden Girls. One from Annie asking her to forward a picture of the baby. The rest were from Sam. Just as she opened his texts, another flashed onto the screen, this time from Nathan. Turn on Channel 5. SOS. Her phone began to ring, and she heard voices outside her window, a truck door sliding shut, noises unfamiliar to the farm. Someone knocked on her bedroom door, not waiting for her to answer before opening it. Maggie stood there in her bathrobe. Georgie, I think you'd better get downstairs. She opened her browser to Channel 5 News. We're going to start with the news story that swept the state. Yesterday, photographs of the governor's wife, Georgie Meyer, the First Lady of Minnesota, were taken outside a hospital in Prairie Valley, sharing an intimate embrace with a man who is clearly not her husband. The screen changed to another shot of a young reporter holding a microphone, standing in front of the farm. Yes, Hank, I'm standing here in front of the Meyer family farm. We have not heard from representatives of either the governor or his wife, but the pictures are quite damaging. Her heart sank, and she felt as though she were going to be sick. She ran to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to see a few vans parked out front along the barbed wire fence. They all had the signature satellite dishes on top, news stations and gossip tabloids. She pulled on a pair of jeans and a hoodie over her pajamas. She ran down the stairs as her phone rang again. Georgie, who took that picture? Nathan laid right into her. I thought you said you would be cool and lay low. What picture? She had a feeling she knew. I don't know what you're talking about. She walked into the living room, and there on the television was a photograph of her and Sam outside the hospital. Someone had snapped them at just the moment when Sam had set her back on her feet and was gazing down into her eyes, looking for all the world as though he was about to kiss her. She fell into her dad's spot on the couch. Who had been watching them? Who would take a picture of them and send it out to the tabloids? I'm so sorry. Look, I'll figure something out, but keep low until you hear from me, please. She could hear phones ringing and panicked voices in the background. Okay, I will. Georgie paused. Nathan, the kids. I promise I'll make this all right. She choked up. How? But he didn't answer. He'd hung up. She'd have to call Sam, or did he already know? Maggie turned up the volume as Georgie said, Turn that off. She rubbed her face. I don't want to see what they're saying. Okay. Maggie clicked the remote, and the screen went black. Rosie came into the kitchen in her pajamas. What's going on? I think the news has figured out about my marriage being a sham. She bit her thumbnail. Rosie reached for the remote, but Georgie snatched it out of her hands. I don't want to see it. You should see what they're saying. Then Nathan sent another text. Turn on Channel 5. She sighed in defeat. Turn on Channel 5. She threw the remote at her. Geez, chill out, Georgie. Just do it, Rosie. She leaned on the edge of the couch, recognizing the formal press room at the governor's mansion. Nathan stood in a navy blue suit with a red and blue striped tie and an American flag lapel pin. His clean-shaven face looked as handsome as the day she met him, but his eyes were red, puffy, and tired. At the bottom of the screen, the tagline read, Governor apologizes for infidelity. Thank you for coming today on such short notice. Nathan looked into the camera. For the past 4 years, I have served faithfully as your governor of the great state of Minnesota. Never during those years have I let my personal life affect my job, but unfortunately, I let my job affect my personal life. Over the past year, I have had an ongoing affair which I hid from my family and the public. I am not proud of my actions. My wife, Georgie, who has stayed faithfully beside me, recently found out about my indiscretions, and consequently, she has decided to move back to her family farm in Prairie Valley. Yesterday afternoon, a photograph was taken of my wife with a close family friend. This photograph has been sensationalized to create a story that simply isn't there. The only story is that Georgie is one of the kindest, most faithful, and caring women I have ever met. Through my actions, and my actions alone, I have pained her, and I will never forgive myself for what I have done. He paused and looked down at a paper in his hands. She has stood by me through the years, through my career as a student in law school, through my law career, and now in politics. She is a wonderful mother to our 2 children, and if there is anyone this great state should be proud of, it is Georgie Meyer. I hurt her, my children, and my extended family in more ways than this apology can ever make up for. He stopped and took a drink of water from the glass that had been set on the podium. I have no excuses, and I certainly will not put blame on anyone but myself. However, I will not let my wife's good name be dragged through the mud for publicity's sake. He looked back at the camera. I'd like to apologize to my wife, to my children and my family, to the great men and women who I serve, and to God. He picked up the papers. Thank you for coming. Georgie looked at Maggie, then Rosie. Did I hear that right? She hoped she wasn't misinterpreting what Nathan's press conference was all about. I think Nathan Meyer just apologized to you in front of the whole world, Rosie said, eyes wide. I think he did. Georgie watched reporters call out questions as Nathan stepped away from the podium. Governor Meyer, are you going to resign? Are you and your wife getting a divorce? Who was the other woman? Maggie shut off the television. He did a nice job. Georgie's phone buzzed again. Meet me at the swimming hole. Mama, why are there people outside with cameras? Charlie asked from the second floor. They want to talk to Daddy. Georgie held out her arms to Charlie, who came down the stairs. His hair was messy and his eyes sleepy. He came in for a hug. I want you to stay away from them, you hear? Why? Because they're strangers, and you don't talk to strangers, Georgie tried to explain, but she couldn't tell if he understood. Charlie pointed out the window at one of the vans. But that's Todd, the guy from the news. We know him. They had been introduced on multiple occasions. Daddy doesn't want us to talk to him, okay? Charlie's face crumpled. Is Daddy okay? Yes, he's just taking care of us. Georgie ruffled his hair. What happened with you and Mr. Gunderson? Olivia gasped, flying down the stairs. Georgie shook her head. This wasn't Olivia's business. I have to get going. I'm not mad, Olivia said quietly. I actually think Mr. Gunderson is really nice. Where are you going? Rosie asked. I want to watch my show. Charlie ran into the living room and turned on the television. Hey, look, it's Mrs. Paulson from the ranch. Georgie Meyer is a wonderful woman. Why don't you go mind your own business instead of trying to dig up dirt that isn't there? She walked away from the cameras, waving to shoo them away. The next shot was in the diner with some of the old-timers and an interview with Tucker. I don't recognize either one. Are you sure that's even Georgie Meyer? The next interview was with Jane, from the high school. Georgie started teaching here in the early spring. We couldn't have asked for a better long-term sub. Mrs. Meyer was absolutely fantastic with those students. She certainly makes Prairie Valley proud. Georgie covered her mouth with her hands. I can't believe they're standing up for me. Why wouldn't they? Maggie seemed stunned, as though she wouldn't expect anything less. You're one of our own. Georgie smiled. Then a text buzzed again on her phone. I'll be back in a little bit. Apparently, to get a father and son to bond, all you have to do is let them make fun of your love life. You and the governor's wife? Ryan shook his head. And you give me a hard time about women. He's been following Mrs. Meyer around for months. Jesse had helped Ryan move from his bedroom to the living room to watch the news about Sam. That's enough, from a kid who literally follows his girl around like a puppy dog. Sam had been in the pasture when Mrs. Paulson told him of her encounter. They asked me about you and Georgie's secret relationship. She hiked her eyebrows. It's all over the news. There he is, Ryan exclaimed, a smile plastered across his face. Jesse sat down next to him, watching as Nathan addressed the television cameras. Sam was stunned to witness Nathan taking responsibility for the affair. He pulled out his phone, texting Georgie. I gotta get going, he muttered. He's totally into her, Jesse said, as Ryan turned up the volume as Sam pounded out of the house. He'd ride Bandit to the swimming hole, where no reporters would be able to find them, he hoped. Totally, he heard Ryan agree, before shutting the door behind him. He ran into the barn, grabbed his saddle and bridle, and opened the gates to the pasture. He whistled to his horse. Let's go, Bandit. Sam! Mrs. Paulson came out of the office, waving, trying to get his attention. Yes, Mrs. Paulson, he said, tightening the cinch. Do you need something? I'm kind of in a hurry. The phone's ringing off the hook. She held up a notebook with what looked like messages from every media outlet in the tri-state area. What do you want me to say? You should go home. Take the day. Enjoy it, he said, jumping on Bandit's back. In fact, tell the guys they can take the day, too. He rode up to the back pasture, leaned down to unlock the gate, and headed toward the creek winding through the prairie to the swimming hole. The thousands of acres the ranch encompassed had always made Sam feel safeguarded against intruders. Now, the expanse of land made him nervous. Anyone could sneak in through the many service roads. He darted glances up the trail, over the hills, and into the fringes of the woods. He wondered if Georgie regretted getting close to him. Once again, his actions had made her suffer. Who took that picture? Who would want to hurt him, or Georgie? He circled the swimming hole twice, making sure he was alone. Then he walked Bandit to the water's edge, and they stood looking out toward the farm, waiting for Georgie, praying she'd show up. He heard the hooves pounding the earth before Georgie and Midnight crested the hill, making their way to the water. She swung out of the saddle before the horse even came to a full stop. "I'm so sorry, Sam," she said. "I know you like your privacy, and this—" She held out her hands in a helpless gesture. He jumped off Bandit. "Georgie, if camera crews parked outside my house means that I can be with you, then I will be in the public eye as much as it takes." He closed the gap between them. "I love you, Georgie." "I love you too." He took her arms and pulled her lips to his. She didn't stop him, like he'd worried she might, but wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. Chapter 21. Georgie stood in her new classroom, the smell of gym shoes and old books lingering in the air. Like the second hand of the clock, she turned in place, observing everything. Bookshelves filled with middle-grade books, shelf after shelf of craft supplies, and a worn and faded rug in front of a whiteboard easel. She snapped back the dirty plastic curtain, but it stuck fast. With one last tug, the whole curtain came off its rod, falling to the floor. Sunlight poured in through the dusty panes. She loved it. She stared down at the contract in her hands. She was going to be a teacher again. Butterflies filled her stomach with excitement and terror. Besides those few months teaching night school, she hadn't been in a classroom in years. Teaching was different now. The curriculum was different. The strategies were different. Classroom management was different. But she knew she'd love it. Because she loved kids. She loved teaching. And she loved this community. "Here's the last of it," Sam said, carrying in 2 boxes of books from the truck, dumping them next to the full shelves. He picked up the curtain. "I see you're opening up the place." "Very funny." She gave him the eye. "I didn't mean to break it." Sam set it on the ledge along the wall of windows and pointed out toward the parking lot. "The kids are here." Georgie looked out to see all 3 of them in the truck. Olivia grabbed 2 lamps from the back, handing one each to Jessie and Charlie. All 3 had promised to help Georgie set the room up, even though there were weeks before school started. Sam stood beside her, wrapped his arm around her waist, and pulled her close to him. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek as they watched the kids file into the building. Then he kissed her quickly on the lips, then again, longer this time, with more strength and heat. Georgie slowly pulled away from his grasp. "Sam Gunderson, you better cool down before those kids walk into this classroom." He smiled, his eyes mischievous. "Come on, Georgie, one more." She playfully pushed him away and unlocked the window, then pushed it wide open. "Mom!" Charlie's voice echoed down the hall. "We're in here!" she yelled back, continuing to open all the windows and carefully pulling up the dusty shades. "What needs to be worked on?" Sam grabbed his toolbox from her desk. "I need that furniture over there fixed." She pointed to the 2 chairs, a desk, and a kidney-shaped table. "They all have wobbly legs and need to be leveled." Sam pulled out a screwdriver and went straight to the chairs as the kids came into the room. "Can I do your bulletin board?" Olivia asked. "I want to!" Charlie set down the lamp and rushed to Georgie. "You said I could do it." "Listen, you can do one too." She swept her hand around the room. "There are plenty of bulletin boards." "Jessie," Sam called out. He sat under the table, unscrewing a leg. "Grab a screwdriver from my toolbox and come help fix these chairs." Jessie picked up the chair. "What's wrong with it?" One of the legs fell to the floor. I see. He bent down and picked it up, tipping the chair upside down and looking for the screw. Georgie grabbed a box from the floor and put it on her desk. Inside were framed photographs, school pictures of Olivia and Charlie, a photograph of Olivia and Charlie riding midnight, and one of them all at the show. She studied the group photograph. Gratitude filled her as she looked at the picture and then at her children and friends, all here in her classroom, helping her. Even Rosie and Maggie were coming soon. Georgie had worried she'd lose everything if her relationship ended, but she had gained so much more than she ever knew she wanted. Even Sam and Nathan had put their differences aside for the sake of Olivia and Charlie. And through everything, she continued to support him at rallies and events as his polls went through the roof. He still held the lead for the November election. "Do you have any scissors?" Olivia asked, walking up to her. Then she gave her a careful look. "Are you crying?" "No." Georgie suddenly felt the tears forming behind her eyes. "I'm just really happy." Suddenly, Olivia swooped her arms around Georgie and hugged her tight. She didn't speak, just held her close. Then just quickly she tried to back away, but Georgie pulled her back in. "Thank you, baby." Georgie swayed her from side to side, now laughing as a tear fell. "Mom, I can't breathe," Olivia said. Georgie squeezed one last time and let her go. Olivia opened the top drawer of the desk and found a pair of scissors. "Do you want me to make a welcome board with all their names?" she asked. She looked out at Sam, who handed over his screwdriver to Charlie. He no longer wanted to make a bulletin board, but to help fix things with the boys. Jessie pushed a chair toward Charlie, showing him the wiggling leg. From the hallway, she heard footsteps and voices and realized it was Maggie and Rosie. "That sounds perfect." Sam checked the temperature of the smoker. The new barbecue seemed to be holding steady at 225 degrees with no problem, and he was impressed. The beef brisket already had a perfect layer of bark and was sure going to melt in their mouths when all was said and done. "That smells real good," Ryan said from one of the new chairs on the patio. Sam had bought outdoor furniture from the local hardware store a few weeks back when he started inviting people up to the ranch. Just like his parents had, he'd invite anyone who was hungry, but mostly it was Georgie and her family. Sam adjusted his hat to shade the hot afternoon sun from his eyes. "It better be. I used hickory wood over the coals this time." Ryan shifted in his chair, drinking a Coke. A sight Sam never thought he'd see. A sober Ryan. He gave his brother credit. Ryan had kept his word. He started attending AA meetings, stuck to his physical therapy, and made an effort to get to know Jessie, even though Jessie still seemed guarded. "Rosie coming tonight?" Ryan asked. Sam made a face. "Why do you ask?" He couldn't help but notice it was the second time Ryan had asked if Rosie was joining Georgie and the family. Was there something more to Ryan's curiosity? Ryan rolled his eyes. "I know Georgie and the kids are coming." "Yes, she's coming." "Does she have a boyfriend?" Ryan asked. Now Sam was sure there was more to it, but Rosie wasn't someone he wanted his playboy brother to be curious about. "No, and don't even think about it." Ryan huffed and took a sip of his pop. "Hardly think she'd go after a washed-up cowboy." Sam went back to the grill, not encouraging Ryan's pity party. He understood Ryan was going through a rough time, but he wasn't going to listen to any whining. The way Sam saw it, Ryan had been given a second chance, just like Sam. "You have enough trouble with women." Clearly Ryan hadn't been listening, though, because as soon as Rosie arrived, Ryan invited her to take a seat next to him. Washed up or not, it wasn't going to stop Ryan Gunderson from flirting with a beautiful woman. "Hey," Georgie said, giving him a quick hug. "Hey." He squeezed her back. "What did you cook for us?" Sam had never enjoyed cooking for just himself, but he loved preparing food for a large crowd. "I've got beef brisket in the smoker, homemade mac and cheese in the oven, and some roasted zucchini and squash from the garden." He opened the smoker's lid, allowing her to inspect. "Mama made a broccoli and cheese hot dish." Maggie came in and kissed Ryan on the cheek, placing the glass dish on the table. "How can I help?" she asked. "Make yourself comfortable," Sam said, as Jessie offered to get her a drink. "I'd love some iced tea," she said, sitting down next to Rosie and Ryan. Georgie draped her arm around his waist and looked up at him. "You okay?" "Yeah, why?" Sam looked down, unsure what made her think otherwise. "You?" She nodded. "I've never been better." He went back to tending the barbecue, smirking at the idea he had up his sleeve for later. "What is it?" she asked, noticing his smile. "Nothing." He dismissed it, hoping she'd let it go, but of course she didn't. "What?" He laughed, but he wasn't going to tell her anything. Instead, he took her back into his arms. "I'm just real glad you're here." "Ugh," Rosie said from the table. "Get a room." "Rosie, that's not a polite way to talk," Maggie scolded, but Georgie winked, sending emotions coursing through him. He then lifted his tongs into the air and hollered, "Who wants barbecue?" Georgie had come to expect the unexpected when it came to Sam. So when he took her by the hand after dinner, once everyone else had left the ranch, and brought her to the stable, she was wildly curious. "What do you think about going for a swim?" She looked out at the sun falling behind the trees, the summer heat still lingering in the air. "I'd love a swim." He gave her a playful smile that reminded her of him at 18 and tugged her along down the corridor of stalls. Bandit stood tied to the gate. "We're riding bareback?" Georgie reached out to Bandit, who only wore a bridle. He nudged her hand with his muzzle. "Thought we could ride together." "Sam Gunderson, you are a hopeless romantic." He gave a nod. "I try." Sam helped open the gate and she jumped on Bandit's back. He handed her a bag, then pulled himself up. With a few clicks, Bandit trotted down the worn path through the southern field, into the woods and following the creek, all the way to the lake. With his arms around her, she leaned into him, trusting him to hold on to her like he had done so many times before. She loved being in his arms. She loved their time together, enjoying their families together and each other. She had found such happiness with just being in the moment, and was suddenly more thankful for the simple things. The soft rhythm of Bandit's gait slowed her thoughts and made her reflect on how truly blessed she had been all along. A poem her father had kept on a card in his wallet crossed her mind, the one about God's and man's footprints in the sand, side by side. The man accused God of not helping him through the rough times in his life, noticing only one set of footprints, yet God explained it had been he who was walking the whole time, carrying the man through his pain. Georgie understood now. God may have been carrying her through the bad times, but so had Mama and Rosie and Sam and the kids and her class, and now, as she opened her heart, Nathan. The more love she gave, while she allowed herself to be loved, the more she saw the things she loved about them. She had even invited Nathan to the farm for dinner with Sam and Jessie. He made sure the press left them alone. It became another selling point for Nathan's campaign, that he could successfully co-parent. The sun cast a golden glow as it sank behind the tree line, the prairie sky wide open. Off on the other side of what felt like the end of the earth, stars faintly twinkled. Sam kissed her neck and then began to hum a song she recognized but couldn't place. Then it came to her. "Travis Tritt?" she asked. "Yup. It's a great day to be alive." She sang the chorus in sync with Sam's humming. He pulled her tighter into him, kissing her on her neck. I love you. Georgie leaned back into him, focusing on the setting sun off on the horizon, the song still playing in her head. I love you too. This has been Coming Home to the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. The next book in the series, Daydreams in the Valley, focuses on Rosie's story as she helps Ryan rebuild his life. Please don't forget to click the like button and subscribe to this channel to find out when more audiobooks and other content are added. You can also purchase all of Ellen Joy's books on Amazon.com.